761. Zhou Mili pricked up her ears. After waiting for a while, there was really no movement. She didn't even dare to turn her head. She sighed and looked at Chen Lingjun pitifully. She lowered her voice and said, "Chen Lingjun, I'm dreaming. I must have dozed off at the mountain gate." The reason why Qin Pingan didn't continue to speak was that according to the mountain and river rules recorded in the authentic alchemy book, after arriving at Luopa Mountain, he immediately took out a stick of mountain and river incense as a gift to the saint Mr. Three Mountains Nine Marquises. After Qin Pingan silently lit the incense, the green smoke curled up, but it didn't dissipate between heaven and earth. Instead, it turned into a cloud of green mist, condensing and not dissipating. It turned into a pocket-sized mountain, like a mountain city manifested from Luopa Mountain. However, the small Luopa Mountain that looked like a mountain mirage only had Qin Pingan's green figure. Qin Pingan almost crossed half of the continent's mountains and rivers. It was equivalent to temporarily borrowing the magical power of an ascendant realm cultivator to quickly arrive at Luopa Mountain. He could still stay for the time it takes to burn an incense, then he returned to the ferry and continued his journey north. At this moment, of course, Qin Pingan's real body was here, but he was dragged here by the mysterious talisman of the Three Mountains. Chen Lingjun, who still looked like a child in green, opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the master behind the black-clothed little girl. Then Chen Lingjun thought whether it was Zhou Mili's dream or his own dream. In fact, it was hard to tell. He slapped himself hard. The slap was so loud that he flipped over. Not only did his butt leave the stone bench, but he also almost staggered and fell to the ground. Qin Pingan took a step forward and reached out to hold Chen Lingjuan's shoulder. Then he kicked Chen Lingjuan's butt, making this old man who had threatened, now in the northern peak territory except for Luopa Mountain, who is a match for my fist. Sit back down. The black-clothed little girl rubbed her eyes and jumped up. She didn't even dare to stretch out her hand and lightly poke the good mountain master. She was afraid that it was a dream. Then she crossed her arms and tightly knitted her thin eyebrows. She moved little by little, circling around the tall good mountain master. The little girl cried loudly, but her eyes were smiling. She carefully asked, "Jing Qing, if the two of us work together, will we be even more invincible? Will the long river of light really flow backwards?" "No, that's not right. The good mountain master used to be young, but now he looks taller and older. Did we not grow eyes at the back of our heads and accidentally take a wrong path?" Qin Pingan bent down and pressed on Zhou Mili's head. He smiled and said, "It's not a dream. I'm really back. But after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I still have to return to a nameless mountain slightly south of the center of the Aquarius continent. But at most a month I can return home with Pei Qian and the rest. I'm not in a hurry to come see you, so I used the talisman I just learned." Zhou Mili hugged Qin Pingan and cried, "Bring me along, we'll go together and return together." Qin Pingan was a little helpless. He rubbed the little girl's head. He kept his waist bent and raised his head. He waved his hand and greeted them. He smiled and said, "Everyone has worked hard. Chief Butler Zhu Lian, Chief Judge Chang Ming and Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai all sensed the unusual scenery of the mountains and rivers. They all rushed over to the bamboo house to check it out." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master is even more manly now. The fairies and heroines of the world are in for a treat." Chang Ming, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, curtsied and smiled sweetly. "Chang Ming greets master." Wei Pai was deeply moved. He joked, "You're finally back. Seems like Zhou Mili's contribution is the greatest." Qin Pingan couldn't even move. Zhou Mili was just like back then at Mute Lake. She had made up her mind to stick to him. Chen Lingjun finally came back to his senses. With snot and tears all over his face, he shouted, "Master," and ran toward Qin Pingan. In the end, Qin Pingan reached out and pressed his head down. He twisted it gently and slapped the chair back. He laughed and scolded, "Well done, Shuajiang. You've grown up." Chen Lingjun immediately felt a little guilty. He coughed a few times and was a little envious of Xiaomi. He knocked on the stone table with his finger and said seriously, "Right, Guardian, this is outrageous. Didn't my master say that he'll be going on a long journey in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn? Hurry up and let my master discuss serious matters with the three of them. Oh look, isn't this Lord Wei of the Northern Mountains? It's Brother Wei who has graced us with his presence. My apologies for not going out to meet you and not treating you with wine. My apologies for my lack of manners. Sai, who asked Nuanshu to not be on the mountain." Wei Pai smiled and nodded. Qin Lingjun chuckled. "Look at how capable you are. A northern mountain lord who isn't much bigger than a bowl is still a guest in my Luopa mountain. Don't you know that?" In the future, I won't even care if you beg me to go to the Cloudy Mountain or whatever night banquet. Once his master returned home, Qin Lingjuan's backbone immediately became firm and unyielding. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Xiaomili was finally willing to let go of her hand. She bounced around Qin Pingan, calling him the Good Mountain Lord over and over again. Ha, the Good Mountain Lord didn't bring a large wicker basket home this time. That means there won't be an unfamiliar little girl standing in the basket. Qin Lingjun immediately stood up and used his sleeves to wipe the stone chair. He even bent down and blew on the dust. He smiled brightly and said, "Master, here, sit." Xiaomili didn't sit down. She ran over to pick up the green bamboo cane and the small golden carrying pole. She stood beside the Good Mountain Lord and accompanied Jing Qing as door guardians. Coincidentally, there were 3 empty seats. They were given to old chef, elder sister Changming, and Wei Shanjun. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. His figure was tall and slender, and there was a vermilion wine flask hanging from his waist. In the eyes of outsiders, he was handsome and elegant. However, in the eyes of his own people, he was in high spirits. Qin Lingjun and Xiaomili each took out a handful of melon seeds. Xiaomili gave half to the Good Mountain Lord, while the other 3 shared the remaining melon seeds. The green-robed little boy gave it to his master first, then to old chef and elder sister Changming. There wasn't any left at Wei Pai's side. Qin Lingjun even purposely shook his sleeves. He said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, Brother Wei." Wei Pai continued to smile. He would bear with him for the time being. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "The ferry is still hovering at a mountain slightly south of the center of the Aquarius continent. Other than me, there's also Pei Qian, whom I met coincidentally in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Consecrator Zhou Fei, who came back with me, and the 9 sword immortal embryos that I brought back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The children are still young. I reckon they will be placed at the sword reverence stage to practice their sword cultivation. If any of you want to take in a disciple, you can choose them yourselves. And Zhou Fei will be our Luopa Mountain's chief consecrator in the future. However, in a month's time, during the meeting at Ji Mountain's Ancestral Hall, try to make it a little more complicated. Good things come with many setbacks. After I left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I went to Fortune Cave in Tongyi Continent first. The reason why I did not rush back to Luopa Mountain immediately and came late, I missed many things. The reason is complicated. The next time I return to the mountain, I will discuss it with you in detail. On the way to Tongyi Continent, there were some disturbances. For example, Jiang Shangzhen, in order to become the chief consecrator at Great Quan Dynasty's Mirage City, he almost asked Swordmaster Pei Min together with me and Shui Dongshan. There's no need to guess, it was the Swordmaster Pei Min of the Hao Ran 3 Absolutes. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen, in order to become the chief consecrator, was almost set in stone. If he was not given the chief consecrator, it would not be right. There's no mountain consecrator in the world who would give away his life and money like that. For this matter, I will inform you in advance. Just treat it as if I, the Mountain Lord, have the final say. Qin Pingan spoke quickly and casually. Finally, he did not need to use telepathy. Zhu Lian and Wei Pai looked at each other and smiled. A consecrator like Jiang Shangzhen was one of a kind in the world. Where could they find someone like him? They had to cherish him. As for whether or not he had the final say, the Mountain Lord had the final say. Elder Changming smiled and narrowed her eyes. She was indeed in a good mood to be able to see Lord Hidden Official again. Qin Pingan turned to look at old chef. Zhu Lian, summon everyone who is not busy to Luopa Mountain. We'll temporarily hold a meeting at GC Peak in a month. It's best if everyone is there. As for the specific date, you and Wei Shanjun can pick an auspicious day. Zhu Lian smiled and nodded. Young master's return to the mountain is the most important matter. What's there to be busy about? Young master is not at home, so we're all busy for nothing. Actually, no one has a place to settle down. Qin Pingan held back his laughter and gave a thumbs up. However, he said, Fox Nation's relocation was not handled well. Zhu Lian immediately nodded and said, Young master is not at the mountain. It's inevitable that each of us will not hold back when we do things. We don't talk much about righteousness in the pugilistic world. Once young master returns, we can clean up everything. Qin Pingan shifted his gaze and looked at the increasingly spirited Shanjun. I'll have to trouble Shanjun to send a flying sword message to Miyu of the Rainbow Sparrow Manor. Then, let our great sword immortal Mi erase the name, Yumi, from the Northern Mountains Landscape Register and join Luopa Mountain. Our Luopa Mountain is about to be promoted to a sect, so we need a sword immortal to oversee the sect. In addition to Luopa Mountain's promotion to a sect, I also plan to choose a location for a lower sect in the northern region of Tongyi continent. I personally recommend Chao Qinglang to be the sect master of the lower sect. If you have any objections, of course we can discuss it again. I will not make a decision on this important matter. Chen Pingon glanced at the cloud of incense smoke that had turned from thick to faint. He stood up and said apologetically, I have to rush back immediately. See you in a month. In the end he realized that the three of them were somewhat playful. Chen Pingon smiled and gave the answer. Don't guess. A half-baked sword cultivator of the Jade Raw realm and a martial artist of the Qi Flourishing realm. In the face of the sword technique of that suppressing immortal, Pei Min could only parry a little. Chen Lingjun wiped away his bitter tears and said regretfully, It's low. It's lower than expected. It's outrageous. Master has disappointed me. He's not as wise and mighty as before. Chen Pingon glanced at the green-robed child. Chen Lingjun immediately stopped talking and sighed. He lowered his head and said dejectedly, Master, if you want to scold me, just scold me. I know that I've let you down when I crossed the river in the North Continent. Chen Pingon reached out and pressed Chen Lingjuan's head, saying with a laugh, I heard Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian talk about your trip across the river in detail. You did much better than I imagined, so I won't praise you too much, lest you get cocky. You're even taller than our Wei Shanjuan's cloud-splitting mountain. Chen Lingjun suddenly raised his head and said with a cheeky smile, Master, you're not afraid that I'll run away, so you're trying to trick me into staying on the mountain, are you? Chen Pingon faced the bamboo building and took a deep look at the second floor. With his back to the cliff he took a few steps back. He then gently cupped his fists and said goodbye silently. With a tap of his toes, his body flew backward and fell into the white clouds outside the cliff. His whole body suddenly condensed into a mustard seed. With a flash of golden light, he shrank the mountains and rivers and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Julien slowly stood up and put a hand on the stone table. He smiled knowingly and said, It feels like a lifetime ago. A dream come true. Wei Pai said, First the sect, then the sect. You'll be busy from now on. Chang Ming smiled and said, According to Hill Master's temper, he'll have to spend the money he earned. As soon as Chen Pingon left, the little boy in green immediately turned around, bent down, and stretched out his hands. He quickly moved a pile of melon seeds on the table to Wei Pai. He looked up and smiled flatteringly. Wei Shanjun, sorry for the inhospitality. Eat some melon seeds. My master has a lot left. Wei Pai smiled and said, That's not good. I wouldn't dare. After all, I'm an outsider. Chen Lingjun said bitterly, Who would go against their conscience and treat Wei Shanjun as an outsider? That person is really rebellious. After about the time it took to burn 3 sticks of incense, Chen Pingon walked past the 3 mountains of inner visualization. He finally lit an incense and paid his respects to a small mountain not far from the ferry. The northernmost part of his hometown, Luopa Mountain, was the bridge between the 2 mountains. As for the first incense stick, the first mountain he paid his respects to was the small mountain that Chen Pingon had passed by during his first trip south. If Chen Pingon didn't want to return to the ferry, he didn't need to meet Pei Qian and Jiang Shangzhen again. He could directly stay at Luopa Mountain. At this moment, Chen Pingon was returning to the bow of the cloud boat from the small mountain. He staggered and stopped. He quickly put one hand on his forehead and the other hand on his abdomen. The 2 wounds were all caused by Pei Min's swordsmanship. Pei Qian immediately looked at Jiang Shangzhen. The latter smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was okay. Your master can handle it. This cloud boat ferry set off from the newly built Old Dragon City ferry. After receiving a mountain pass issued by the Ministry of Rights of Dali Dynasty, it went all the way north without any stops. It stopped at a place south of Zhongyue. This place was not far from Zhongyue's Crown Prince Mountain, so it was not too far from Tsai and Jishui countries in the middle of Baoping continent. Chen Pingon took a deep breath, closed his eyes and rested for a moment. He opened his eyes and said to Pei Qian, When you enter the boundary, I will teach you the 3 mountains talisman. At that time at the Yao residence, Cui Dongshan put on an act. He was just short of bathing and changing his clothes, but he really did burn incense and wash his hands. He respectfully and reverently asked for the authentic alchemy calligraphy that Li Shixing had given to his teacher. In the end, Chen Pingon asked Cui Dongshan about a talisman in the book. It was on the 3rd page from the last. It was called the 3 Mountains Talisman. When a cultivator thought about it, he could casually remember the 3 mountains that he had walked past and create 3 mountains through visualization. The cultivator could then travel very quickly. The biggest feature of this talisman was the physique of the talisman holder. The holder must be able to withstand the cleansing of the long river of light. If the physique was not strong enough, the soul would be worn down and the lifespan would be shortened. If the state was not strong enough, the body would be melted and the body would be skinny. He would become a lonely ghost in a mountain. Moreover, he would be detained at a ferry in the long river of light. Even the gods could not save him. Unless the sage of Confucian Temple was willing to sacrifice his merits and cultivation, and there were clues, such as knowing the exact location of the 3 mountains, or relying on a longevity lamp in the Hall of Patriarchs, the remnant soul could only be retrieved from the long river of light. Therefore, Li Shixing wrote a detailed note on the blank space beside the talisman. If one was not a martial artist of the 9th realm or a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, this talisman should not be used. Martial artists of the upper realms and sword cultivators of the immortal realms should use this talisman 3 times. It was beneficial to the body and spirit. 3 times was the best. It was not advisable to use it more than 3 times. It was not advisable to cross continents. After that, using the talisman to travel far away would only exhaust one's fate energy. If this talisman was used improperly, there would be disasters every time one neared a mountain. Other than the high threshold of using the talisman did not have high requirements for the material of the talisman. The only return gift was to visit the 3 mountains and burn incense to Mr. 9 Marquises of the 3 mountains. Li Shixing wrote more and more notes towards the end of the authentic alchemy works. The intricacies and taboos of the mountains and rivers were explained very clearly and thoroughly. After Cui Dongshan posted the 3 talismans in the Yao residence, he mentioned that the pages of the authentic alchemy works were excellent talisman papers. In the end, he was reprimanded by his teacher. Cui Dongshan took a step back and said that his teacher could refine the words. The words to be refined were, of course, Li Shixing's personal notes. When Cui Dongshan flipped through the pages, he saw that there were more than 1,200 words. It was enough to support a heavenly grand ritual that worshipped 1,200 deities. Qin Pingan did not comment on this. He would ask Li Shixing about this in the future. If the 1,200 words were to create a mountain protecting array for Luopa Mountain out of thin air, Qin Pingan had no reason to hesitate. However, Qin Pingan had an idea. He hoped that when Taiping Mountain was rebuilt in the future, there would be such a mountain formation. This involved the inheritance of the orthodoxy. The old heavenly monarch of Taiping Mountain, the female Taoist Huang Ting and Li Shixing. Qin Pingan was just a matchmaker. Therefore Qin Pingan had to ask Li Shixing first. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Then I'll hurry up and try not to let my teacher wait too long." Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it, there was no point in chatting. 4 ordinary martial artists, if they wanted to break through from the peak realm to the end realm, would it be useful to hurry up? Just like Qin Pingan himself. After wandering around the Great Wall of Sword Chi for so many years, he still did not feel that he could reach the 10th realm in this lifetime. In fact, this was indeed the case. He had reached the 9th realm early on. When he left the Great Wall of Sword Chi and found his footing in the Tongye continent, he relied on his true name and luckily reached the 10th realm. It had been too many years. This was also the longest time that Qin Pingan had stagnated in a certain realm of the martial way. When he was at Yunding Peak, Cui Dongshan had a private chat with his teacher, Qin Pingan. "Teacher, senior sister has created her own fist technique. It is very imposing and is even more famous." "That's good." 3 moves at the Lei Gong Temple in the Jadeite continent. Lu Suiyu comprehended 1 move at the 8th realm and the 9th realm. He is very imposing. In the battlefield near the capital of the Aquarius continent, his 2nd move is very lethal. He killed a nascent soul realm soldier cultivator with 1 punch. After practicing the 1 fist with Chao Ci, he comprehended another move. The fist theory is very high. These are all recognized on the mountain. Especially those cultivators of the upper 5 realms and earth immortals of the gold armor continent who fought side by side with senior sister. Now they are all speaking up for senior sister, saying that Chao Ci had a huge advantage because she learned the fist technique early and was older. Otherwise, our Miss Zhang when fist Chao Ci would have won 4 rounds consecutively. Okay, it was hard for outsiders to imagine that Jing Qian was someone's first disciple. But in fact, as the master, Qin Pingan had never seriously taught Zheng Qian the real fist technique. He had never really taught his disciple the fist technique, the fist stance and the theory of the fist. Not even once. Jiang Shangzhen said softly, "There are only 3 chances in total. It is too rare. The mountain master is too anxious this time. No matter what, it is best to use the remaining 2 chances to escape in the future." Qin Pingan shook his head and smiled. You are not a pure martial artist. You don't know the real mystery of this. It would be a waste to use this talisman after the mountains and rivers in the small world of my human body have stabilized. The benefits would be small. But the remaining 2 chances must be cherished. Of course, Cui Dongshan had learned the 3 mountains talisman. Qin Pingan had also taught it to Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen, who was in the immortal realm and also a sword cultivator, immediately applied what he had learned. In the Green Tiger Palace, he immediately drew 3 golden talismans. He went to Taiping Mountain, Xiaoping Peak and Tianke Peak. He felt refreshed and said that there was actually a talisman in the world that could warm and nourish the spirit. At Tianke Peak, old immortal Lu, who had returned home in glory, saw his old friends Child Qin and Lord Jiang. His eyes were filled with tears from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yong was very emotional. He said that if he could live and meet again, there would be no obstacles in the world that could not be overcome in the future. The Green Tiger Palace on Tianke Peak could be considered half a ruin. Only an empty frame was left. All the valuable belongings were taken away. Fortunately, Lu Yong's escape to the Aquarius continent was a blessing in disguise. He earned everything. The reputation on the mountain, the real immortal money, the merit recorded in the Confucian Temple, and the incense with the Dali cavalry. It could be said that old immortal Lu had returned home late. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would be the monarch of the mountain in the alliance of peach leaves in the Great Spring Dynasty. When Lu Yong heard that Child Qin needed a cauldron of forgetfulness elixirs to deliver to Yi Yunyun of the Cloud Cottage in Mount Pu, old immortal immediately patted his chest and promised that it was not a big deal. In fact, a letter to the Green Tiger Palace would be enough. He would flip through the almanac and pick a date to refine the elixirs immediately. There was still some spiritual qi unique to Mount Qingjing. Jiang Shangzhen crossed his legs and drank tea. He said, "Brother Lu, don't forget that it's a cauldron of elixirs." Old immortal Lu blinked and immediately complained, "What? Just a cauldron of forgetfulness elixirs? That's not good. Good things come in pairs. If I don't refine 2 cauldrons, I won't be able to stretch my muscles and bones." Since Huang Yiyun is a friend of Child Qin and Lord Jiang, she's a first-class guest of the Green Tiger Palace. I'll send 2 cauldrons of elixirs to Huang Yiyun personally. I won't let her make an extra trip. You want to spend money to buy elixirs in Mount Pu? What a joke. You really don't treat me, Lu Yong, as a friend of Child Qin and Lord Jiang. In the meantime, Qin Pingan took out the seal that he had prepared earlier and gave it to Old Immortal as a thank you gift. Lu Yong took the seal with both hands. He held the seal in one palm and twisted it gently with 2 fingers on the other hand. He sighed and said, "The gift is too heavy, but the affection is even heavier." Then he turned to complain to Qin Pingan, "Child Qin, next time you come to Heavenly Fault Peak, don't be like this. The gift is good, but in this way it's really like you're a guest. Child Qin is clearly returning to his own mountain." Pei Qin sat on the side and listened in a daze. Old Immortal Lu was really good at chatting. He was still as elegant as before. In the end, Lu Yong seemed to have realized something. He looked at the young girl with her hair tied into a bun. He could vaguely see some of her features when she was young. Old Immortal Lu remembered very clearly that in the past, Qin Pingan was accompanied by a charcoal girl. At that time, Lu Yong felt that it was very strange. The protective formation of Heavenly Fault Peak at the foot of the mountain was a sea of clouds. When one climbed high, unless one was a nascent soul like Lu Yong, one would be trapped in the clouds and unable to see anything clearly, even if one was a golden elixir expert. However, the charcoal girl always held a walking stick. When she climbed up the steps, she would knock on the steps and constantly look around. Sometimes she would secretly size up Lu Yong. Every time Lu Yong turned his head or was about to turn his head, the girl would immediately turn her head. At that time, Lu Yong was sure that the mischievous girl was a good seedling for cultivation. The problem was not only this. The more Lu Yong looked at her, the more familiar she looked. However, he did not dare to believe that she was the legendary female grandmaster, Xianxia. Their names were both Qian, but after all, their surnames were different. Therefore, Lu Yong did not dare to admit it. What more, a 30-year-old 9th realm martial artist? A female grandmaster who fought Chao Ci 4 times in a row in the Central Divine Continent? Lu Yong did not dare to believe it. Unfortunately, in the Aquarius continent, whether it was Old Dragon City or the Central Continent, Lu Yong did not need to rush to the battlefield to fight. He only needed to focus on refining pills. Therefore, when he caught a glimpse of Jing Qian rushing to the battlefield, he felt that the side of her face was somewhat familiar. Qin Pingan smiled. "Brother Lu, to tell you the truth, This disciple of mine will always use the alias Zheng Qian whenever he goes out. Lu Yong hurriedly stood up and solemnly bowed. My bad eyes, it's my bad eyes. Greetings, Grandmaster Zheng. Grandmaster Pei. Pei Qian could only stand up and return the greeting. Old immortal Lu is too polite. At that time, Jiang Shangzhen looked at the young mountain lord who was full of smiles after revealing the secrets of heaven. At that moment, Qin Pingan was like an elder in a scholarly family. After an imperial examination ended, he met up with a good friend who had not seen him for a long time. He could not help but laugh and say something. Therefore he said, the younger generation in the family is unbearably naughty. He only got second place in the imperial examination. And these things. Whether it was Qin Pingan, the master, or Jiang Shangzhen, the outsider, it did not matter if she told Pei Qian or not. Pei Qian would definitely understand, but it would not be as good as her understanding in the future. Because in Luapa Mountain and the lower sects, it was time for a large group of children to grow up, and the rapid rise of some young people. Before leaving the heavenly fault peak, Jiang Shangzhen pulled the uneasy old immortal Lu alone and chatted with him for a while. Among them, Jiang Shangzhen said, there is Lu Yong in the Tongye continent, which means that there will be an indestructible sect in the hearts of the cultivators in the world. Jiang Shangzhen's seemingly polite words made the old nascent soul-stage cultivator, who almost died in a foreign land, burst into tears as if he had drunk a big mouthful of strong wine when he was young. According to the agreement, the cloud boat ferry slowly went to the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Jiang Shangzhen gave Qin Pingan a seal of the ferry array hub. Previously, Jiang Shangzhen relied on this seal to reach the Mirage City very quickly. However, this move required a lot of Guyu money, so Qin Pingan did not intend to accept it. Jiang Shangzhen threw the ferry to Qin Pingan and let Jiang Shangzhen and Pei Qian protect the ferry and all the children. Qin Pingan put on a bamboo hat, carried a sword on his back, and tied the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist. He took a deep breath and flew to the colorful robe country alone. Revisiting an old place. The first time, it was filled with a fiendish aura, like a ghost town with few people. The second time, it was beautiful without the slightest bit of fiendish aura. This time, the spiritual chi of the mountains and rivers seemed to be much thinner. Fortunately, the familiar old house was still there. There were still 2 stone lions guarding the door, and there were still spring couplets hanging on the door as well as 2 painted door gods. In this dusk, Qin Pingan adjusted his bamboo hat and raised his hand. After pausing for a long time, he gently knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was not the familiar old granny, but Xuanhuan with his wife beside him. Qin Pingan raised his hand and pressed down on his bamboo hat. Xuanhuan was about to speak, but his wife immediately grabbed his sleeve, so Xuanhuan did not speak. Qin Pingan quickly took off his bamboo hat and smiled, Brother Yang, sister-in-law, it's been a long time. After entering the house, Qin Pingan naturally closed the door, turned around and said softly, I went on a long trip these years very far and just returned. Xuanhuan sighed and nodded, no wonder. The ghostly wife, Yingying, stepped heavily on the back of her husband's foot, who might as well shut up. Yingying smiled, I'll go get some wine. You guys drink first and then I'll cook a few dishes to go with the wine. Qin Pingan smiled, if you don't mind I'll cook. My culinary skills are not bad. Xuanhuan laughed, what kind of logic is that? You don't trust your sister-in-law's culinary skills? Yingying quietly kicked again and this time she even used the tip of her foot to twist it. Xuanhuan knew that he had said something wrong again. A foreigner, a servant ghost, and a female ghost, the 3 of them, the host and the guest, went to the kitchen together. Qin Pingan was familiar with the place and began to make a fire. He used a familiar stool and a familiar bamboo tube to blow on the fire. Yingying went to get a few bottles of homemade wine that had been stored for years. Xuanhuan didn't want to drink it himself. Since he had nothing to do, he stood by the kitchen door. After being kicked twice by his wife, he didn't know what to say. Qin Pingan sat on the stool, holding the bamboo tube in his hand. He turned his head and asked, Brother Yang, when did the old granny leave? Xuanhuan said, it's been many years but it's fine. Other than thinking about why you didn't come, there's nothing else to worry about. Before she left, she told me and Yingying to not forget to make wine every year. She was afraid that if you came one day it wouldn't be enough. Qin Pingan said, then when I go back I'll bring more wine. Xuanhuan hesitated, don't think too much, everything's fine. Qin Pingan nodded, then suddenly stood up and said apologetically, I'll let sister-in-law cook. I'll go burn incense at the old granny's grave. The small grave mound wasn't far from the house, but it wasn't close either. The old granny had said that it was too far away and she couldn't bear to. It was a taboo to be too close. Chen Pingan burned 3 incense sticks at the lonely grave mound. It wasn't until today that he saw the tombstone that he learned the old granny's name. It was neither good nor bad. Xuanhuan was originally worried about Chen Pingan, but from beginning to end, as Xuanhuan had said, everything was fine. When they returned to the house, there were still white bowls on the table and no wine cups. Chen Pingan still didn't drink quickly. He and Xuanhuan weren't the kind of people who liked to persuade people to drink, but both sides drank a lot. Ying, who usually didn't drink, also sat to the side and drank a bowl with them. Chen Pingan sipped his wine as he chatted with Xuanhuan, asking about Governor Lu and Lu Gaohua in the past. It turned out that Lord Lu, who was the provincial governor of Qing province, had a meteoric rise in the officialdom. He had previously become the Minister of Revenue of the colorful dress country, and now he had retired. Lu Gaohua had worked hard and obtained a xianxia background, but his career didn't go well, so he simply resigned and continued to travel. When the war came, he took the initiative to become an official and worked in the Ministry of War of the colorful dress country. Later on, he worked in the 6 ministries of the capital of Dali. His position wasn't high, but according to convention, a 6th-grade official in the Dali imperial court was equivalent to a 3rd-grade official in a vassal state. Old Minister Lu had always wanted Lu Gaohua to return to the colorful dress country and work as an assistant minister in the Ministry of Revenue. He didn't say that he wanted to serve his homeland, but he could at least get the reputation of being a father and son minister. However, Lu Gaohua was unwilling, which made Old Minister Lu very angry. As for Old Minister Lu's eldest daughter, she was an old lady who married a poor scholar. As for his youngest daughter, Lu Gaoxin, her luck was a little worse. Back then, she became a direct disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. Unfortunately, in the war, her longevity bridge was almost broken and she was severely injured. Because of her military exploits, she was able to retain her status as a direct disciple of the sect. After recovering from her injuries, she went down the mountain and returned home. Although her cultivation dropped greatly and she had a head of white hair at a young age, she still had the title of a consecrator in the colorful dress country. Chen Pingan remembered all of this. For some reason, when they talked about Lu Gaoxin, they talked about Xuanhuan, who was also born in the Divine Grandeur sect, and then inadvertently talked about the appearance of the old nanny when she was young. Chen Pingan thought for a while, but he was in a trance and couldn't imagine it. They drank for 2 whole hours. Chen Pingan did not get drunk. Actually, Xuanhuan, who had not drunk as much as him, was completely drunk instead. That night, Chen Pingan rested for a few hours in the room he was familiar with. After midnight, he got out of bed and put on his boots. He arrived at a railing and sat down with his hands in his sleeves. He raised his head and stared at the courtyard in a daze. The clouds gathered and dispersed, and he would look back at the corridor from time to time. It was as if a lantern would fly towards him if he was careless. Early in the morning, Chen Pingan returned to his room. He wore a bamboo hat and a sword on his back. The blade-nurturing gourd had already been filled with alcohol, as well as many jugs of alcohol. Chen Pingan bid farewell to the couple, saying that he needed to visit the Swordwater Manor in the Shui Kingdom. He invited them to his hometown as guests, a place called Luapa Mountain in the Dragon Province of Dali. Xuanhuan agreed, saying that he would definitely go. At the table yesterday, no matter how much Xuanhuan drank, he still did not mention that he had once been to the battlefield in Old Dragon City, almost losing his mind. It was just like how Chen Pingan never mentioned that he came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, almost being unable to return home. It was probably exactly because of this that the two of them would drink at the table time and time again. They would even agree to drink again next time. Chen Pingan did not directly go to the Swordwater Manor, as according to what he had said in the past, the entire manor would be moved away. It would be located in a lush landscape bordering the ancient Yu Kingdom. The original location of the manor would become a mountain god estate second only to the 5 peaks of the Shui Kingdom. Song Fengshan's wife, Lu Qian, would be promoted to the mountain goddess of that mountain on the spot. Her status as a god would not be particularly high, but she would be a legitimate official of the Shui Kingdom, included in the Ministry of Rights records. And from what Xuanhuan had said, Song Fengshan's swordsmanship had improved tremendously in the past few years. He had already become the chief of the jianghu, second only to the green bamboo sword immortal of the Pine Stream Kingdom. However, the old manor lord, Song Yu, had already shut himself off from worldly affairs for many years, as the Swordwater Manor no longer existed. If it were not for the fact that Xuanhuan still had some connections with the Divine Grandeur sect, he would not have known where Song Yu had retired to, let alone know that the granddaughter-in-law of the old sword saint of the Shui kingdom had actually turned into a god who watched over the fate of a region. Before going to the mountain god temple in the northern border of the Shui kingdom, Qin Pingan first rode the wind and hurried on his journey. He quietly landed on the ground, adjusted his bamboo hat, wore a green robe and carried a sword on his back. He walked on a mountain path that connected the Cai kingdom and the Shui kingdom. However, he did not expect that the originally dilapidated ancient temple had already become a brand new mountain god temple. Qin Pingan restrained his breath and walked into the mountain god temple that had few pilgrims and worshippers. He felt a little helpless. The golden statue enshrined in the main hall was 70 to 80% similar to that of Wei Wei, but her appearance was a little more mature, and she no longer had the childishness of a young girl. Beside the mountain goddess, there were two shorter statues of serving goddesses. Qin Pingan did not find them unfamiliar. He could not help but rub the space between his eyebrows. It was not easy for Wei Wei to get to where she was now. She could be considered to have truly stepped into the path of an official and had been promoted in the officialdom. Qin Pingan had traveled through countless mountains and ridges. No matter how much he respected the gods of the mountains and rivers, he really did not want to burn incense for Wei Wei, who he knew everything about. He planned to turn around and leave, and then go straight to the other mountain god temple in the north. He remembered that the female ghost Wei Wei had once complained about the ways of the world. It was difficult for humans to live, and it was difficult for ghosts to live. He wondered if she would feel more relaxed now that she had become the mountain goddess, who enjoyed the incense of the mortal world. Qin Pingan could roughly tell whether the landscape was upright or not, so he did not have the intention to reminisce. However, this mountain goddess was not good at business. There were few incense offerings. If this continued, he would probably have to go to the city god temple to buy on credit. Qin Pingan did not walk into the main hall. He only took a glance outside the door before leaving the mountain god temple. However, just as Qin Pingan walked out of the main door of the ancestral temple, there were waves of ripples. A goddess of the ancestral temple appeared out of thin air. Her hair was combed into a high bun, and she had a tall figure. She wore a gorgeous dress with clouds and mist rising around her. If she were to be seen by those down-and-out scholars who were passing by, this would probably be the so-called goddess's favor. Qin Pingan stopped in his tracks and smiled, "Congratulations." The lady who turned from a mountain ghost into a mountain god maid was even more certain of the other party's identity. It was the young sword celestial who liked to reason. She hurriedly bowed and said in a trembling voice, "Greetings to Sword Celestial. My master has gone out to the governor's city god temple for some matters. He will be here very soon. I'm worried that Sword Celestial will continue on his way. I've specially come to meet you and disturb you. I hope that you can let me pass on a message to the mountain goddess so that my master can hurry back to the ancestral temple and meet Sword Celestial earlier." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm just passing by. I won't disturb your mountain god Wei's peaceful cultivation." Wei Wei must have borrowed something from the county god temple. The county god temple had begged many times, but he was rejected. He had no choice but to beg the governor's city god temple of the underworld. The tall lady was about to cry, "If Sword Celestial Senior leaves just like this and does not ask us to stay, my sister and I will definitely be punished by my master." Qin Pingan asked, "How did you deal with the statue left behind in the temple?" She was stunned and said, "Sword Celestial, my goddess has carefully collected it. She said that it would be easy to swindle in the future. She requested a big pilgrim in her own mountain god temple to spend money to renovate a new temple." Qin Pingan nodded and smiled, "Thank you for your kindness." Swindle? Qin Pingan could tell that this was Wei Wei's style of doing things. Therefore, the matter of collecting the broken Buddha statue was most likely true. Qin Pingan walked slowly. He walked to a long stone bench under a pine tree outside the temple and sat down. He took off his bamboo hat and sat on one end of the green stone bench. He smiled and said, "Let's sit down and talk." The tall lady hurriedly bowed, "I don't dare. Sword Celestial, please take a rest." Beautiful and whatnot. She and her master had suffered twice at the hands of this Sword Celestial. It was fortunate that Her Highness would flip through that travel book every now and then. Every time she would be overjoyed. In any case, she and the other goddess who served in the ancestral temple did not even dare to look at the travel book. The two of them always felt a chill. If they were not careful, a flying sword would sweep out from the book. With a flash of the sword, their heads would roll. Qin Pingan did not plan to wait for Wei Wei to rush back to the temple. He thought for a while and said slowly, I think the two people who burned incense earlier were scholars from Shui country who passed by here. Your place is the border between the two countries. The official road is in the temple's boundary. Many merchants pass by. The scenery of the mountains and rivers is also beautiful. There are also many strange stories of mountains and rivers. Now that the world is peaceful, logically speaking, there should be many people in the martial arts world and tourists with bulging money bags. The incense at the temple should not be so bad. Fame in the imperial examinations, literary luck in the officialdom, martial luck in jianghu, rolling in money, beautiful marriage, praying for blessings and peace, dispelling illness and disaster, having a continuous line of descendants, having a land full of mountains and rivers deities, and manifesting spirits, there were no more than these few things. The woman had an awkward expression on her face. She carefully considered her words before replying in a trembling voice, "My lady has secretly nurtured a few young heroes of the jianghu. Many of them have lost their martial arts manuals, but none of them have been able to make a name for themselves. As for literary luck, marriage and so on, our xianxia temple doesn't seem to have many of them. That's why my lady always says that even the cleverest housewives can't cook without rice. As for those merchants, my goddess despises them for being stingy with money. Most importantly, every time they enter the temple to burn incense, those men's eyes. Anyway, my goddess does not care about them." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Then I have a small suggestion. Rather than asking those city gods to temporarily borrow incense to stabilize the destiny of the mountains and rivers, in the end, it's just treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. It's not a long-term solution. It'll only gradually wear down your goddess' golden body and the destiny of this mountain shrine year after year. As long as God Wei still has some incense in the imperial court of the Shui country, it will be fine. Then, carefully choose a scholar from the Han clan who will enter the capital for the imperial examination. Of course, this person's talent, literary luck, and imperial examination skills must not be too bad. It would be best if he has the chance to become a xianxia. After he burns incense and makes a wish, you can secretly hang the lantern of your temple behind him. You don't have to be too frugal. Just take it as a gamble. Gather all the literary luck in the land into that lantern and help him enter the capital at night. At the same time, let God Wei go to the capital and discuss with a certain important official in the imperial court. If he is a xianxia, he will be promoted to a xianxia. If he is a xianxia, try your best to get closer to the top two. If he is already in the top two, he will grit his teeth and send the scholar directly to the top three. When he makes his wish, he will be very sincere. When the time comes, the literary luck will be returned to the temple. It will be a matter of time. Of course, if you are worried that he will not follow the path, you can send a message to the scholar in his dream in advance." The woman listened in high spirits and her eyes shone. The sword immortal's words were closely linked, and the temple could just follow suit. Suddenly she pulled a long face and stomped her feet anxiously. She said, "Senior sword immortal, I am afraid that such a talented scholar will not come to our temple to burn incense." Qin Pingan was a little helpless. "You and your mountain goddess were born in the first place. Don't you know? If you can't find a suitable scholar in the county or prefectural city under the jurisdiction of the mountains and rivers, it is a matter of course for the temple's goddess to travel the land at night. You will be waiting at the big and small relay stations, ready to snatch people halfway. Moreover, you are not killing people now. It is obvious that you are doing a great job of delivering literary luck to people. In the past you did it so smoothly. When you came to the ancient temple, it was like coming to the roll call. Every time you came, you would meet the two of you. Now, you are not even familiar with this special skill? The temple's lack of incense, it can't be blamed on anyone else." Qin Pingan had no choice but to tell her some tips in a more tactful way that didn't sound like jianghu slander. The woman nodded as she listened. She understood and was enlightened. This sword immortal senior was indeed a learned man. Other than not being protective of women, he was good in every aspect. Qin Pingan stood up and said, "I have a few last words. Please help me pass them to Mountain Godway. This kind of shortcut in the mountains and rivers officialdom can only be done once or twice but not thrice. Let Mountain Godway think about it. If he really wants to bring blessings to the people and complete his merit with a flawless golden body, he still needs to work hard on the 4 words of pure and clean. Many transactions that seem to be at a loss are sincerely done by the mountain god ancestral temple. For example, those families in the marketplace have no extra money. Even if they don't come to the ancestral temple to burn incense for the rest of their lives, you still have to protect them. Heaven has its time, the earth has its talent, and people have their governance. The mountains and rivers deities, where the spirit is in the sincerity of the people. How can you not know the teachings of the sages? She curtsied and said gratefully, I will remember the Sword Immortal Senior's teachings. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment, but he could not hold it in and corrected her. Sincere teachings, sincere and diligent. Read more books in the future. She suddenly blushed. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Fortunately, the young sword immortal put on his bamboo hat again and disappeared in a flash. Chen Pingan met Song Fengshan and Lu Qian in the northern border of Shui country. However, Senior Song had gone on a trip. He did not know where he was going or when he would return. After Chen Pingan learned that Senior Song was still in good health, he felt a little regretful that he could not meet him this time. He left a letter in the mountain god residence and was about to leave. He did not expect Song Fengshan to insist on drinking with him. Chen Pingan could not refuse him, so he sat down and drank. In the end, Chen Pingan drank until his eyes became brighter and brighter. Song Fengshan, who had white hair on his temples, fell unconscious on the table. Chen Pingan felt a little guilty. The former spy of Dali, Lu Qian, who was now the goddess of the mountain god, gave him the answer with a smile. It turned out that Song Fengshan had once boasted to his grandfather that he could not compare to him in other aspects, but in terms of drinking capacity, even Chen Pingan could not compare to him. Chen Pingan stood up and said with a smile, Don't tell Senior Song about this wine so that he won't hide from me next time. Lu Qian smiled and said, Young Master Chen, why don't I tell Grandpa that you two tied? Chen Pingan waved his hand. No, brothers should settle accounts at the table. Lu Qian suddenly said, Young Master Chen, as long as Grandpa returns home, we will definitely immediately send a message to Luapa Mountain. Chen Pingan nodded and said, I will immediately rush over. Lu Qian said softly, Grandpa has gone out several times in the past few years without a sword. It seems that he just went out to relax. Chen Pingan was a little puzzled. Lu Qian wanted to say something but hesitated. Chen Pingan said, There's nothing that can't be said. Lu Qian said telepathically, Grandpa never believed that young Master Chen would disappear from the beginning and end of the battle, so Grandpa was very worried that you had an accident. Chen Pingan was stunned and said with a smile, I know. Senior Song must be worried about me and scolding me a lot. Chen Pingan touched his bamboo hat and said telepathically, When Senior Song returns home, tell him that swordsman Chen Pingan is the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Qian was speechless. Even her husband, Song Fengshan, had only heard of the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but did not know what the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi meant. And because she was a Dali loyalist, she knew about this. And because of her identity, she could not easily say this. Lu Qian asked, Young Master Chen, then, hidden official Chen Shi? Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. The one at the bottom. Lu Qian thought and asked, I'll wake Fengshan up. How many pots do you want to drink? Chen Pingan said helplessly, The rest is fine. In the end, Lu Qian looked at the swordsman striding away. She had forgotten to send him off. She only thought that when her grandfather returned home and learned about this, he would brag about his foresight. For so many years, her grandfather had been worried and sad. Because to her grandfather, he was no longer in Jianghu. But as long as that young man was in Jianghu, Jianghu was still Jianghu. In Jianghu, one would look at the old almanac, follow the old rules, and understand the old. In such an old Jianghu, there would always be a young man who the old man had high hopes for. Once, her grandfather had invited Fengshan and her to eat hot pot. Her grandfather had only eaten a few mouthfuls of food before he was drunk. He said that as long as that brat was alive, he had nothing to be angry about. Therefore he had better not be afraid to drink and eat hot pot. It was nothing to be scolded by an old man. At the entrance of a martial arts school in a remote country, a man in green knocked on the door in the middle of the night. A young man who was a direct disciple of the schoolmaster opened the door with sleepy eyes and said in a bad mood, Who are you looking for? Nowadays, Dali's official language was actually the official language of a continent. The swordsman smiled and said, I'm looking for a bearded ranger. His surname is Su. The young man rolled his eyes. There are no bearded rangers in the martial arts school. My schoolmaster's surname is Su. Is this the Q-seeking fist? If you want to spar, come back tomorrow. There are no such jianghu rules in the middle of the night. Also, let's make it clear. My schoolmaster has already retired. If you want to talk about martial arts, you have to look for my master. Also, I advise you not to be impulsive. My master is famous for his heavy fists, especially his whip kicks. With one kick he can break a hardwood as thick as a bowl. Don't think that you're so great just because you have a sword. Alright, what is this sword made of? How much did you buy it for? Can you let me take a look? The man shook his head and said, I'm looking for Big Brother Su for a drink. The young man was furious. First it's the bearded man, then it's Big Brother Su. Who are you looking for? Fortunately, his schoolmaster was a well-educated person. The dozens of people in the martial arts school were all influenced by what they saw and heard. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what the bearded man was talking about. The man smiled and said, I'm looking for Su Yuanxia. The young martial artist blocked the door. Who are you? I already said that my schoolmaster has already retired from the jianghu. He had no choice. He heard from his master in private that when his schoolmaster had just started, he had only won a few rounds in the Q-seeking fist. Therefore the only thing he had obtained in his early years was the nickname, Su Yuanxia, the destined loser in every fist. Fortunately, his master and a few other martial uncles were good at martial arts. In the jianghu their martial arts were not fierce but they were good at taking hits. Therefore they were able to establish the name of the martial arts school. In recent years the business of the martial arts school was good. However, their schoolmaster's martial arts were not good at martial arts, and his disciples were also average. Only his ability to boast was unique. He said that when he was still in the prime of his life he met two friends in the jianghu. Only then could he be considered to have inherited his boxing skills. One's fist was fast and the other's fist was slow. In the jianghu here they could fight from the foot of the mountain to the top. Even the flying immortals on the mountain could not stop them. After all, he was their master, their schoolmaster, and the schoolmaster who was in charge of the money bag. They listened to whatever the old man said. What else could they do? A stooped old man with a head full of white hair looked cold in the middle of the night. He was old and did not sleep well. The old man put on a thick coat and stood at the martial arts practice field. He stared at the gate in a daze. After the old man opened his eyes wide, he murmured, Chin Pingan? Chin Pingan raised his hand, stood on tiptoe and waved hard. In a flash, he crossed the threshold from the side door, leaving behind a young martial artist who disappeared in a blink of an eye. Chen Pingan walked quickly toward Su Yuanxia. The old man laughed and walked toward the young swordsman. He turned around and put his arm around Chen Pingan's neck. He laughed angrily and said, Boy, you just came? Chen Pingan's body was slightly tilted. He raised his hand and wanted to pat the old man's back. However, he hesitated and just put it on the shoulder of the old man with the big beard. Outside the martial arts school, Pei Qian, Jiang Shangzhen, and the shameless Bai Xian had all snuck in and didn't go in. The young martial artist who was guarding the gate didn't dare to make any noise after taking a look at the middle-aged man who looked like a rich man. Then, he looked at the beautiful woman who had her hair tied into a bun and didn't dare to say anything. Bai Xian asked softly, Sister Pei, who is this guy? He dares to be so rude to Master Chow. Master Chow does not seem to be angry. Instead he is timid. He is not like Master Chow at all. Pei Qian said softly, He is a friend of my master's that he respects very much. Bai Xian was puzzled. Someone that even Master Chow respects very much? Then his martial arts must be very high. But I don't think this martial arts school is very big. Pei Qian smiled and did not say anything. Jiang Shangzhen was already leaning against the door with her hands in her sleeves. She asked with a smile, Little brother, do you have any senior or junior sisters? That young man sighed and shook his head. Probably because he was reminded of something sad, he accidentally revealed the truth. My master will go crazy when he drinks. As long as he sees a woman, he will cry. It's very scary. That's why he had two senior sisters in the past, but they were both scared away. Even the ancestor could not do anything about it. Jiang Shangzhen nodded in realization. Then your master and I are the same kind of people. The young man was puzzled. Both like to go crazy when drunk? Jiang Shangzhen laughed. You are quite good at chatting. The young man glanced at the woman outside the door from the corner of his eye and said loudly, I'm educated. Bai Xian whispered, Sister Pei, this guy is interested in you. Good fellow, his taste is very good. Pei Qian lowered her head and smiled. Bai Xian, why don't you practice martial arts? Bai Xian put his hands behind his back and shook his head. There's no rush. We'll talk about it when we get to Luopa Mountain. Master Chow said that if I learn martial arts, I'll be able to spar with Sister Pei in 2 or 3 years. He also said that there was someone with the same surname Bai who was also a sword cultivator. Master Chow told me not to waste this good surname and to work harder. Pei Qian nodded. You are quite similar to that Bai Xian. Bai Xian sneered. He is more like me. Pei Qian smiled. You're almost the same. Bai Xian felt that Pei Qian was implying something. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at Bai Xian. He was young but was indeed a man. In the martial arts school at the table, Chen Pingan, who had never gotten drunk in his life except for that one time in the inverted mountain Huangliang blessed land, was drunk tonight. He was so drunk that the old man opposite him thought that he was the younger one who could not hold his liquor. Xianxia thought that many years ago she was still a heroic swordsman and the drunkard opposite her was still a young man. 762. The small martial arts club in Xianyu County of Qingyuan Commandery suddenly had a large number of guests. There was no news about the night ban in the county and it was not recorded in the records. When the county government got the news, they hurried to the martial arts club early in the morning to ask for customs clearance documents. No matter how good the relationship between the county master and brother Su was, the government runners did not dare to turn a blind eye to it. If there was any mistake they would lose their heads. There was a long list of people from the county master to the prefect, all of them would be investigated. Some people would lose their official hats, which was no different from losing their heads. Fortunately, the martial arts club did not make things difficult for them. A young county military officer personally led the team. When he saw 3 unusual customs clearance documents, he immediately elbowed the head of a government official next to him. He leaned over and carefully read them. Then he respectfully returned them to the young woman. The young woman in front of him was not bad because she was from Jianghu. The other 2 customs clearance documents were actually custom made by the Ministry of Revenue of Dali and issued by the Ministry of Rights. Then the young military officer knew that even if he had 90 children with him, he could travel at will in Xianyu County of Qingyuan Commandery, let alone 9 children. Chen Pingan rarely got up so late. He walked out of the room late in the morning. As soon as he went out and stretched, he saw Pei Chen calmly doing the 6-step stance. Little fatty Qing Chaolu and 2 little girls were following him. Qing Chaolu walked seriously. Nalan Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan were just playing. Jiang Shangzhen covered his sleeves with his hands and squatted on the steps, looking at the martial arts club men who were either watching the boxing or watching the young women. Last night he chatted with the young man who claimed to be an educated man. Without spending a single copper coin, he learned about the grudge between the young martial artist Shifu and a certain mountain fairy. Hearing this, Jiang Shangzhen sighed incessantly, repeatedly saying that he shouldn't have done that. As soon as Chen Pingan went out, he was stopped by Su Yuanxia with 2 pots of wine. Su Yuanxia said that the best thing in the world to cure alcohol was to drink a cup of wine. Chen Pingan had no choice but to go back to the room and drink with Su Yuanxia early in the morning. There were wine cups in the room and a few new books on the table. There were books of Confucian sages, Taoist classics and literati's notes. A room that had been left for a friend had been tidied up neatly and tidily by an old man who was used to the pugilistic world over the years. Su Yuanxia heard about Chen Pingan's stories in Tongye continent. Su Yuanxia asked, "When you passed by Xuanhuan of Tsai country, did you enter the city to offer incense?" The old man was glad that he did not forget about jianghu etiquette. But he also thought that if the young man did not forget it, he would have a chance to say a few words. Chen Pingan took a sip of wine, put down the cup and said, "Of course I haven't forgotten. Su Yuanxia's master was of Jiaf Dali Commandery, she of Dali." Chen Pingan asked, "Are you really not going to Luopa Mountain with me to take a look?" Su Yuanxia smiled and shook her head. "No. You and Xuanhuan can come visit me later. As a big brother in Jianghu, I have to give face." Although she said that, the old man had to wait for his 2 young friends to come and drink with him. Chen Pingan did not try to persuade her anymore. Su Yuanxia reminded him, "You will be very busy when you go back to your hometown, so you don't have to rush to get Xuanhuan to drink with you. You can all do your own things. Let's try to drink 2 more times in the next 10 or 20 years. Otherwise it will be 2 people drinking and staring at each other. It will be boring. It is better to drink with 3 people. Let's make a deal. The next time we drink I will fight the 2 of you." Chen Pingan teased, 1 against 2? As long as there's a small dish to accompany the wine, he wouldn't say such drunken words. Su Yuanxia glanced at the long sword that Chen Pingan hung on the wall. She suddenly thought of an old immortal she had not seen for 10 years. However, although the words were good, they did not fit the situation. Su Yuanxia retracted her gaze and joked, "You know that I admire Su Zi's poems the most. In the future if you have the chance to meet Su Zi, remember to help me say a few words." A collection of Su Zi's poems that I have carried around for many years helped a Jianghu wanderer named Su Yuanxia save a lot of money. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, "No problem. In the future when I see that Su Zi, I'll have to ask him to comment on your doggerel. If that senior is easy to talk to, I'll shamelessly ask him to help you write the preface to your travel book. However, when talking over wine, it's always best to boast first. Whether or not you take it seriously depends on the depth of your wine cup. Xuanhuan shook the wine pot in her hand. There was not much left. She reached out and covered the wine cup on the table. She smiled and asked, "Same old rules?" Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. "Leave it for now." Xuanhuan was silent for a moment. Seeing that Qin Pingan did not move, she asked doubtfully, "Kid, why are you still not moving?" It was not easy to return to vast heaven from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It had been many years since he returned to Luopa Mountain. This kid must be in a hurry. Just like what Qin Pingan said just now, the first thing to do was to boast at the wine table. Last night, Qin Pingan drank too much and was a complete mess. His voice was not soft, but his alcohol tolerance was really good. Not only did he not get drunk, but he was also in high spirits. His eyes were brighter than those who did not drink. The young man said something that made Xuanhuan very soul-stirring and very fascinated. At first, Xuanhuan mistakenly thought that this young man was really someone who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Then, without warning, with a bang, he knocked his head on the table and passed out, snoring like thunder. Qin Pingan was stunned for a moment. He laughed and scolded, "Can't King stay here for a few more days? Is the dojo so poor that it can't even eat? If there isn't enough good wine, there should at least be tea." When he was young, he always thought that when he drank, he must drink the best wine, the most expensive wine. But in fact, he could drink any kind of wine on the table. Time was unforgiving. When he could afford to buy any kind of wine, he began to drink more tea. Even if he drank, he rarely drank with others. Xuanhuan laughed and said, "Well said." In the next few days, Xuanhuan brought Qin Pingan and the others to tour Xianyu County and the immortal sect deep in the mountains outside the city. The main reason was because of the man named Zhou Fei. For some reason, he hit it off with one of Xuanhuan's direct disciples. His name was Guochuanxi, who was heartbroken by a childhood sweetheart. He was in his 30s and was still single. He wished that he could soak himself in a wine jar every day. Otherwise, Guochuanxi would be the most promising of Xuanhuan's direct disciples. He had the potential to become a fifth-realm martial artist in this lifetime. In the jianghu of a small country, he could be considered as a martial arts master who could establish a sect. Zhou Fei privately found Xuanhuan and said that he wanted to bring Guochuanxi out for a walk. He knew some physiognomy and felt that Guochuanxi's face was that of someone from the mountains. He made a living in the dojo, practicing martial arts half-heartedly during the day and sleepwalking in a wine jar at night. It was a waste of talent. Xuanhuan trusted Qin Pingan's friend and did not stop them. She let Zhou Fei take Guochuanxi away. The immortal sect on the mountain was called Qingji sect. Its founder was an old immortal master who was at the sea viewing realm. It was said that there was also a chief consecrator at the Dragon Gate realm. The girl that Guochuanxi had been thinking about was not only a direct disciple of the founder hall of Qingji sect, but also one of the candidates for the next hill master. The immortal master of Qingji sect was actually the clearest about the depth of Xuanhuan's kung fu. This was because Xuanhuan had given her disciple Guochuanxi a dharma saber and went up the mountain to lecture him. The sect leader of Qingji sect could be considered reasonable and did not really break up the couple. However, in the end, that woman's heart was no longer at the foot of the mountain. She and Guochuanxi were not fated to be together. As her master, Xuanhuan was in a difficult position. Qin Pingan did not bring Pei Qian. He let her stay in the martial arts club to look after the children. Only Bai Xian, with his hands behind his back, followed them up the mountain to visit Qingji sect. The child followed beside Xuanhuan and imitated Master Chao, calling Xuanhuan elder brother Su. Xuanhuan knew that they were all children from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so she was very easy to talk to. She kept calling Xuanhuan younger brother Bai, which gave Bai Xian a very good impression of Xuanhuan. He made a private agreement with elder brother Su that he would be a guest elder of the martial arts school in the future. In the future, if anyone came to cause trouble, send a message to Luopa Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen silently remembered that Bai Xian called Xuanhuan brother Su a few times. Xuanhuan replied brother Bai a few times so that he could ask for credit from his senior sister later. As for the messy-haired and bearded Guochuanxi, he was inexplicably wearing a new set of clothes given to him by Zhou Fei. It was blue and had a pattern of mountains, rivers, and clouds. It was said that it was some kind of silk craft. Anyway, Guochuanxi did not understand it. It was light and felt like he was not wearing anything. Guochuanxi was not used to it. However, he was also wearing a pair of leather boots that were mended by a disciple. The sleeves were not short, but he did not dare to roll them up casually. He was afraid that it would spoil his taste. The man did not know where to put his hands. He was like an old woman who was covered in rouge and powder. When he smiled or raised his head, he would reveal his timidity. If others saw him, he would have to hold back his laughter. Of course, xianxia knew that it was a set of robes from the mountain. However, she could not tell its rank. She used telepathy to ask Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan replied, "It's a set of robes from the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. It's made of fairy silk and has a pattern of mountains and rivers. It's very famous on Tonggishao Mountain. This set of robes was given by Zhou Fei. Therefore it should be ranked as a magic treasure. I cast an immortal camouflage spell on Zhou Fei and suppressed the special ability of the robes, thread drawing. Otherwise, Guochuanxi would not be able to wear it. Once Zhou Fei removes the spell, the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers of Qingji sect will be reduced by half if the array formation of the Ancestral Master Hall cannot hold it back. The spiritual energy will be absorbed by the robes and integrated into the meridians." Xuanxia was even more curious. "What does your friend want to do? If this set of robes was worn by a Qi refinement warrior, would it be an offensive treasure?" Qin Pingan smiled and told the truth. "Zhou Fei does things as he pleases. He often has nothing better to do. We'll just have to get used to it." Xuanxia said, "Chuanxi is a pure martial artist with a low realm. In the eyes of people like you, he's not a martial arts genius. He won't be able to take the opportunity on the mountain, right?" Qin Pingan said, "Don't worry, Brother Su. Zhou Fei knows what he's doing. Just like the child they saved in the North Continent. After Jiang Shangzhen brought her to the Calligraphy Lake True Realm sect, she was named Zhou Caizhen on the Jade Gui sect's archives. It was probably Zhou from Zhou Fei, Kai from Li Kai, and Jiang Shangzhen from Zhen. After that, the two sect masters Sword Immortal Wei Ying, Immortal Lu Laoqing, Jade Pu Lu Jimao, Nascent Soul Li Fuyao and Golden Core Sword Cultivator Sui Yu all took good care of this child. In the entire Calligraphy Lake Palace Willow Island, where rules were strict and geniuses came forth in large numbers. For so many years, Zhou Caizhen, whose cultivation potential was not worth mentioning, was the well-deserved favorite. However, the little girl was more obedient and had not left the Calligraphy Lake until now. Instead, she often went to Lord Tianhu and a gatekeeper of the Verdant Canyon Island to have a heart-to-heart talk. This caused a child with no cultivation potential to be in the Immortals' Cave Realm through the Jiang clan's Ancestral Hall's Immortals' Secret Arts, the True Realm sect's Immortals' Money, and the Fortune on the Mountain. After Qin Pingan learned about it, he thanked Jiang Shangzhen from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Shangzhen replied, "Don't scold me." This caused Qin Ping's heart to feel guilty, and he brought up the topic of Jisei Peak's Ancestral Master Hall. In the next meeting, as the Mountain Chieftain, if there were any problems with the matter of the Chief Consecrator, he would definitely stand his ground against all opposition. Jiang Shangzhen looked at the Mountain Master who had an exceptionally sincere gaze. He then thought of Pei Qian's so-called second minister and the Mountain Master hurriedly returning to the Luopa Mountain. For no reason he thought of the phrase, "Good things don't need to wait too long." However, when he thought of the phrase, "A small amount of money can make the devil push the millstone, and a large amount of money can make the millstone push the devil," Jiang Shangzhen immediately calmed down. There was a reason why the family name was Zhou on the mountain. Jiang Shangzhen changed his name to Zhou Fei, and used this name to assume the position of honorary minister in the Luopa Mountain, which was included in the Jisei Peak's landscape register. This meant that Zhou Fei was no longer an empty alias. The child followed Jiang Shangzhen's surname of Zhou, and not Qin. This meant that Jiang Shangzhen had replaced Qin Pingan and accepted all the karma. Thanks to Xuanxia, the group of people not only passed through the mountain gate of the Qingji sect unimpeded, but the gatekeeper also sent a message to the Hall of Patriarchs, saying that old Master Su had come to visit. A close neighbor was better than a distant relative. The relationship between the Qingji sect and Xuanxia was not bad. After all, she was a sixth realm martial artist who liked to travel when she was young, so she could not be underestimated. However, as Xuanxia grew older, some of the original rumors became less and less important. Therefore, after the Hall of Patriarchs received the message, they did not disturb the sect master's meditation. Only a direct disciple showed up. He was a cultivator of the cave realm, the middle 5 realms, 60 years old. He was also one of the potential candidates for the position of mountain master and the sect master's direct disciple. His name was Kai Xian. Today he was in charge of receiving the group of people led by Xuanxia. On the way up the mountain, Xuanxia respectfully accompanied the last seat, so the sect master of the Qingji sect would definitely be willing to end his closed-door meditation. However, since it was old martial artist Su who took the lead, the rest of the people who were accompanying them on the way up the mountain did not receive such treatment. Kai Xian stood on the steps of the mountain top, respectfully welcoming the distinguished guests. Su Yuanxia saluted from afar. "Greetings, immortal Master Kai." With a smile on his face, Kai Xian saluted back, "Headmaster Su." In fact, Kai Xian had been sizing up the group of people beside Su Yuanxia. As for Guo Chuanxi, who had changed into a bright outfit, he only glanced at him. There was no need to pay more attention to him. Beside Guo Chuanxi, there was a handsome man with long and narrow eyes. He was wearing a purple robe made of silk and satin, which made him look like a descendant of a rich family. There was also a scholarly man in a green robe with a warm smile. When Su Yuanxia saluted, the man also saluted, but he did not speak. There was also a little kid in white who did not have eyes on his forehead but on the sky. With his hands behind his back, Su Yuanxia saluted and did not move. When the man in green robe saluted, the child then saluted reluctantly. At the top of the mountain there was a large immortal mansion. Clouds and smoke lingered, and the immortal aura was faintly discernible. Qin Pingan looked around. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said telepathically, "What's wrong? Is there a secret?" Qin Pingan answered, "No. It's just a matter of time. Once bitten, twice shy. I'm worried that there's an otherworldly expert like Pei Min hiding here." Jiang Shangzhen said helplessly, "What do you mean?" Qin Pingan smiled, "Isn't Sect Master Jiang standing right here?" Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin, "That makes sense." On Qingji Sect's mountain, there was actually a game of mirror flower moon in the water today. It was a game of chess between two fairies in a pavilion. However, it was not close. It was near the cliff and a few miles away from the mountain road. Kai Xian originally wanted to make a pot of tea and send the guests down the mountain. However, after glancing at Guo Chuanxi, he changed his mind and invited the group to the cliff's observation platform. He only told them the rules of the mountain and told them to remember not to enter the eyes of the mirror flower moon in the water. Kai Xian was very detailed and said that it was best to stay at least 90 steps away from the pavilion. The group followed the rules and walked along a tree-lined path on the mountain ridge. After the view suddenly opened up, they stopped early and saw the small pavilion with a raised eave and a horizontal board with the words, "Gao Zai" hanging from it. There are pavilions with wings, danger is high, Gao Zai Pavilion. Qin Pingan felt that this name was not bad. When it came to naming things, whether it was the name of a sect or a sect, the name of a flying sword or the carving of a mountain and river cliff, the person who came later would be at a disadvantage. It was similar to the principle of writing poems. Qin Pingan could not help but ask in his mind, in the vast world, is there a pavilion named Gao Zai Pavilion elsewhere? Jiang Shangzhen smiled, if there aren't 100, there should be at least a few dozen. Qin Pingan nodded, then I won't be polite. Anyway, there was already a mountain and river pavilion on Jisei Peak, so one more Gao Zai Pavilion would not make a difference. Qin Pingan looked at Guo Chuanxi. The middle-aged man looked absent-minded and his eyes were wide open. He was staring blankly at a young woman playing chess in the pavilion. Qin Pingan retracted his gaze and looked at the pavilion again. In fact, he was a little surprised because the fairy on the mountain who was playing chess with the female cultivator of Qingji sect in the pavilion was dressed like a Taoist woman. She did not wear a Taoist crown on her head. Instead, she had a bun in the shape of a plum blossom and a line of small words was engraved on it. Qin Pingan had heard of the Green Plum Temple in Nantang Lake. It was said that the plum blossom in the cottage was the thickest in spring. It was a small Taoist immortal home because he once met a female cultivator named Zhou Qianglin on the mountain road to the west of his hometown. At that time she was with Xuanhuan and Lu Yunrun. Qin Pingan still remembered clearly that after they separated, Pei Qian had a good impression of her. At that time Qin Pingan was very surprised. Pei Qian said that in Zhou Qianglin's Heart Lake, there were many poor, skinny children in ragged clothes. She was very sad when she looked at an empty rice bowl. Jiang Shangzhen's eyes were sharp. He immediately noticed the clues and asked, "Does Hill Master know this sister? Should we greet her?" Qin Pingan shook his head, "I don't know her. I only heard of the Green Plum Temple in Nantang Lake." Jiang Shangzhen laughed, "The Green Plum Temple is a small sect. The entire Nantang Lake is gone. How can it be a small Taoist temple with no legs? Fortunately, there were not many casualties. Therefore, the fairies and sisters who came from the Taoist temple could no longer cultivate in peace. They had no choice but to wander around and beg for alms, which made people pity them. When I was the suzerain of the Booksword Lake, I even bought a plum tree in the Green Plum Temple to watch the catoptric mirage. It's a pity that I can no longer see the scene of the plum blossoms reach out and the beauty. Qin Pingan said helplessly, a whole plum tree? Jiang Shangzhen nodded, of course. Every time the catoptric mirage opens, other people have to throw a small snow to get the treatment. I only have to throw a snow and spend money to get it. It's such a good deal. Qin Pingan laughed. After throwing snow you spend money, get called brother a few times and then throw a small snow? Jiang Shangzhen said helplessly, anyway, I don't often watch the catoptric mirage. I have hundreds of them in my heaven and earth in the sleeve. I'm very busy and have to be careful all year round. I strive to be fair and not let any of the sisters be left out. Mountain Chieftain, you think it's very simple? It's more tiring than cultivating in your free time. Cultivating in your free time. Earning money and spending money was your main job. Only Jiang Shangzhen could say such thunderstruck words. Most importantly, it was the truth. The young mountain chieftain at the side did not know that Jiang Shangzhen had used the catoptric mirage to buy a plum tree in the Green Plum Temple in his early years. Therefore, every time Big Brother Zhou, who used the pseudonym Zhou Qingxin, opened his mouth, the fairy sisters in the Green Plum Temple would smile sweetly and say that they would stop for a moment under a 1,000-year-old plum tree to touch the branches. Otherwise, how could there be the saying of, the plum blossoms make up in the beauty? Qin Pingan suddenly turned his head and smiled at the Green Plum Sect's Kai Cave, who was very good at reading people's expressions. He asked, Immortal Master Kai, how can I view the catoptric mirage on this mountain? Kai Xian laughed, you can buy a green jade Ganoderma. It's not expensive. 5 snow will cost you money. According to the current market price on the mountain, it's about 6,000 taels of silver at the foot of the mountain. Since you're Headmaster Su's friend, we won't talk about the premium of the Immortal Master's money. If you buy this item, we'll give you a landscape book that explains the catoptric mirage. Kai Xian thought for a moment and added, it's just that I don't have the green jade Ganoderma with me. If you're really interested, I'll take you to the Ganoderma Hall later. In addition to the green jade Ganoderma, there are actually many more rare spiritual weapons on the mountain. In addition, we also sell some small and exquisite handpieces and stationery. They're all carefully refined and carved from our sect's unique green plum jade. The prices vary. Jiang Shangzhen smiled. This Kai Cave was quite good at dealing with people. As a cultivation genius in the middle 5 realms, he knew how to take the initiative to give others a way out without being overbearing. No wonder Guochuanxi lost to Kai Cave. It wasn't just the difference between the clouds and mud at the foot of the mountain. That Qingji sect female cultivator was also in the immortal realm. She glanced over at Guochuanxi and nodded politely at him. Then she smiled at Kai Xian. They weren't a pair of immortal Taoist companions holding hands in the wind. They didn't have that kind of amorous gaze. Qingji sect was a small immortal sect. 2 young immortals in the immortal realm. Whoever became the headmaster in the future would be in the bag. The current headmaster would probably be happy to see it happen. Otherwise, if it were the other 2 direct disciples of the ancestral hall, they would fight and hurt the harmony. If one of them left in a fit of anger, it would be even more painful. However, it seemed that the immortal and Kai Xian hadn't done anything yet. In fact, there would still be accidents. For example, if Kai Xian broke through the realm too quickly and became the first cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm in the history of Qingji sect, she, as the headmaster, would have to look down on him from the top of the mountain again. It was exactly the same as how she looked down on Guochuanxi when she entered the mountain. It was a pity that the old immortal in the sea-viewing realm was arrogant and didn't show up. Otherwise, he would be able to see the unusual robe on Guochuanxi and things would become very interesting after that. For example, when the female cultivator went down the mountain to visit her family and passed by the martial arts school in Xianyu County, her down-and-out childhood sweetheart, the sloppy man, actually became spirited again and went out for a long journey. He disappeared without a trace. After returning to the mountain, the headmaster asked again. The more the female cultivator thought about it, the more mysterious it became. The more she thought about it, the more she missed him. Since then she was worried about her gains and losses. A name that she had almost completely forgotten kept circling in her mind. Forget it, she would just take it as Brother Gua throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person. The mountain was long and leisurely. There was no hurry. There would be a time when they would meet again. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the female cultivator's Qi residence. It was more difficult for her to enter the Jindan realm, but there was a great chance for her to become a cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm. For a secluded immortal clan like Qingji sect, being able to find such a potential Taoist cultivator was already considered to be a blessing in disguise. However, Jiang Shangzhen still felt more sentimental. The other person playing chess in the pavilion, the little girl from the Green Plum Monastery, had a hard time earning money. She even had to come to a small mountain like the Catoptric Deflection sect. Since he was acquainted with his own mountain chieftain, Xianxia secretly threw down a small coin. Then, using his thoughts, he sent a secret message to the mountain restriction of the Catoptric Deflection sect. Do you know Big Brother Zhou? The female cultivator from Qingji sect was confused, but she couldn't help but feel happy. The spiritual qi of the entire small piece of chess was rippling. The small pavilion was close by, but the spiritual qi was suddenly abundant, making people intoxicated as if they were drunk. The young female cultivator from the Green Plum Temple was even more excited. She put down the chess piece in her hand and suddenly stood up. Facing outside the cliff, she bowed and then asked, "Zhou Qingxian? Immortal Master Zhou?" Jiang Shangzhen was just about to reply, "Don't call him Immortal Master Zhou. Call him Big Brother Zhou." However, he was elbowed by Qin Pingan. He had no choice but to throw another small piece of chess and change it to, "Big Brother Zhou has something to do today. Let's talk next time." Qin Pingan frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "If the Green Plum Temple on the mountain is slightly relaxed, wouldn't it also be a kind of mountain and water bulletin?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "This is a precedent set by the Dali Imperial Court. In fact, in the beginning the Green Plum Temple and the Green Plum Temple were banned. However, the Aquarius continent ignored the rules of the Confucian Temple and restarted the Green Plum Temple. However, the Aquarius continent didn't care about the rules of the Confucian Temple and restarted the Green Plum Temple. However, the Aquarius continent didn't talk about the war. Otherwise, it would be recorded by the Ministry of Rights of each country. If the Dali cultivators came to find them, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Since the war had ended, there was no reason for them to suffer. Of course, there were some stubborn immortals on the mountain who didn't take it seriously. They felt that the Dali dynasty, whose territory had been reduced by half and whose territory would continue to shrink, couldn't take care of itself. As for the end result, it wasn't surprising. The Song clan was really insidious. They secretly dealt with a large group of immortals who didn't abide by the rules. They didn't announce it to the whole continent. They only announced it when they gathered 50 immortals. Not only did the Confucian Temple of Central Plains not punish the Dali dynasty, they even followed suit. Two words popped up in Qin Pingan's mind: sticking to the pole and fishing. Jiang Shangzhen lamented. On the Baopian Island mountain, it was said that Dali and the old minister of the Ministry of Rights, Lu Qingfeng, did this. This guy didn't leave any way out for himself. However, according to the behind-the-scenes news from the True State sect, it was actually the idea of Zhao Yao, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice in Dali's capital. The young people who came out of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, especially the scholars, are indeed ruthless. However, this shows that Lu Qingfeng has a heart of stone even more. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I've known Lu Qingfeng for a long time. He's very pragmatic and very powerful. He walks the path of a saint inside and a king outside. He doesn't have the spirit of a scholar at all. Most of the time he doesn't even look like a Confucian disciple." If Lu Qingfeng was a cultivator, Zhao Yao wouldn't have had much of a chance to become the imperial tutor. In fact, many of the ideas of scholars are too vague. Without a gradual ladder to climb, they can't support some strange ideas at all. Lu Qingfeng is completely different. He's very good at creating momentum and he doesn't even rely on others. When I was able to leave the Summer Palace and go to the Spring Banner House in the inverted Xian Mountain, I paid special attention to Lu Qingfeng's official deeds. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. "A scholar who can be praised by you is of course very powerful." The chess game in the pavilion was still going on. The young female Taoist priest of the Green Plum Temple and the female cultivator of the Qingji sect were playing chess while talking about the Zhou Qingxian, who spent a lot of money and his relationship with the Green Plum Temple. Hearing this, the latter was shocked. There was actually such a great cultivator in the world who spent immortal money like it was silver? Could it be that he was a land immortal whose realm was high enough to reach the clouds? Qin Pingan and the others left the Qingji sect mountain. Before going down the mountain, Qin Pingan took out 10 pieces of snow and bought 2 green jade Ganoderma. He went to the foot of the mountain and gave it to Xianxia. Xianxia said with a smile, "What do I need this thing for? The martial arts school's little property can't even afford to use it twice." Qin Pingan explained, "If it's really urgent and it takes too long to send a letter, you can go to the Qingji sect mountain and use the green jade Ganoderma. I'll come as soon as possible." Xianxia laughed angrily and said, "Are you guarding the green jade Ganoderma temple every day in Luapa Mountain? You're a mountain lord. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Qin Pingan said, Of course I won't watch it every day. Someone will pay attention to it. After all, I'm a mountain lord. There are still a few guests who worship me. Xianxia asked, So you want something to happen to me? Qin Pingan thought about it and agreed. It was indeed inauspicious. He had to put away the green jade Ganoderma. After thinking about it, he threw it to Jiang Shangzhen and said, You like it? It's for you. Jiang Shangzhen put it in his sleeve and didn't refuse. The martial arts school still had people who made money as bodyguards. Everyone rode on a few short horses. Bai Xian probably felt that the horse was too hot, so he stood up and stood on the horse behind Jiang Shangzhen with his hands behind his back. Without waiting for Master Chao to speak, Bai Xian said that he would sit down obediently if he met someone on the road. Bai Xian suddenly patted Jiang Shangzhen's head and said, Old brother Zhou, why are you galloping so fast? You're even slower than me walking on 2 legs. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, Why don't you lie on the ground and walk on 5 legs? How many years had it been since he rode a horse in Jianghu? Jiang Shangzhen thought about it carefully. It was about a few hundred years. It was all thanks to the mountain lord. Bai Xian was angry. He bent down and wrapped his arms around Jiang Shangzhen's neck. How dare you? How dare you talk to me like that? Qin Pingan and Su Yuanxia rode at the front. When Qin Pingan turned his head, Bai Xian immediately let go of his hand and rubbed Jiang Shangzhen's head. Then he patted Jiang Shangzhen's cheeks and said, Ride slower. Your face is covered in dust. Old brother Zhou is not handsome anymore. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, Bai Xian, you can also rely on your face to make a living in the future. If Luopa Mountain has catoptric deflection, you will be the boss in a few decades or 100 years. Bai Xian sneered and said, I can't afford to lose face like that. Qin Pingan heard this and turned his head to look at Bai Xian. Bai Xian immediately knew that something was wrong and said anxiously, Master Chao, we can't be too greedy. Nailin little money grubber, Yao little muddlehead, he nerd, you little Taoist, they're so suitable for this. Me cross-eyed and dead fish, I can't do it. Even Qing Chaolu, the little chef, is better than the 3 of us. Qin Pingan turned his head and ignored the little bastard who liked to give people nicknames. Guochuanxi, who was riding side by side with Jiang Shangzhen, suddenly said, Big brother Zhou, you and Qin Pingan are both from the mountain, right? If they weren't from the mountain, they couldn't take out so much immortal money. 2 treasures from the mountain, 10,000 taels of silver, were given to the Qingji sect without blinking an eye. Guochuanxi really didn't expect that his master would have such a jianghu friend. Jiang Shangzhen took out a green jade Ganoderma from his sleeve and threw it to Guochuanxi. He laughed and said in his mind, Take this with you. Can be a meeting gift in the future. Go to a place called Book Slip Lake Palace Willow Island and find an old woman named Li Fuyao. Tell her that you and a guy named Zhou Fei are good brothers. In the future, let her take you to the mountain to cultivate. Tell her that if you don't reach the cave realm in 50 years, even if my eyes are bad, it's Brother Guo's fault for not being lucky enough. At that time, let her beat us brothers to death. Brother Guo, do you dare to go? Guochuanxi took the 5,000 to 6,000 taels of silver in a panic. The man couldn't even learn the secret jianghu technique of condensing sound into a thread from his master. It wasn't that his master didn't teach him, but he couldn't and didn't want to learn. Other than drinking and talking nonsense, the man didn't even have the mood to talk to others. Guochuanxi laughed, What's there to be afraid of? It's hard to say whether I can live for another 50 years. I've never been to any jianghu in my life. The farthest place I've been was the county town next door. The martial arts club didn't even call me because I drank too much. Indeed, I should learn from my master. While my legs are still nimble, I should go out and have a look. A living person can't be suffocated to death by urine. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and nodded, Let's make it clear in advance. This trip to Book Slip Lake is far away and there will be many accidents. Remember to be careful along the way. If you die on the way, I won't collect your corpse. Guochuanxi laughed heartily, I've been dead for many years. Why would I be afraid of this? Bai Xian glanced at the man and gave him a thumbs up. In his hometown there were many drunkards like Guochuanxi. Qin Pingan asked Jiang Shangzhen telepathically, Jade Gui sect, Cloud Cave Blessed Land, and Zhenjing sect. Other than the Mountain Rivers Gazette that you guys control on the surface, how much do you have? Jiang Shangzhen laughed, There are many, no less than 10. To be honest, if it wasn't for me back then, the ancestral hall of the Divine Seal Peak would not have been willing to spend this money. Qin Pingan nodded, Over at Tongyi Continent, Cloud Cave Blessed Land controls the Mountain Rivers Gazette. Lend it to me for a while. Of course, I have to settle the accounts cleanly. Every time I get the scribes on the mountain to write the Mountain Rivers Gazette, it will be recorded in the accounts. It will be settled once every 10 years. As for the Aquarius continent and North continent, I'll pave the way myself. Xianxia asked, at the crucial moment I'll get someone to scold you? Qin Pingan laughed, what else? Xianxia said, it's not easy to know what to do. Qin Pingan said, isn't the best thing to say in the world the words of justice? Xianxia sighed, the Mountain Rivers Gazette that I fiddled with previously, it just so happened that the word justice was missing. Qin Pingan laughed and replied, don't have the heart to harm others, but don't have the heart to guard against others. After a moment of silence, Xianxia laughed, you bunch of scholars. Some Mountain Rivers Gazettes combined with some Mountain Rivers Gazettes could gather many mountain cultivators that could not be hidden. They could just let it be for a few decades or 100 years. During this period, as long as Luopa Mountain paid attention and recorded the words of righteous indignation, they could follow the vine to the melon, and casually find out the big and small mountain records. Raising fish. To be able to have such a telepathic connection with the young mountain lord, to be able to speak with him, and to think far ahead without hindrance, Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan could easily do it. Secretly supporting a few Mountain Rivers Gazettes that were, allow me to say a few words of justice, and at the same time paying attention to the future of the Aquarius continent's Mountain Rivers Gazettes. Qin Pingan actually already had a candidate in mind, the blind old Taoist from Riding Dragon Alley Jia Cheng, and the bookkeeper of Luopa Mountain Zhang Jiazhen. But Qin Pingan missed the summer palace of the past. In truth, the hidden official sword cultivators were all experts, even if they personally went to the battlefield to write the Mountain Rivers Gazettes, they were all experts. Lin Junbai Gu Jianlong Chao Gun Xian Qin, when the matters of the sect and the lower sect are settled, it was time to make a trip to the Central Plains Divine Continent. Returning to the county's martial arts dojo, Qin Pingan took down the sword from the wall and carried it on his back. Xianxia, who was sitting at the table, stood up. Qin Pingan was about to say something that he had long prepared, but he did not expect the old man to wave his hand and walk in front of him. He stretched out his hand to tidy up Qin Pingan's clothes and scolded softly, smelly brat, you think that Xianxia's entire life is just to drink with you too? After returning to my hometown for so many years, do you think I have been waiting for you two to come and see me every day? Of course not, opening the dojo, drinking with my friends in the jianghu, building relationships with the government, teaching my disciples martial arts in the day, revising the Mountain Rivers Gazettes at night, I am very busy. When people come to this world they have to go through this journey, and when they live to my age they will live if they can, and when they should leave they will leave. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. Xianxia took 2 steps back and nodded her head with a smile. Qin Pingan's appearance was rather decent, and was slightly more handsome than Zhang Shanfeng. The old man finally said, in the wilderness under the 3 bright moons, many swordsmen died in foreign lands, but didn't they all leave just like that? Think about them and then look at Xianxia, you shouldn't dawdle like a girl. Qin Pingan cupped his fists. Brother Su, take care. The white-haired old man straightened his back and cupped his fists. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. Have a safe journey. The group of people left Xianyu County on foot. At a secluded place, Jiang Shangzhen shook his sleeves and kept the group of children into his heaven and earth sleeve. Then with Qin Pingan and Pei Qian he rode the wind to the cloud boat ferry. In fact, the ferry was only 300 li away from Qingji Sect's mountain. However, the immortals were obstructing their vision. Based on the old immortal who liked to cultivate in peace, he would not be able to find it even if he kept his eyes wide open for a few hundred years. On this journey to the north, the ferry would naturally pass by the great blasphemy that entered the sea in front of the Yunlin Jiang clan's house. Qin Pingan walked to the bow of the ferry and looked down at the great blasphemy that meandered like a dragon. Jiang Shangzhen and Pei Qian came to his side. Pei Qian said softly, Master, that Wang Zhu seems to be in seclusion in a secret realm under the sea. There are signs of her breaking through the realm. Qin Pingan nodded. As the only true dragon in the world, GQ gathered a lot of luck in her body. When Wang Zhu was still at the bottleneck of the immortal realm, she could be regarded as half an ascendant realm. As such, she was able to fight Fei Fei in a fierce battle, and in the battlefield of Old Dragon City, she was able to take a blow from Yuan Shou's staff with all his might, but she only suffered some minor injuries and her Grand Dao Foundation had not been harmed. Jiang Shangzhen leaned on the railing and sighed. If it weren't for Lady Qing Zhong of Lushui Pit, who was conferred the title of Rain Master by the Confucian Temple, who commanded all the flood dragons on the land and took a part of the vast water luck, Wang Zhu, this little girl, would really be lawless once she came out of seclusion and entered the Ascendant Realm. Qin Pingan's eyes were dark and obscure. He said, "She has always been good at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Besides, there will only be one person who can suppress her. Anyway, no matter who it is, there will always be someone who can suppress her." Jiang Shangzhen said, "That mud bottle alley of yours is the most frightening one to walk through. Not to mention the mountain master, the vassal King Songmu is now in Pedu. His maidservant is a true dragon who is about to enter the Ascendant Realm. His ancestral home is the old Chao family over there. Chao Shi and Chao Jun are two sword immortals. Moreover, Gu Qin is in White Emperor City and is doing very well. It is said that a few years ago, when she went down the mountain for the second time to gain experience, she pestered a pure Jade Realm cultivator who was born as a wild cultivator and talked to him for several years. Every day she fought and talked. That pure Jade Realm wild cultivator was almost driven crazy by Gu Qin. In the end, he accompanied Gu Qin back to White Emperor City." Qin Pingan asked, "Is it because that pure Jade Realm wild cultivator is afraid of White Emperor City or has long coveted the Dao techniques of White Emperor City?" Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. "It's not that. It's just that his Dao heart can't endure Gu Qin's." Qin Pingan was silent. When it came to patience among the three of them, Gu Qin, who was the youngest, had always been the best. Whenever he thought of the snot-nosed bug, he would think of Lu Xianyang. When he thought of Lu Xianyang, he would immediately think of someone he did not know. He immediately diverted his thoughts and thought of Situ Longqiu, who seemed to have some feelings for Lu Xianyang. He thought of this sword cultivator who was at the Dragon Gate Realm bottleneck on Yuhu Street. He could not help but think of the old and new 5 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he thought of this, he thought of Pei Min's 3 absolutes of the noble splendor of Cui Dong's 3 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he thought of this, he thought of Pei Min's 3 absolutes of the noble Dao. When he thought of Cui Dong's 3 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he immediately turned his thoughts back to the 5 absolutes. Alliance's gambling behavior was the best. He washed his hair with saliva. Old Def's words were human. Lu Ji's outstanding beauty and great sword Immortal Mi's ancient affections could not hold him back. Situ Longqiu's swearing was true. Gu Jinlong's words were fair. Dong Haitan's spending money like flowing water. Wang Xinshui's "I can pay before the fight, but after the fight, it's on me." Qin Pingan was also leaning on the railing. A cool breeze brushed past his face. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, "You have to pay attention to the matter of thoughts. Once it truly manifests, it's equivalent to half of an otherworldly demon. Although I haven't experienced such a thing, any idiot on the mountain knows that it's very troublesome." Qin Pingan nodded. "I'm changing it. This was the aftereffect of being at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for too long. Cultivating one's power was slightly better, but cultivating one's heart had always been a double-edged sword since ancient times." Qin Pingan did not want to walk the path of scholar Yang Ning's severing 3 corpses, which was too close to Taoism. However, there was once a monk in the mountains who clearly told Qin Pingan that studying Buddhism was not an escape from Zen. With this sentence, Qin Pingan felt much more at ease. Therefore, when Qin Pingan asked Yao Xianji if the young monk lived in a certain temple in Shitongyi continent, it was actually because he wanted to take the initiative to find a solution. It would be best if it could help him find his true self. The Buddhist Dharma of the Ox-Head Zen only had one sentence: verdant bamboos are all dharmakaya, yellow flowers are nothing but prajna. It was still not enough. Even if Qin Pingan used this to extend his understanding and said another sentence, when the lotus does not fall, the prajna flowers will bloom on their own, it was still not enough. Qin Pingan suddenly looked up at the sky, then lowered his head and looked at the great blasphemy, all the way to the center of the Aquarius continent. He said, "I'll go to the great blasphemy temple and meet up near the capital." Jiang Shangzhen said, "The mountain lord's hands-off boss has reached the acme of perfection." Pei Qian asked, "I'll go with master?" Qin Pingan shook his head and laughed. "The imperial sword is extremely fast, you can't keep up." Pei Qian nodded. Qin Pingan stretched out 2 fingers and swiped forward. "Let's go." The long sword was unsheathed and as fast as lightning, it shot straight into the sky. Qin Pingan bent his knees slightly and rose from the ground. The entire cloud boat ferry sank along with him, and actually directly dropped a few hundred feet into a large sea of clouds. Pei Qian looked up at the direction where his master flashed and disappeared, and very quickly, he used all his strength to see but still could not see any trace of him. He scratched his head. "I really can't keep up." Jiang Shangzhen laughed. The will of a sword immortal, the physique of a martial artist, using all his strength to control the sword, You are after all still at the peak of the mountain, it would be strange if you could keep up. Otherwise, how could your master ask the sword? Pei Min? Pei Qian asked curiously, if you had caught up to my master's sword-seeking battle and little senior brother. Master was a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator, a martial artist. Zhou Fei was an immortal realm sword cultivator who had fallen from the ascendant realm. Little senior brother was at the bottleneck of the immortal realm. There was no need to say anything more about master. The other two were extremely proficient in fighting and escaping. Spells, divine abilities, dharma treasures and trump cards were even more plentiful. If Pei Min was not a sword cultivator, but just an ordinary ascendant realm chi refinement warrior, Pei Qian did not even need to ask such a question. If he fell into the hands of master and the other two, he would either be beaten to death alive or slowly exhausted to death. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen said almost the same words as Cui Dongshan, there are ways to save one's life, and there are ways to fight desperately. Pei Qian leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. Lord Jiang, thank you. Jiang Shangzhen looked into the distance and smiled. Thank me for rushing to Mirage City? Pei Qian shook his head. Thank you for the Cloud Cave blessed land, which allowed me to meet master earlier. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. He could keep up with the young master's thoughts, but he really could not keep up with Pei Qian's thoughts. Pei Qian looked indifferent. Lord Jiang, in the future if there is someone who is not suitable for you to fight, let me know and I will go to ask the sword-seeking battle. But you have to promise not to tell my master, and if master knows later, he will not be too angry. Jiang Shangzhen said with a bright smile, deal. Pei Qian smiled and squinted his eyes. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly became sneaky and asked softly, Senior sister, why did I hear that Lu Yuzhou has some thoughts about you? Pei Qian looked suspicious then shook his head. That can't be. Who would be so stupid to spread such rumors? I only met him once at Lei Gong Temple and did not talk to him anyway. He looked like a fool. Pei Qian truly felt that it was impossible. Why would he like her and she was not good looking? Pei Qian's only impression of the Baijin continent's Lu family was that they were rich, and when he was traveling alone in the Duan dynasty, Pei Qian had personally experienced it. As for Lu Yuzhou, his only impression of him was that the fool's bamboo robe looked extremely valuable. In the sky, a green-robed man hovered on his sword. Qin Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands as he looked down at the world. It was a pity that the current Aquarius continent did not have any Confucian temple sage to oversee the sky curtain. Qin Pingan took a step forward, his figure falling to the ground, and his sword automatically returned to its sheath. About 10 li away from the Great Disrespect Temple, a green robe landed. There was a lot of traffic on the official road. Qin Pingan walked beside the Great Disrespect Temple, removed the camouflage and turned around with a smile. Excuse me, Mr. Su. A man with a sword behind his back appeared out of thin air, smiled and nodded. I was wondering who was so daring to fall from the sky like this. The Mahist Ranger, Sword Immortal Su Ruo. Qin Pingan bowed with his hands folded in front. Su Ruo returned the gesture. The two of them walked towards the Great Disrespect Temple. Qin Pingan asked, Lin Shuyi is still the temple attendant? Su Ruo shook his head. Unfortunately, Lin Shuyi has just left his position in the temple and returned to Cliff Academy, and will soon be appointed as the deputy hill master. Qin Pingan asked, Does Cliff Academy have a new hill master? Su Ruo nodded. Qin Pingan had already handed over a bottle of moonlight wine. Su Ruo naturally took the bottle, took a sip and praised the wine. It's a great gentleman from Lakeview Academy, Qin Pingan. You won't hold a grudge against him, right? Qin Pingan smiled. Why would you say that? There's no such thing. Su Ruo walked Qin Pingan all the way to the square outside the Great Disrespect Temple, and half-jokingly said in her mind, Between you and me, let's just drink. It's best if we don't talk about swords. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. It's very difficult. Su Ruo turned and left. In the eyes of ordinary people he was just a lazy man. Qin Pingan straightened his clothes and walked towards the temple gate alone. Qin Pingan suddenly stopped and turned to look at the three people. Most of them were acquaintances. The former neighbor of Clay Bottle Alley, Song Jisin. Now the vassal of Dali, Song Mu. Ma Xuanhuan of Apricot Blossom Alley. There was also a young Earth Immortal Realm cultivator whom Su Ruo didn't know. He was undoubtedly a sword cultivator, but his martial arts fate was a bit unusual. Perhaps it was the half-friend that Ma Xuanhuan had described as half-friend. Yu Shiwu, a sword cultivator of Martial Mountain. This person seemed to be called the third Li Tuanjing of the Aquarius continent, because the second Li Tuanjing once belonged to Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. However, it was said that Wei Jin was now a great sword immortal. This praise for Wei Jin's excellent talent in sword cultivation seemed to have become a curse, so Su Ruo had to let bygones be bygones. Ma Kuxuan clicked his tongue and said, "The third battle. I've waited for more than 20 years. Qin Pingan, you're really something." Qin Pingan turned around and faced the three people. He smiled and said, "One of the young candidates. I can't afford to offend him." Yu Shiwu stopped and raised his hands. "Don't drag me into a battle between immortals." Song Jisun stood shoulder to shoulder with him and nodded. "Same." Ma Kuxuan continued walking forward, his eyes blazing. "The wildlands Qiyu, the azure immortal mountains Chunqing, and the young Jiang Taigong. One is one of the top 10 and the other two are substitutes. I've already seen them all. Ordinary, very ordinary. They don't live up to their names." Qin Pingan smiled. "Then I'll fight with you? It seems like all three battles will be the same. Let's make it clear first. Don't do it more than 3 times. Cherish this last chance." Ma Kuxuan stopped and crossed his fingers. He pressed down lightly. "Where shall we fight?" Qin Pingan said, "Let's call it a day. It's up to you whether you want to go to Martial Mountain or Luapa Mountain." Ma Kuxuan smiled. "Why don't we fight here?" Qin Pingan was silent for a moment. He suddenly smiled and shook his head. "Let's call it a day." Song Jisun walked towards Qin Pingan. "Do you mind if we fight together?" Qin Pingan didn't say anything. In the end, the two of them walked towards the entrance of the ancestral temple and stepped over the threshold. The person he truly feared wasn't Ma Kuxuan, but Yu Shiwu, who had made up his mind to watch from the sidelines. Ma Kuxuan and Yu Shiwu stayed outside. The latter smiled and said, "If we fight, I don't think we can win." Ma Kuxuan knew Yu Shiwu's temper. He wasn't insinuating or fanning the flames. This half-friend either didn't speak or spoke the truth. When Ma Kuxuan first went to Martial Mountain, he hated this blabbermouth Yu Shiwu the most. However, after staying on the mountain for so long, he didn't hate him anymore. According to seniority, the young Yu Shiwu was Ma Kuxuan's martial granduncle. Simply put, Yu Shiwu was Martial Mountain's martial granduncle. As for how he got his seniority at such a young age, it was like he had fallen from the sky. The reason why Su Bai went to Martial Mountain in the past was that he followed the two military grandfathers with the surnames Jiang and Wei to win Snow Temple and Martial Mountain respectively. As for Yu Shiwu, he only needed to address the two military grandfathers of the Central Divine Continent as Martial Granduncle and Martial Granduncle. After a great battle that engulfed two heavens, the wind and rain would always blow away the wind and rain. Countless people met their ends, but at the same time the truth came to light and the times arose. There were many who struggled to overcome it and rose to prominence. However, Ma Kuxuan hadn't fought with that guy for the third time. It was hard to say whether it would be him or him. However, Ma Kuxuan was sure that it wouldn't be Qiyu, Chunqing or Su Bai. As for Yu Shiwu, he was half a friend. As a Qi refinement warrior, he relied too much on martial arts fate. Moreover, his appetite was too big. He could only wait. Even if the military grandfathers received permission from the Confucian Temple to give Yu Shiwu 2 portions of martial arts fate, he still needed 2 more portions. Now that the great battle had ended, this guy could only continue to stare. This was probably all part of Embroidered Tiger's plan. The Confucian Temple and the 2 military grandmasters of the Central Plains could only accept it. Ma Kuxuan and Yu Shiwu walked to the Great Blasphemy Water. Ma Kuxuan chewed on a grass root and held the back of his head with his hands. Yu Shiwu sat at the side and sighed. "Qin Pingan seems to have seen through my roots. He is indeed a martial artist who has reached the peak of martial arts." Ma Kuxuan smiled. "It's not like I'm at the 11th level." Yu Shiwu persuaded, "Ma Kuxuan, listen to me. Don't fight this time." Ma Kuxuan leaned back and crossed his legs. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Do you really think that if I don't go to him, that guy won't come to me?" Yu Shiwu was puzzled. "You don't like to talk about your hometown. I wasn't curious about it in the past. Do you have an unsolvable feud with Qin Pingan?" Ma Kuxuan spat out the grass that he chewed and closed his eyes to rest. He did not give an answer. Some things were too old to be forgotten. Someone had to tear them apart. Walking slowly in the ancestral temple, Song Jisun smiled and asked, "When will you return the 3 books to me?" Previously, the two of them had each offered 3 incense sticks. The ancestral temple was crowded with people. It was crowded everywhere. Qin Pingan said, "I didn't take them." Song Jisun laughed angrily. "Qin Pingan, can't you be more open?" Back then, Mr. Qi left Song Jisun 6 books. 3 of them were Confucian books: Primary School, Rites and Music, and Reflection. The three miscellaneous books were subtle, a chess manual called Peach and Plum, and an anthology called Mountain and Sea Strategy. Song Jisin left Pearl Grotto Heaven with the servant girl GQ and followed Song Jiangkyung to Dali's capital. They left the first 3 books in the house in Mud Bottle Alley and only took the 3 miscellaneous books with them. Qin Pingan said, "I really didn't take them. The books have legs, you can find them yourself. Let me remind you, ask the people around you. Don't be blind under the light." Song Jisin was skeptical. Qin Pingan said, "I don't know the market price of those 3 books in Dali. You didn't know the market price back then, so it doesn't make any difference whether you have them or not. I found a total of 8 editions of primary school, including Dali, the Great Sui Kingdom and Huangting Kingdom. The most expensive one was 65 copper coins in Red Candle Town, and the cheapest one was 36 copper coins in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. I didn't need to take your books. I knew what was written in the books by heart more than 20 years ago. If the price of primary school in Dali is still higher than other places, then I advise you as a vassal king, be careful when you walk at night." Song Jisin sighed and then smiled. "You seem to talk more than before." This former peer from Clay Bottle Alley was a taciturn person who didn't cry out when he was beaten, who didn't cry out when he was suffering, and who liked to be mute all day long. After Qin Pingan crossed the gate of the temple, he stopped covering his sleeves with his hands and looked indifferent. "It depends on the place." Song Jisin suddenly said on purpose, "Do you want me to help you clear the place? I'm a vassal king after all, so I still have this ability. That temple attendant has already recognized me. Should I go and say hello to him?" Sure enough, the former neighbor with a sword on his back obviously tried to hold back, but he still couldn't hold back and cursed in his mind, "Are you king crazy?" But Qin Pingan soon fell silent. Song Jisin laughed. "You don't seem to be any different from before. I almost couldn't recognize you before, but now it's all right, you're still very familiar." In the square outside the main temple, Qin Pingan stopped and turned to ask, "Why don't I wait for you to finish first?" Song Jisin shook his head. "No, I'm tired of talking with you so much. After the incense offering, we'll go our separate ways." The temple was bustling with people. There were many devotees who came here to offer incense piously. Song Jisin lit 3 incense sticks first. He just faced the main hall, bowed 3 times and put the incense stick in his left hand into a big incense burner. What an infatuated person. What a kindred spirit. Therefore, after a while, Lu Xianying became friends with the son of the top aristocratic family in the North Continent. Hence, the scholar came to know that there were 2 guys named Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui who would put a sack over his head at any time. In this small town he was unfamiliar with the place and people. Every day he trembled in fear and did not dare to go out. Occasionally he would muster up the courage to look for Lu Xianying and tell him that this was something that could not be forced and left to fate. He really could not blame him. That was the logic. However, Han Qingjiang was obviously a weak scholar. Why was his mouth so wide when he said this? Therefore Lu Xianying felt that it was better for the 3 parties to sit at the table and talk things out. He changed the wording and sent out the second letter. He told the 2 sad people that Han Qingjiang intended to be frank with them and wanted to meet them at the table. Together with him, Lu Xianying, who was a peacemaker who only persuaded them to drink and not fight, the 4 of them could sit at the table. It was a pity that Dong Shuijing only took a detour to the shop. After drinking for half a day he finally staggered away. He only said that he would not bully a scholar who was weak and powerless. Lin Shui also secretly came later. He sat on the bamboo chair and ate sunflower seeds for half a day without making a sound. In the end he asked Lu Xianying a few questions about Han Qingjiang. Similarly, he did not dare to go to the house at the westernmost side of the town. He only said that he did not have the face to beat up a chi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms. Although the round-faced lady who went by the pseudonym of Yu Qianyue sat far away both times, she had been listening attentively. She felt that Han Qingjiang was not bad. Cultivation level and so on had little to do with whether a girl liked someone or not. However, she also felt that it was a pity for Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui. However, since she had liked Li Lu so long ago, she should have made it clear long ago. Even if the other party did not agree, at least she would continue to like him. If the other party agreed, wouldn't they like each other? No matter how she looked at it, she would not lose out. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that what she said made sense. It was a pity that she was not interested in romantic relationships. It was a pity that such a good reason was wasted. Today she sat on the bamboo chair and ate some pastries bought at a discount from the shop. She did not even turn her head and said vaguely, "Lu Xianying, if that guy comes home, can you really reason with him?" Will he listen to you? Lu Xianying had just opened his eyes. He smiled and said, "You Qianhua, how many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? In this world, other than Ning Yao, I am the only one who can make him hit me without retaliating. I'm really not boasting." Yu Qianhua sighed. Fine, the words of scholars like you really can't be trusted. If he said that he did not retaliate, Yu Qianhua could barely believe this Lu Xianying. But not retaliating when scolded? Just you, Lu Xianying, or that Qin Pingan? Lu Xianying asked. Since you are so afraid of him, why are you still here? Yu Qianhua naturally had her own reasons. She said slowly, don't the books say that the most dangerous place in the world is the safest place? Lu Xianying said helplessly, you really believe it? Yu Qianhua chuckled and said no more. You really believe it? You are so silly. How can you let that guy not retaliate when scolded? Why don't you, Lu Xianying, go lie to a ghost? Lu Xianying leaned back in his chair and looked up at the sky. At the beginning of the ancestral sword manual, Lu Xianying did not take it seriously. Later he found that it was true. Within 100 years, as long as the cultivator was diligent enough, he could really travel to the ancient battlefield in his dreams. Lu Xianying's mind followed the dream and went further and further. It was as if he had walked along the river of time all the way to the source. The reason why Lu Xianying had that question and answer with Yuanxiu a few years ago was that Lu Xianying recognized her. Li Lu, Old Yang, and countless other ancient gods fell on the battlefield one after another. But there were a dozen of them who not only did not fall, but also most of them seemed to be able to sense Lu Xianying's existence. However, they did not pay much attention to him, or they could not pay attention to him on the battlefield. During that period there was a huge flood dragon that covered the sky and the sun. It swam in the bright galaxy. However, a towering figure sitting high on the throne suddenly showed his Dharma form, reached out to grab a bright red star, and casually crushed it to death. Once upon a time, on a battlefield, there was a tall, blurry sword-wielding man with dazzling golden light. Beside him sat a burly giant wearing golden armor. On the battlefield where the corpses of deities and great monsters were strewn all over the ground, this man casually killed great monsters and blocked those divine powers that seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. The two supreme deities even looked at Lu Xianying with great interest, as if they were saying to him, "Little guy, you're really not afraid of death. You can stay alive." The man holding the sword reached out to stop the armored man who was about to get up. The next moment, Lu Xianying was forced to withdraw from the dream, sweating profusely. Lu Xianying, who practiced swordsmanship every day without stopping, kept his eyes wide open for half a month. He did not even dare to close his eyelids, just to prevent himself from dozing off, falling asleep, and dreaming. Lu Xianying looked at the divine graceful mountain. Qiyu sighed. Why are you thinking about that? It has nothing to do with you. Lu Xianying smiled bitterly. Why not? I almost ended up like Song Move Chai. Qiyu glared at him. Do you want to die? You can think about it, but can you say it? Are you really not afraid of karma? What if, the next time we meet she can crush a little golden core like you with a finger? She quickly stopped talking, probably because she felt that her words were a little hurtful. She waved her hand and changed her words with an apologetic expression. Golden core, sword cultivator, and bottleneck is actually very powerful. Lu Xianying nodded and rubbed his cheeks with both hands. Eldest senior sister, Miss Xiuxiu. Yuanxiu, who ate a certain Li Lu, broke an ascension platform and opened another one. She was the first to open and ascend the sky. Beside her stood Wen Haizhou of the savage world. According to the old people in the nearby alleys, your temper is like your father's, and your appearance is like your mother's. Also, about the matter of mountain god Song of Luapa Mountain, before the mountain god's ancestral temple was moved, Wei Shanjun did not make things difficult for him. In the end, he gave Chiduan Mountain a place with good feng shui and let mountain god Song rebuild the ancestral temple. I owe you another favor. As for whether Qin Pingan recognizes it or not, and whether he wants to ask for it in the future, it is all your business. Anyway, Song Mu is very grateful. Qin Pingan said, if you had known how to be a good person earlier, you would not have been beaten up. Song Jisin subconsciously reached out and rubbed his neck. Don't say it so lightly. You almost strangled me to death. That matter, I did not do it properly. Now I apologize to you. I know you are the most vengeful person. Let's make a deal. We are even now. Song Jisin once made up a random feng shui saying and tricked Qin Pingan into becoming an apprentice in the dragon kiln to earn a living. He made Qin Pingan break an oath. After Qin Pingan knew the truth, he almost strangled Song Jisin to death in Mud Bottle Alley. Song Jisin, a dark and skinny teenager with a body like a bamboo pole, was astonishingly strong. Song Jisin, who lived like a prince and lived like a prince, had a close brush with death. After that, he was actually angry for many years. But looking back, even if Qin Pingan was determined to kill him back then, he certainly would not have died because the Dali spies in charge of watching Mud Bottle Alley were actually secretly watching that scene. Before the rise of Dali, before the imperial uncle Song Jiangkyung took him to the covered bridge to offer incense, and before the imperial uncle changed his name from Song Mu to Song Mu in the archives of the imperial clan court in the early years, there was no way that Song Jisin would die. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I don't have a death feud with you. It is best that we are even." Song Jisin hesitated for a moment and asked, "Then what about you and Dali?" Qin Pingan said, "God is watching over me. Every step I take is right." Song Jisin dismissed it with a smile. He took Qin Pingan to find the temple attendant and told him that his friend on the mountain wanted to stay for the night. Of course, the temple attendant did not dare to say no to a vassal king. No matter how tight the pilgrim rooms in the ancestral temple were, he could still find a way to free up a few rooms. The present temple attendant was a Qi cultivator who studied at the Cliff Academy in Dali in the early years. He was 100 years old, but he was still hale and hearty. He was a Dragon Gate cultivator and could be considered the first batch of scholars to study at the Cliff Academy. The old man was not from Dali, so he took the initiative to study Dali, which was very unique. It was only a warning from the vassal mansion, but it made a mountain lord personally come to the temple to apologize. The priest in the temple did not dare to stay for long. He said the address of the house, gave a key and left. Song Jisin said, "Let's go." He did not expect that Qin Pingan would send him all the way. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingan said, "I'll send you to the door." Song Jisin looked flattered. "Did the sun rise from the west?" Qin Pingan said, "Seeing that you did not disappoint Mr. Qi." Song Jisin rolled his eyes. "Don't, I'll just owe you." Qin Pingan said angrily, "If I don't send you, you can't ask for it. If I want to send you, I can't stop you." Song Jisin shook his sleeves and finally looked at this guy with his hands in his sleeves and smiled. "You're so arrogant. This is not like you." Qin Pingan reached back and took the long sword on his back. Song Jisin was startled and directly shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Qin Pingan, "Don't bully people if you want to fight." Qin Pingan glanced at the Lord of Dali, holding the sword in his hand and hanging it on his waist. He hesitated for a moment and did not hang it on the left side. Instead, he changed the position to the right side. This seemingly superfluous action made Song Jisin's eyelids tremble. Damn it, Qin Pingan was an imperceptible left-hander. Many times in the past, for example, when he saw Qin Pingan sitting at the door with both hands, even Song Jisin forgot about it. Qin Pingan said, "Ma Xuanhuan is still by the great blasphemy water. I'll go find him. It's not worth it." Song Jisin immediately took out a golden message talisman from his sleeve and said with a smile, "Then you two have a good chat and catch up. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't interfere with your fight." Qin Pingan said, "Don't be nervous. It's just a greeting. We won't fight. You don't have to deliberately remind the Taoist immortal on the city wall." Song Jisin frowned and said, "He's watching the mountains and rivers. Did he hear our words?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "He saw it, but he didn't hear it. The vassal king's face is big." Song Jisin recovered his smile and put away the talisman. The two walked side by side. Qin Pingan said, "You're still the same as before. You like to turn hostile and not recognize people." Song Jisin laughed angrily and said, "Qin Pingan, that's enough. Today you said a lot of strange things and I'm tolerating them." Qin Pingan said, "I've listened to your strange words for nearly 10 years, and I don't think you're tolerating them. But in the end, to tell you the truth, you're just a bully. You can only show off your power in front of me. You can't compare to those masters." Song Jisin was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. He was careless and his voice was a little too loud. As a result, he was elbowed by Qin Pingan. Song Jisin grimaced in pain. Gu Kan's mother in Clay Bottle Alley, Li Huai's mother in the west of the town, the old woman in Apricot Blossom Alley, and Huang Ernyang who sold wine in the town. These four grandmasters were probably the epitome of the simple folk customs in his hometown. They were the seniors. Gu Kan, Li Huai, Song Jisin, Ma Xuanhuan, and Qin Pingan were probably the juniors on this path. When the younger generation of Pearl Grotto Heaven left their hometown, Many foreigners had learned the level of these young people's skills. Song Jisin rubbed his ribs and said with emotion, "I miss it very much." Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not time to reminisce about the past. The fighting on Yangguan Road is nothing more than endurance and hard work. If you die, you die. If you live, you live. The higher you go, the harder it is to walk at night. Take it easy. In the capital there are Lu Qingfeng and Zhao Yao. One is very powerful and the other is very familiar with you. No matter what, remember to lay out a way out for yourself. As for whether it's going up or back, it's fine as long as it's a way out." Song Jisin nodded gently. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked softly, "How about?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "Forget it. I don't even know you outside the ancestral temple. Why don't you, Qin Pingan, be the new imperial tutor of Dali? Forget it. I, Qin Pingan, don't know any King Song Mu. Today I'm just in the ancestral temple with one of Mr. Chi's disciples, an unlikable neighbor, Song Jisin. After all, they have been neighbors for many years. They asked questions and riddles, but both sides were well aware of it." Song Jisin, however, was in high spirits. He reached out and grabbed Qin Pingan's arm. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry, I can wait." Qin Pingan's arm shook slightly and bounced Song Jisin's arm away. "You'll change your bad habit of being greedy." When they arrived at the gate of the ancestral temple and were only one step away from crossing the threshold, Song Jisin suddenly said, "Remember to distinguish between public and private affairs. Don't give others any chance." Qin Pingan's right thumb had quietly touched the hilt of his sword. "Don't forget that your right hand is burning incense and your left foot is stepping forward." Song Jisin smiled and stepped over the threshold with his left foot. He walked out of the ancestral temple, went down the steps and turned to look at the couplet. Qin Pingan did the same. He stood side by side with Song Jisin again. Song Jisin asked, "Do you have any ideas about the blank plaque? If you have it, I can do it quietly and flawlessly." Qin Pingan was silent. Song Jisin said softly, "In fact, the people at the top of the mountains in each continent know who is worshipping the deity, and they also know that the statue in the main hall is just a decoration now. I believe that soon, someone will propose to Dali and replace it with a more worthy GQ. After all, she is the only true dragon in the world. You know GQ's temper very well. She definitely won't refuse. She even thinks that it's right and proper. The key is that GQ also doesn't want others to taint the ancestral temple. Of course, she also has the selfish intention of sulking with Mr. Chi. I can't reason with her. When that time comes, His Majesty will probably reject it once or twice and then agree. Speaking of which, it's actually right for you to break the contract with GQ early and not earn that water luck. The benefits are great, but the consequences are not small." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "In the future, as long as it's a method against us, whether it's in front of the stage or behind the scenes, Qin Pingan and Luapa Mountain will accept it. Of course, you shouldn't be idle either." Song Jisin smiled and said, "I can't imagine that there will be a day when the two of us will work together." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "It's quite troublesome." Song Jisin was speechless. Song Jisin was silent for a moment. He thought of something and his expression became serious. "You have to be careful of a group of Qi refinement warriors from other continents. If you encounter them, it's best to take a detour. Apart from the two old men who are leading the group, the rest of them are young and have extremely special identities. They are even more secretive in their actions. They don't seem to like riding the wind and prefer to travel on foot. Some of the sword cultivators from the North Continent who stayed in the Aquarius continent have suffered a lot previously. Now no one knows where they are. They have disappeared into thin air. One of them is a sword immortal of the pure jade realm. Besides, apart from a few people in Dali, there are less than 5 people on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, including me. The rest have no right to know about this. The reason why I know about this is because the other party has greeted our Song clan. It's considered being polite to a host, so that we won't have to look for more than 10 sword cultivators from the North Continent. However, the possibility of you meeting them is not high." Qin Pingan thought for a moment and nodded. "If I'm not wrong, the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth should be leading the Qi refinement warriors from the school of Yin Yang and the school of Shu. They should be revising the scale of time as well as determining the length, weight, volume, and so on. This is the most important thing in the world after the war. Someone needs to travel all over the 9 continents before they can start revising the measurements that the Sage of Rites had set. Whoever dares to go against them at this time is courting death. The Confucian Temple is already very reasonable if they end up in jail for a few years. The current time in the world was not stable. Other than the influence caused by the wasteland, It was also related to a certain flaw in the world's heavenly axiom. That was why Qin Pingan guessed that there were some deviations in the few heavy weapons used to accurately determine the measurements. Their deviations were as good as useless. There was no need to guess who could cause such a damage to the heavenly axiom. It was the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain and Wenhaizhou. Other than that, no other sovereign great demon could do it. The influence of the heavenly axiom was far-reaching. A chi cultivator at the peak of the world would understand the higher his realm was. Song Jisun was amazed. He smiled and said, as expected of a hidden official. You can even guess this. The two of them turned around and walked slowly. Qin Pingan asked, Ma Xuanhuan is fooling around. Is no one doing anything about it? Qiyu Chunqing Subai. One young and two substitutes of several heavenly axioms. Although Ma Xuanhuan was eccentric, he did not boast. That was why the three of them must have suffered at Ma Xuanhuan's hands. Then, he crossed his fingers and waited quietly for the Q-seeking fist that he had been waiting for many years. However, it would probably be Q-seeking sword now. Yu Shiwu, who was half a friend, had already left tactfully. Yu Shiwu was the best in this aspect. He was willing to say those unpleasant words once or twice, but he would not say them too often. He would not annoy others. His back was facing the gate of the blasphemy temple. He was a naturally left-handed swordsman. His sword was held to his right thumb resting on the hilt. He was in no hurry to unsheathe the sword. This long sword was called Night Ranger. Night Ranger wielded the sword. The sword light outside the scabbard was as bright as the moon. In the night of the mortal world, the swordsman held the sword as if it was a candle. Ma Xuanhuan asked telepathically, "Do you want me to create a small world? Old rules, draw a circle. Whoever leaves will be the loser." Qin Pingan bent his back slightly. His left hand gripped the Night Ranger. He unsheathed the sword and swept forward. Without a sound, Qin Pingan and his sword, together with Ma Xuanhuan, disappeared from this world. Qin Pingan had fought with Ma Xuanhuan twice, and it had always been Qin Pingan who remained silent. Ma Xuanhuan liked to talk non-stop, and after today Qin Pingan believed that Ma Xuanhuan would change this bad habit. Ma Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes as he saw a speck of light suddenly appear in the sky. It was as if he was a bird in a cage, surrounded by boundless sword qi and crisscrossing sword qi. Between the motionless Ma Xuanhuan and the speck of sword light in the sky, the heavens and earth shook. Gradually, many golden godly spirits appeared. Some of them were real golden body images, while some were Ma Xuanhuan's visualizations. There were a total of 12 of them. The 12 majestic godly spirits floated in the sky. Beneath their feet were ancient stars that Ma Xuanhuan had visualized. Ma Xuanhuan had shrunk to the size of a mustard seed. He was like a chi cultivator's Yin spirit that was roaming the heavens. He could see the sun, moon, and stars in the distance. He formed a small world of his own within the small world of others. The sword slashed down, and the sword light that was originally a straight line was bent 11 times. It was still a single slash, and it slashed apart the 12 golden bodies of gods that were both real and fake. Ma Xuanhuan sneered. His mustard seed body turned into nothingness. However, after Ma Xuanhuan's body disappeared, the small world of the sparrow sword qi in the cage started to expand. This was because an ancient ruin appeared. It was a large galaxy with a whirlpool. Vaguely, there were 4 towering heavenly gates, each in a different direction, hidden in the dazzling galaxy. Within the galaxy whirlpool there was an eye-catching golden thread. To the east and west, the sun and moon hung high in the sky. Each of them was dragging a spiral path to the heavens. Before the war that engulfed the two worlds, there were 2 ascension platforms. One was the crab square of Lizhu Cave, which was still relatively intact. The other was the moon-holding mountain of the desolate land, where the path had long been cut off. The ascension platform was the heavenly court, where even the patriarchs of the 3 sects could not completely break the restriction. This was because the restriction of mountains and rivers over there was made up of tens of millions of stars, which were all split up from the corpses of gods. They were then connected to the river of time, where the Great Way had manifested into a certain truth. In terms of arrays, the ruins of the heavenly court were the source of several arrays in the world. During the war, there was a group of human cultivators who didn't leave the ruins immediately. They stayed in the ruins for a long time. At some point they became skinny and formed golden bodies. Finally, under the guidance of the arrays, they automatically merged with the great Tao with a certain type of divinity in their bodies. They were quickly stripped of their humanity and became brand new godly spirits. Then, Some of these godly spirits were detained in the ancestral halls and sects of the military school. Some of them were killed by sword cultivators. Even if their golden bodies were completely broken and their souls dissipated, they were imprisoned in the ruins forever and integrated with the arrays. Rumor had it that the Buddha was the last to leave the ruins, but he still couldn't break the restriction. That was because even the slightest difference would make a world of difference. The result would be the same. The heavenly court that seemed to be in ruins would return to the old one. Once the godly spirits returned to their original positions, they could fill in the gaps, and even restore the appearance before the war. At that time, the people who guarded the arrays for Gautama Buddha were near the 4 broken heavenly gates. They were the Holy Master, the Taoist ancestor, the patriarch of the military school, and the young sword cultivator, Qin Qingdu. These old stories that were destined not to be recorded in books were all told by Alliance to Qin Pingan when he returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Baek-o-Kaekyung building suppressed the otherworldly demons, the ghosts suppressed by the Western Buddhist kingdom, and the Sage of Rites guarded the outer space to a large extent to prevent any loopholes that could be exploited by the remnants of the ancient godly spirits to strengthen themselves. It was extremely difficult for the human race to reach the top of cultivation. However, no matter if it was the otherworldly demons, ghosts, or even some new people in outer space, as long as they were detained by the gods and thrown into the ruins, as long as they were compatible with the Great Way, they would instantly become new godly spirits with supernatural powers. In the later tens of thousands of years, the reason why some high-level godly spirits were reincarnated into humans was that they were obstacles in the competition of the Great Way. Even if there was a chance, the new godly spirits that rose in the ruins couldn't occupy certain key positions, especially the few supreme positions. The Sage of Rites, the sages of the Confucian Temple, and a small group of Ascendant Realm cultivators, as well as the ancestors of the 100 schools of thought who were compatible with their own Tao, would all manifest their great ways after the Sage of Rites opened the door. Only then would they be able to kill those new godly spirits. That was a battle between the old and new great Taos, where the great Taos of the old and new great Taos wore each other down. This was the reason why the great grandmasters of the 100 schools of thought rarely showed themselves in the vast world, even though almost all of them were using their knowledge to prove their Tao. Four sword formations with imposing auras appeared out of thin air. Countless flying swords were like 4 snow-white rivers of stars, majestically surging into the 4 gates of heaven. The world was silent for a moment. Ma Kuxuan's consciousness manifested and appeared beside Qin Pingan. He asked, "Are you not afraid that I will reveal the origins of your 2 flying swords?" Qin Pingan said, "That is that. Let's not talk about the grudges between us. You are a person who is arrogant when you gain power, tearing apart all pretense of cordiality at the slightest provocation. But at the very least, you are a person who bites the teeth and bites the blood. To tell the truth, other than being annoyed by you, I don't find your actions disgusting. In my early years at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I met a sword cultivator whose temperament was similar to yours. Thanks to you we got along quite well." Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, "I took in a direct disciple who is a pure martial artist. His talent is not bad. In the future you will give him 3 chances to challenge Luopa Mountain. How about it?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Sure, but the prerequisite is that he has defeated my first disciple. Moreover, he can challenge Pei Qian, so he will also be given 3 chances." Ma Kuxuan said, "No problem." Ma Kuxuan put his hands behind his head. Languid, he said, "To tell the truth, this world disgusts me." Qin Pingan said, "You have disgusted many people as well. You do not have the right to say that." Ma Kuxuan laughed heartily. Qin Pingan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his figure flashed back. Ma Kuxuan's consciousness also retreated. The two stood side by side, looking at the ancient ruins that hung high in the sky. Qin Pingan said quietly, "Endless wind and moon, there is a world of Tao." Ma Kuxuan sneered, "Books are the most worthless." Both sides withdrew their small worlds at almost the same time. Beside the great blasphemy river, Ma Kuxuan's figure turned into a streak of rainbow light and headed towards Pedu City. Qin Pingan carried his sword and walked back to the great blasphemy temple. While staying in the house, Qin Pingan borrowed a few sage books from the temple. They were books that were no longer banned by the Confucian Temple. Qin Pingan lit an oil lamp on the table. He did not sleep for the entire night. He only flipped through the books slowly. Occasionally he would get up and open the window to look outside. The cool breeze brushed against his face. After Qin Pingan boarded the ferry and crossed the sea from the Tongyi continent to the Aquarius continent, the sun and moon in his mental state, the paintings of time that he could sense at the entrance of Taiping Mountain but could not open, a total of 24 paintings, seemed to have automatically opened the seals of the mountains and rivers. They could all be opened at a glance. For example, during the rainy season, a group of rural tea gatherers walked into Spring Mountain. One of them was a young lady with a slender figure. Her movements were skillful as she plucked tea leaves with both hands. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, like a willow branch in the spring breeze. The young lady suddenly raised her head and looked at a mountain top. There was a huge snake coiled around the mountain. Its eyes were deep and were as big as 2 courtyards. It opened its mouth and sucked. The tea gatherers, regardless of their gender or age, all turned into white bones and fell to the ground. It was autumn. There was a large patch of gold. A young official sat by the edge of the field. His boots were badly worn out. He was chatting with an old farmer. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew past. The ears of wheat flew into the air. The grains were like flying swords. All the villages in the county were like thin pieces of white paper that had been hit by a heavy rain. They were smashed to pieces. Suddenly, there was no sound of reading in a thatched cottage in the village. In the library of one of the rich and powerful clans, lights were lit up in the night. All of a sudden the entire mansion was dyed red. A pale-faced monster cultivator with crimson lips slowly walked in. Every time he snapped his fingers, blood would burst out from the lamps, the walls, and the windows. On a celestial mountain, an old immortal master was building a snowman with a group of children. At the same time he was lecturing a young man with delicate features. The old man seemed to be talking about the prayer for rain at the foot of the mountain. In order to pray for rain, the governor burned the paper dragon king. Why did you join in the fun? Why did you have to carry water from the stream? Do you really think that you are the dragon king of the river? You will be tainted by karma. Don't be so impulsive in the future. The young man was absent-mindedly dealing with his master. Although the old man was lecturing his disciple, his eyes were filled with pride. In an instant, sword lights flashed past. The ground was littered with headless corpses, including the old man and the young man. Emperors, generals, ministers, civil officials, military officers, martial artists of the jianghu, cultivators of the mountains and lakes, and immortal masters of small sects and clans all went to their deaths. They died valiantly, but they were destined to die nameless deaths. It was all because of the feng shui of the Tongya continent. It was all because of the tragic situation of the Tongya continent. All the beauty and efforts of the fine details had long been crushed by the surging general trend. The entire Tongya continent had already been decided and drowned in the long river of history by the rotten swamps. Chen Pingan used to be one of the general trend of the world. His impression of the Tongya continent was one of the worst among the cultivators on the mountain. Cui Dong clearly wanted Chen Pingan to be relaxed in the Tongya continent, but he couldn't relax at all. He wanted this reclusive official to have no room to deceive himself and others. 24 beautiful scrolls that had been crushed did not affect the 240 ugly scrolls that were destined to be filthy. But Chen Pingan, don't forget that whether it was 240 scrolls or 2,400 scrolls, he could not deny the existence of the 24 scrolls. And how could the mountains and rivers of a continent be limited to this little bit of should not die? Cui Dong wanted Chen Pingan to personally witness the great and small beauty of the Tongya continent. In the entire vast world, the other 8 continents, including the cultivators of the Tongya continent, all felt that the Tongya continent was a rotten mess. But only you, Chen Pingan, couldn't do it. The location of the Tongya continent? Excellent. I guarantee that the eldest senior brother will lose this time. And this time, Cui Dong actually hoped that his senior brother would lose and his junior brother would win. He hoped that it would not be like the heart-questioning game at the Book Lake, where Dali Imperial Tutor had won without feeling happy. However, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to win against Embroidered Tiger on a chessboard. In fact, after Chen Pingan experienced the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he could accept the life and death of many powerhouses. However, when faced with those weaklings, countless people like himself in Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Xianyang in his hometown, and the little slug, Chen Pingan felt that under the overall situation, the departure of countless weaklings was still wrong and still unacceptable. Therefore, even until now, Chen Pingan did not dare to look at the last painting in the Heart Lake. It was as if he did not look at the result, the little girl holding the umbrella would continue to walk in the alley and live on. Or perhaps she had already returned home and put away the small oil paper umbrella. There would be family members sitting idly, there would be amiable lights, and there would be a family reunion. Even if one did not talk about people's hearts, just the matter of cutting off people's livelihood in the Tongya continent was an irreconcilable enmity. It involved the gains and losses of vital interests. Perhaps one day Qin Pingan and the lower sect would make a choice that would cause conflict with the Jade sect's divine seal peak in Weiying. In the end, it would cause the old sect leader Jiang Shangzhen and the worshipper Zhou Fei to have to make a choice that would definitely not be a happy one. This was also why Qin Pingan would change his mind at the last moment. From being the sole decision-maker, he had decided that Chao Qinglang would be the sect leader of the lower sect. To the sentence, "If there are any objections, we can discuss it again on Luapa Mountain." In fact, it was not that Qin Pingan did not trust Chao Qinglang, but Chao Qinglang was still too young. Some of the choices he made would cause his heart to be unable to bear the burden too early. Qin Pingan knew that it was not a good feeling, and some hardships were really just hardships without any benefits. Moreover, if he could not bear it, he would not be able to bear it. Therefore, Qin Pingan had already made a decision. The position of the sect leader of the lower sect would be empty for the time being. He would let Chao Qinglang continue to cultivate in the lotus root blessed land for more than 10 years. After being a hands-off shopkeeper for too many years, Qin Pingan also wanted to make up for his mistakes. He would just treat it as, "It's not that I don't want to repay it, but it's not the time yet." Although the lower sect would not have a sect leader for the time being, he would not show himself too much. He would only let a certain deputy mountain leader put on a fierce attitude from the beginning. "I came to the Tongya continent only to make money peacefully." For example, Chui Dongshan. Anyway, sharing the burden of one's teacher was also the meaning of being a student. Unknowingly, it was already dawn. Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes. Outside the window in the distance, stood a young woman with a smile but sharp eyes. Zhenlong Wangzhu Ascendant Realm. Late at night, in the mountain god temple that had already closed the door, a young girl wearing embroidered shoes listened to the tall maid's words with her hands behind her back. She slowly paced back and forth with her hands behind her back. After thinking seriously for a while, she nodded, clapped her fists and said in a deep voice, "Scholars have a lot of fancy ideas. If I read a few more books, I will definitely come up with such a small idea." The tall maid said cautiously, "Could it be that Empress is thinking too much? He came to our ancestral temple this time and looked quite amiable. He didn't have the slightest air of a sword immortal." Under the shade of the ancient pine outside the door, the green-robed sword immortal sat on a stone bench. He smiled warmly and talked to her. He even invited her to sit and chat with him. Wei Wei glanced at her and the tall maid immediately shut her mouth. Wei Wei waved her sleeve and the door opened. She sat on the threshold and rested her chin on her hands. She began to think. The territory of the mountain god encompassed 1.5 counties and had jurisdiction over 6 counties. Wei Wei didn't like to greet the gods of the Confucian and martial temples in the past. They didn't have high official status and liked to be arrogant. At most, she dealt with the county gods who were shorter than her. The latter were more tactful. In the end, Wei Wei said, "The two of you, go to the town god's temple in those counties and carefully check all the merit books. In our own territory, all the scholars who have the potential to become scholars and tribute students should be recorded in the books one by one. Just do as the sword immortal said. Small streams of water flow long. Also, those so-called families of good deeds, sigh, my heart aches so much. You guys should also share some of the Yin virtue aura and hide it in the door gods that they put up. You guys can't help much. Our family is too weak right now, so let's first help dispel the evil spirit and the Yin wind. When the Jinshi master comes to our ancestral temple to fulfill his vow, he will have a lot of literary luck. Then we will have a long-term plan." Qin Pingan was right about one thing. Now is not the same as before. We can't do a one-time deal. As long as we can make a good start, we have to look at the long term. Apart from being wary of a sword immortal who would often visit her as a guest, the reason why Wei Wei was willing to follow orders like this was, of course, because it was profitable and the risk was very small. Wei Wei felt that in the long run, if she did as he said, there was indeed hope that she would be able to enjoy a good harvest. One day she would be able to manage the mountains and rivers well and enjoy a good life. When she became a mountain god, she wanted to open up a mansion. When she thought about the mountain god heir of Mount Wuxia, she would have something to look forward to in life. Otherwise, if Qin Pingan only talked about morality and merit, Wei Wei would just continue to eat and wait for death. The next time they met, she would lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Qin Pingan couldn't really behead her with his flying sword, right? However, Wei Wei had to admit that she was really afraid of Qin Pingan. All these years, deep in her heart, she would think of that young man. It was good that he died. She would not have to worry about him in the future. However, on second thought, she felt that it would be a pity if that young man really died. The plump maidservant was eager to try. She reminded softly, "Mountain goddess, sword immortal Chen seemed to have said that we can first visit that passing scholar in his dream." Wei Wei turned her head and said with disdain, "You? Goddess of the mountain temple? Throw you into a pile of people. Others would use their hands to push you, but you would use a big stick to hit him. What do you think that scholar will think of you when he sees you? If you are lucky, he will think of you as a wild fox. If you are unlucky, he will think of you as a scholar sleepwalking in the ancestral temple. You will think that he is shopping. Maybe his first thought will be to check if there is enough silver in his money bag." Wei Wei pointed at the tall girl. "You then. Among the three of us, you are the only one who has read a few books. You can talk to the scholar more?" The maidservant was a little embarrassed. However, she did not dare to say that. She only dared to say a few words of sincere advice in her heart. Wei Wei suddenly stood up. Then she smiled like a flower and exclaimed, "Old Sword Immortal Song is here." A white-haired old man walked slowly to the mountain temple with his hands behind his back. "You can talk to yourselves. I'm just revisiting an old place. I'm not going to look through the almanac tonight." Wei Wei complained. Once Elder Song's manner moved away, it caused the martial fate of the nearby mountains and rivers to disappear. "It's not just my little mountain temple that's suffering. All the city gods who are used to living extravagantly have started to scrimp and scrape, living frugally." Song Yu glanced at the plaque of the ancestral temple. His gaze moved down to the 3 golden statues in the temple. He smiled and said, "You must have spent a lot of silver." Wei Wei covered her mouth and laughed. "I have to make do with the bitter life. Fortunately, it is not some divine money. I still have some money left." Song Yu sat on the bluestone bench and joked, "Have you just realized that it is not easy to be one of the 4 evil spirits of the brushing country? You were almost kidnapped by a lecherous mountain god and became his wife. You never thought that it is even harder to be a mountain god now?" Wei Wei shook her head gently. "It is very easy." Song Yu sneered. He was an experienced man. He could roughly see the amount of the martial fate of the mountains and rivers. Just this mountain god temple alone would not be able to last for 100 years. It would starve a mountain god queen to the point that her golden body would not be able to withstand the wind and rain. Wei Wei put her hands behind her back and walked down the stairs with light steps. She said with a smile, "Senior Song, I was deliberately hiding my strength before. I was too lazy to move. Why don't I tell you my plan now?" Song Yu nodded and said, "I'd like to hear the details." After listening to Wei Wei's plan, the old man didn't take it seriously at first, especially the shortcut of the mountain and river officialdom, which was unconventional and definitely not a long-term way. However, when Wei Wei came out with a clean source in a genteel manner, especially the sentence, "The mountain and river deities, where the soul is, it's in one's heart," the old man was speechless and couldn't refute at all. Looking at the confident mountain deity, Song Yufan was stunned for a long time and asked doubtfully, "Wei Wei, why do you seem to have grown a brain all of a sudden?" Wei Wei raised her head and laughed. She wiped her mouth and waved her hand. "It is not worth mentioning. I only used 30 to 40% of my power." Song Yu stood up and smiled, "That is the best. I will not come here in the future." When he was young, he felt that the mountain and river journey was just a few steps away. When he was old, it was far away. He could only severely injure him but could not kill him. This made Qi Tingji return to the South Hassa continent and find Lu Ji. For the first time, he did not persuade her to join his sect. Instead, he just drank quietly. If it were Lu Ji, she would probably kill that unpolished Jade Realm cultivator with one sword and then return to the ruins of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the vast world, there were only 2 people Lu Ji was willing to talk to, and they were the 2 people beside her. Wu Yan always spoke in a roundabout way. Her main intention was to persuade Lu Ji to agree. It was just a guest elder and they were from the same hometown. It was reasonable for her to refuse. However, Xiao Yunyan was resolutely against it. With Wu Yan around, Xiao Yunyan did not dare to speak too directly. He was worried that if he was not careful when he went out alone, he would be inexplicably stabbed. Therefore, Xiao Yunyan only said that Elder Qi was a sword immortal with extraordinary swordsmanship. Naturally, he did not need Mr. Lu to add flowers to the brocade and become a guest elder. If he wanted to be the chief consecrator, he could consider it. Qi Tingji is right. There needs to be a sword immortal in his sect who does not follow the rules. I will agree to let him be a guest elder. Lu Ji said, Xiaoyunyan, take Wu Yan and travel the central divine continent together. Then go to the north continent and finally meet the hidden official. Xiaoyunyan nodded. That would be best. Otherwise your intentions would be too obvious. As for whether Lu Ji would be a guest elder, Xiaoyunyan did not have much of an opinion. Previously he just could not stand Wu Yan's behavior. Madame Wu Yan said tentatively, Mr. Lu, I think I should stay here and accompany you. Lu Ji said calmly, leave immediately. Madame Wu Yan was aggrieved. She really did not want to meet the hidden official. Last time there was a plum blossom garden missing. What about this time? Xiaoyunyan took a deep breath. Since they knew that the hidden official had finally returned to the noble realm, then xianxia of the White Peak continent, Songpin of the Gold Armor continent, Zhangkai of the North continent, all the sword immortals who had walked through the Great Wall of Sword Qi should know about this through the sword ceremony at Taiping Mountain. White Peak continent. In the early years, Xianxia had suddenly agreed to be a female sword immortal consecrator of the Lu family. She had also returned to Leigong Temple from the Lu family's ancestral hall meeting. Since she could take a nap in her chair, she could get a large sum of money for free. Xianxia even specifically reminded the Lu family that whenever there was a meeting, no matter how big or small, she must send a flying sword message. As long as she was in the White Peak continent, she would definitely rush over. In any case, she was a formal consecrator. She had to contribute. Even if she did not have the opportunity to contribute, she should still give advice. According to the ordinary sects on the mountain, they would have already criticized her. However, the Lu family of the White Peak continent, no matter how big or small, would really send a flying sword message to Xianxia. Every time they would find a way to give her money. After many times, not to mention the divine money spent on the two direct disciples' sword practice, even Xianxia's own share was not short of money. Xianxia could not help but feel a little apologetic. This time, when she left the Lu family's ancestral hall, she asked Lu Jubao if there were any enemies that the Lu family wanted to kill but was not suitable to kill. Lu Jubao said no. Now, the three of them almost treated Leigong Temple as half of their home. Peaxiang did not care at all. It was not cold and not too noisy. In fact, it was not bad. It was just that some of the words of the female sword immortal were unbearable. She said something like, Xiang, you are so beautiful. It is a pity that you don't find a man. Today, Xianxia's flying sword landed outside the gate of Leigong Temple. The two disciples sat on the stairs looking forward to it. When Peaxiang saw Xianxia, she immediately stood up and returned to the temple. After Xianxia landed, she joked, Do you want Master to help you find a wife? Qiaomu suddenly realized, So Master is not a woman? Zhu Xing looked helpless, So you are an idiot? Xianxia stopped joking and spoke in her mind, Master will bring you to the Aquarius continent. Bamboo Sea Paradise, Green Immortal Mountain. Chun Qing leaned on the railing, her hands supporting her cheeks. A woman with a head full of green hair was walking barefoot. She looked at her only disciple who was daydreaming and smiled. She was once bored to death, leaning on the bamboo railing in a daze. Then an even more bored scoundrel would jump out and place his head on the railing. Then he would turn his head and squint his eyes. He had a serious expression and did not look away. The moment he opened his mouth, he was not a decent person. Big sister, be careful not to crush the railing. But it's okay if Green Immortal Mountain asks you for compensation, just tell them my name. Remember, my name is Alliance, kind as in Liang. When she stood up, he also stood up and leaned against the railing, smiling brightly. You can't be that Green Immortal Mountain's madam, right? Otherwise, Big Sister is so beautiful. If I were that mountain goddess, I would be so jealous that I can't tolerate you as a neighbor. Every night, I would squat by your bed and poke your face with a bamboo stick. But I wouldn't really poke it, after all, even a woman would like you when she sees you. I think you are most likely not that mountain goddess, do you know why? Haha, it's very simple, I actually have a relationship with her, hee, you know. That man raised his hands, winked and poked his thumbs. Well, old sweetheart. At that time she asked him, do you want to die? She was an Ascendant Realm cultivator, and she was overseeing the mountain. In a bamboo sea cave, there were tens of millions of green bamboos, all of which could be turned into flying swords, so she was also half a sword cultivator. That man's face was full of shyness. He glanced at the house on the side of the corridor, as if he didn't dare to look at her directly. He lowered his head slightly and smiled faintly, wanting to say something. The last person, when riding the wind to escape, hugged his butt. Chun Qing came back to her senses, looked up and asked, Master, why did that alliance go to the Western Buddhist kingdom inexplicably? She smiled and said, it's better to be a monk. North Continent. Sparrow Mansion, a tea shop at the foot of the mountain. Opposite Wu Jiong, who was the female patriarch of law, was a handsome man in a white robe. It was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. Li Kai greeted the two female cultivators from Rainbow Sparrow Manor. After exchanging pleasantries, she said telepathically to Miyu, "I won't be going to Aquarius Continent. I'll have to trouble Sword Immortal Me to escort them to Luopa Mountain." Miyu said, "I will first go to Cloud City and bring Zhao Shu along." Li Kai waved her hand, "Even if you bring all the female cultivators from Rainbow Sparrow Manor, I won't care about you. But I'll say this first, if you dare to seduce Yu Qing, I'll kill you. Even if you don't, as long as Yu Qing has any thoughts about you, I'll kill you." Miyu laughed. "Sword Immortal Li, you might not know this, but when I look at the way some ladies look at me, I can tell if they already have someone in their heart." Li Kai clicked her tongue. "You're so shameless and fake, is that the innate divine ability of your flying sword?" Miyu smiled and nodded, then asked, "Are you sure you don't want to see Consecrator Zhou?" Li Kai scolded, "Damn that heartless bastard, he should be the one to come see me." Miyu nodded, "That's right. Aquarius Continent. A new second in the imperial examinations of the Great Li Dynasty, a Hanlin Academy editor with the surname Chao, suddenly applied for illness and quietly left the capital. At an immortal ferry, he took a ferry to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry. Other than that, many of Luopa Mountain's direct disciples, consecrators, guest officials, as well as people who had good relations with Luopa Mountain, all started to set off. On the cloud boat ferry, Jiang Shangzhen sat on the railing and laughed, "I thought you would fight 2 battles. Qin Pingan shook his head. At that time, inside the Jixia temple, he and Wang Zhu, both of them were separated by a window inside and outside the house and chatted for a while. She asked a question, "Why did you cancel the contract?" Qin Pingan asked back, "Have you thought it through? Do you really want to be a Jixia temple?" In the end, neither of them gave an answer. Wang Zhu returned to Water of Blasphemy, and continued his closed-door training. The cloud boat ferry slowly stopped at Oxhorn Mountain. Pei Qian and Jiang Shangzhen, followed by 9 sword immortal embryos. However, Qin Pingan left the boat early and landed on the ground. He landed on a mountain path and finally walked to the 2 small tombstones, knelt down and kowtowed. Then he took out small bags and began to add soil to the tombstones. The green-robed man, who was already in his 40s, poured a pot of wine in front of the tombstones, knelt on one knee, bent his waist and lowered his head, silently speaking in his heart. Finally, the man's voice trembled slightly and he frowned, chuckled softly, "Father, Mother, don't worry. Other than being away from home for a long time, everything has been good these years." Qin Pingan was silent for a long time and stayed where he was for a long time. 9 sword immortal embryos Higu Yuxia Hui Qing Chaolu Nalan Yuji Yao Xiaoyan Yu Qingzhang He Xiangting by Xian Sun Xuanhuan. Spectators. Lu Xianyang. Enli Air Li Lu Han Qingjiang. Lin Shuyi Yu Lu Xia Dong Shuijing. Northern Mountains Lord Wei Pai. Taihui Sword Sect's Lu Jinglong, Disciple Whitehead. Dragon Spring Sword Sect's first disciple Donggu. Aoyu Back Lu Zhongruan. Old Dragon City's Fan Air Lady Gui, Disciple Jin Su. Sun Jiashu Floating Duckweed Sword Lake's direct disciple Chen Li Gao Yuqing. Spring Banner House Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan Inverted Mountains Lady Yen. Book Lake's True Realm Sex Li Fuyao Zhou Caizhen. Hemp Sex God of Wealth Wei Yusong. Sparrow Manor's Manor Lord Sun Qing, Disciple Lu Gui Bao. Above Cloud City Su Xingjiu, Honorary Guardian Huan Yun. Snow Mountain Continent Sword Immortal Xie Songhua, Disciple Ju Xing Morning and Evening. Wind Snow Temple's Great Sword Immortal Wei Jin. Xian Finger Peaks Yuan Ling Hall. Golden Crow Palace's Yuanying Realm Sword Cultivator Lu Jiqing. Middle Earth Divine Continent's Yu Zuofu, Xiao Yuan Dynasty's Lin Junbai. Today, inside Jisei Peak's Ancestral Hall. There were many sword cultivators, many martial artists. And the mountain lord standing at the front, Qin Pingan, who had just returned from a long journey, was a sword immortal, and also an end realm cultivator. He was the mountain lord of Treasure Vase Continent's Luopa Mountain, and was once a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the last disciple of Vast World's literature saint. Soon, the entire world would know that the hidden official Qin Shi was called Qin Pingan. Therefore, a few years ago, the Parting Cloud Mountain once again organized a proper night banquet. Because after the Great War ended, each side had earned a lot of military merits, and the Li dynasty rewarded them with many rewards. Therefore, the originally shriveled money bags of the various immortal masters and deities of the mountains and rivers were once again filled up. The northern mountain territory did not have to spend all their money to sell the iron pots and pans. Tai Hui Sword Sect's previous sect leader Han Huizi died in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Disciplined ancestor Huang Tong died in the central battlefield of Aquarius continent. They all died in a foreign land. As a result, in the entire sect, only sect leader Lu Jinglong was an upper 5-realm sword immortal, Jade Unpolished Realm. Discipled by Shou, a Jin Dan sword cultivator. After forming his Jin Dan, he was able to establish a peak and become the new mountain lord of Pianran Peak. Whitehead felt strange today. Among the 9 brats in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was a brat called Bai Xian who kept looking at him as though he was familiar with him. Jinwu Palace's Lu Jiqing, above Cloud City's Su Xingjiu, both of them sat near Lu Jinglong. The two of them had gone to Pianran Peak to drink with the young sect leader of Tai Hui Sword Sect. Currently, Lu Jinglong's alcohol tolerance was renowned in the 2 continents, and Su Xingjiu and Lu Jiqing had contributed greatly. Adding on the female sword immortal Li Kai, old martial man Wang Fu and the others who added fuel to the fire, it could be said that sword immortal Lu either did not drink or drank, his alcohol tolerance was invincible. Therefore, Lu Jinglong's visit was not only to congratulate Luopa Mountain, but also to thank Chen Pingon. Dragon Spring Sword Sect's first disciple Dong Gu, who was Lu Xianyang's senior brother, was a nascent soul realm cultivator, but not a sword cultivator. Junior sister Su Xiaoqiao, a golden core realm sword cultivator. Xia Ling, a nascent soul realm sword cultivator, was proficient in talisman and formations. He was one of the top 10 youths in Aquarius continent, and in the past few years, his ranking had been constantly rising. He had already surpassed Wind Thunder Garden sword cultivator Lu Baqiao. 10 youths. Leading them was true Martial Mountain's Ma Ku Xian. Other than Dragon Spring Sword Sect's direct disciple Xia Ling, and nascent soul realm sword cultivator Lu Baqiao. Cloud Forest Jiang Clan, nascent soul realm cultivator Jiangyun. Lake Viewing Academy, virtuous Zhou, who had been a gentleman thrice, kept on going back and forth between the 2 titles of virtuous man and virtuous man, never getting tired of it. True Realm Sect, Golden Core Realm Sword Cultivator Suiyu. The other 10 youths were all new faces that had risen in the war, for example Ma Ku Shen's senior uncle, military sect cultivator Yu Shiwu. Aquarius continent also had 10 substitutes. Among them was a young sword cultivator from Upright Sun Mountain, a potential sword immortal named Wu Tijing. When Upright Sun Mountain became a sect, the young man was also taken in as the closed-door disciple of Upright Sun Mountain's mountain lord. Aquarius continent had 10 youths and 10 substitutes, a total of 20 cultivation geniuses. Luckily, Luopa Mountain still had Suiyu who occupied a spot. Dong Gu sat beside Wind Snow Temple's great sword immortal Wei Jin. After all, Wind Snow Temple could be considered as the maiden home of Dragon Spring Sword Sect, and Wei Jin was now the undisputed #1 sword cultivator of Aquarius continent. Dong Gu was naturally very respectful towards Wei Jin. And great sword immortal Wei Jin, who had always been aloof, made an exception for this Dragon Spring Sword Sect's eldest disciple. Although he did not speak much, he had a slight smile on his face. One had to know that Wei Jin was known for not being courteous. Even after returning to Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin only went to the immortal platform. In the 2 battles, Sword-Seeking Heaven Monarch Xie Shi, in the Sword Qi Great Wall and Aquarius continent, Sword-Seeking Great Demon did not say a word and only handed over his sword. Sun Clan's patriarch Sun Jiashu and Lady Gui's only direct descendant Jin Su had already become husband and wife. They were also a pair of Dao companions on the mountain. Crouching Ground Peak's venerable fire dragon's beloved disciple Zhang Shanfeng was in seclusion, so he could not attend the ceremony. According to Xian Peak's Yuan Ling Hall, junior apprentice brother Zhang Shanfeng had ascended to Sea Viewing Realm. When they parted in Xuanhuan, Zhang Shanfeng was not even a cultivator of the middle 5 realms. Outside of Yuan Ling Hall on Luopa Mountain, several senior apprentice brothers, along with their master, were acting as Dao protectors for Zhang Shanfeng. An ascendant realm venerable fiery dragon, the ancestral master of the White Cloud lineage, the Peach Mountain lineage, and the Taixiao lineage were all guarding a cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm outside the cave. This kind of thing, probably only Lying Ground Peak could do it. However, the so-called Dao protectors were actually just a few fellow disciples accompanying their master to chat. They would set the table, prepare the wine, serve a few dishes with wine and a large basin of fruits. They would admire the moonlight, watch the wind and rain, and quietly wait for their master to be in the mood to write a few limericks. Then each of them would have a sincere look in their eyes as they slapped the table in praise. Yuan Linghal had disliked those two flattering senior brothers for many years, especially this time. Originally he had already prepared a brush, ink, paper and inkstone, feeling that he would definitely be able to turn the tables. He never thought that his master would ask him to come to Luopa Mountain to observe the ceremony. In the end he did not come in handy. Li Shixing brought along his attendant Cui Ci to tour the heavenly horizon grotto heaven of the Liuxia continent. Zhong Kuei, together with Gao Cheng, the city lord of Jingguan City in the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley, were escorted by a quasi-sage who had returned from the moon-bearing mountain in the wilderness. They followed the old monk in chicken soup to the western Buddhist kingdom. The last disciple of the city lord of White Emperor City, Gu Ken, was now in the Fuyao continent. It was said that by chance he had found a small grotto heaven's secret realm and was cultivating in seclusion. The leader of the hemp sect, Xuanhuan, had gone to the high sect of the Central Plains. Xiao Yunyan and Madame Xiuyan traveled together and arrived at the Aquarius continent. In the end, the three hierarch and deputy hierarch as well as the three grand chancellors of the academy, gathered at the Confucian temple for a discussion. Two of them wanted to reconsider. Their reason was that since the headmaster of Luopa Mountain was, according to Cui Dongshan, only a nascent soul sword cultivator and a ninth realm warrior, it was inappropriate to promote the sect. Cui Dongshan was so angry that he almost threw a tantrum. However, the sage of rites appeared and said that there was no need for further discussion. Naturally, there was no need for further discussion. By the time Zhou Mili and the other three served tea, everyone had drunk their tea. Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang had already moved a table and a chair between Qin Pingan and Changming's seats. They were preparing to write down the genealogy records. Changming, Miyu and Wei Wenlong were all cultivators who wrote the genealogy records. Since Qin Pingan hadn't returned to his hometown for too many years, they hadn't really recorded the genealogy records in the Hall of Patriarchs of Jisei Peak. Therefore they had to make it up today. Qin Pingan stood up and walked to the writing table. He smiled and said, "According to the rules of the mountain, the head of law should be in charge of writing down the names in the genealogy records. Our Luopa Mountain is a small sect, so we didn't have time to set up the position of head of law. Therefore I'll do it for you today. After I personally write down Changming's name on the genealogy records, I'll let head of law Changming sit here." Although Pei Qian and the other two direct disciples of Qin Pingan were only second to headmaster Qin Pingan when they offered incense, the ones who were closest to Qin Pingan's head seat were Changming and Wei Wenlong, the accountant, and then Chao Qinglang and the other two. This was the rule of the mountain. The head of the law, the accountant, and the head of the Hall of Ancestors would all sit at the front of the Hall of Ancestors. Taoist Longevity stood up. She first bowed to the mountain master before bowing to the rest of the crowd. In fact, all the people who were watching the ceremony far away from Luopa Mountain were very curious about who this woman in a snow-white robe with a warm smile was. She was able to stand out and become the head of the law of Luopa Mountain in one fell swoop. How important was the head of the law of Luopa Mountain? The people present, even the female cultivator Jean Su from Old Dragon City, who had found a good master and a good husband like her, also knew very well that she did not need to pay much attention to the matters on the mountain. Qin Pingan was originally a person who liked to be reasonable, and the head of the law of Luopa Mountain meant that she was the only person on Luopa Mountain who was as reasonable as headmaster Qin Pingan in name, and even more reasonable at certain junctures. Qin Pingan wrote the words Changming in the law column on the first page of the Luopa Mountain's genealogy record. Then Qin Pingan smiled and stood up. Changming walked over and replaced Qin Pingan as the head of the brush. Then it was the head of Luopa Mountain Spring Manor, Wei Wenlong. Wei Wenlong stood up and bowed to Qin Pingan and then to everyone else. Finally he did not let go and looked at his teacher, Spring Banner House Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan. Xiao Yunyan stood up with a big smile and bowed to his former disciple, Wei Wenlong, as an equal. According to the rules of the mountain, the etiquette in Jisei Peak's ancestral hall and outside today could be done separately. Sword Immortal Xiao did not expect that a direct disciple with average cultivation talent would become Luopa Mountain's head of accounts and the hidden official's right-hand man. Lady Xianyan glanced at Xiao Yunyan's flushed face and felt a little upset. Spring Banner House was also one of the 4 great residences of inverted Hanging Mountain, perhaps because it was named well, it was now the proudest. She immediately retracted her gaze and sat up straight. It was the young hidden official who was looking at her with a smile. Out of the 4 madams of the Haoran world, there were 2 in Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall. Lady Xianxia of Plum Blossom Garden and Lady Gui of Osmanthus Island. After head of Law Changming and Spring Manor Wei Wenlong, it was Sword Immortal Miyu who had just resigned from his position as guest elder of MT Covering Cloud. Then it was nascent soul sword cultivator Chui Wei, Zhang Jiazhen of the head of accounts, and talisman cultivator Jiangchu. Zhao Shuxia Xuanhuan. Pei Qian's first disciple, Zhou Junshin, who was nicknamed Aman Nascent Soul Fox Demon Pei Xiang, who had been cultivating in the Lotus Root Blessed Land all these years. Nascent Soul Water Serpent Hong Yunzi, who had just formed his Aurus core. There were also 9 Sword Immortal embryos from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After that, there were 3 more ceremonies. The first was Sword Immortal Guizhuzhou. Her name was recorded on the 2nd page of the Ancestral Hall's direct disciple. She became the Mountain Lord Qin Pingan's direct disciple. The second was the young martial artist Zhao Shuxia. Similarly, he became Qin Pingan's disciple and officially became the Mountain Lord Qin Pingan's direct disciple. From then on, among Qin Pingan's direct disciples, there were Cui Dongshan, Pei Qian, Chao Qinglang, Guizhuzhou, and Zhao Shuxia. There were a total of 5 people. The third was Zhou Junshin. Becoming Pei Qian's disciple was equivalent to becoming Qin Pingan's direct disciple at the same time. The ceremony of becoming a disciple required the disciple to kowtow and the master to drink tea. After Qin Pingan and his disciple Pei Qian accepted their respective disciples, Qin Pingan drank a cup of tea from Zhao Shu and a cup of tea from Zhou Junshin. After putting down the teacup, Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Everyone, why don't we strike while the iron is hot and settle the matter of our Luopa Mountain hiring a guest elder today? If not for the rules of the mountains and rivers, Qin Pingan would have already asked Cui Dongshan to close the door." Some of them were scholars in the same line of literature. There was no need to add flowers to the brocade, such as Lin Shui, Yulu, Xiexia, and Dong Shuijing. Wei Pai was the mountain lord of the North Peak, Lu Jinglong was the master of a sect, Lu Zhongruan was the master of an island, Sun Qing was the master of Sparrow Manor, and Su Xingjiu was the city lord of Above Cloud City. Due to the lack of etiquette, they could only drop the matter. Some of them were business allies. There was no need to add feet to a snake to prevent confusion. For example, Fan Air of Old Dragon City, Sun Jiashu, and Wei Yusong of the Hemp sect. Therefore, the final candidates to become a guest elder of Luopa Mountain were Xiao Yunyin, Madame Huanyin, Huanyun, Xia Songhua, Lu Jiqing, and Li Fuyao. Compared to the general great sword immortals such as Su Rua from the School of Mo and Wei Jin from the Wind Snow Temple, they were even more difficult to deal with. Pei Xiang, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom, was probably as anxious as Madame Xianyan. She was worried that after such a big ceremony today, there would be too many people and eyes. Tomorrow Qingfeng City would know the whereabouts of her and the entire Fox Kingdom. She was not afraid of Su Hun from Qingfeng City. Even if a military cultivator in the Pure Jade Realm came, what could he do? If Luopa Mountain wanted to keep the guests, Su Hun would not be able to leave. Pei Xiang was just worried about the means of the person behind the scenes of Madame Su. Walking under Jianghuan Jiao, it was the first time for Hongxia to officially see the young mountain master. Facing Qin Pingan, who looked very kind to her, Hongxia Yuanying felt a natural awe deep in her heart. Sitting next to each other, Pei Xiang and Hongxia, 2 great cultivators in the Yuanying realm, found that each other seemed to be more nervous than them, and their minds gradually calmed down. They had settled the matter of the guest. The ceremony of Luopa Mountain came to an end. After that, the Ancestral Master Hall still needed to be closed to discuss matters that involved the secrets of the sect. So, Qin Pingan sent the guests to the main entrance of the Ancestral Master Hall. All the guests were staying in a large immortal mansion located halfway up the Jisei Peak. When the meeting was over, Qin Pingan would definitely have to visit each mansion one by one. Luopa Mountain had 3 peaks. The main peak was Spirit Gathering Peak, which was the one with the bamboo house and the ancestral temple. Jisei Peak, which had the ancestral hall, was actually a secondary peak. Because it was a meeting at the ancestral hall, many disciples of Luopa Mountain and ordinary guests had to leave and follow the guests down the mountain. Even Zhao Shuxia, who was Qin Pingan's direct disciple, could not stay today because of his lack of qualifications. But for a young man who was only a Realm 4 martial artist, he still left as if he was sleepwalking. Until now, the young martial artist had not returned to his senses because no one on Luopa Mountain had told him that he would become Mr. Chen's direct disciple today. Xianxia turned to Xuanhuan and whispered, "Xuanhuan, I'm not dreaming, am I?" The beautiful young woman, who was wearing the immortal robe of Sparrow Mansion, smiled and said, "Punch yourself and feel pain. It's not a dream." Xianxia sighed. "If I knew this would happen, I would have told Mr. Chen. It would have been better if you were me. You're so talented and you're already in the Dragon Gate realm. I've only managed to become a Realm 4 martial artist after practicing 2 million punches." Unexpectedly, Zhao Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. She seemed happier that he did not become Mr. Chen's direct disciple. Lu Xianyang naturally had to go with eldest senior brother Dong Gu and bring along Wei Jin, the great sword immortal of Wind Snow Temple. Madame Gui and Madame Chenyan walked together, whispering to each other. Xiao Yunyan found Lu Jinglong and naturally got to know Lu Jiqing, Su Xingjiu and the old perfected master Huan Yun. The group was actually from the North Continent and they chatted happily. Qin Li brought Gao Yuqing, Zhu Xing and Chao Mu. The 4 sword immortals who had left the Great Wall of Sword Qi earlier, and the other 9 children who had followed the hidden official to Luopa Mountain. They were all from the same hometown. The 4 of them including Lin Shui walked side by side. Walking in front of them were Li Er, the ultimate realm martial artist, Li Lu, and the lower 5 realms Qi refinement warrior Han Qingjiang. They were now a family. After Lu Xianyang finished talking with Wei Jin, he quickly ran to Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing's side. He put one hand on each of their shoulders and called out to Han Qingjiang with a smile. Han Qingjiang's face was stiff and his body was tense. He turned his head and forced a smile at Lu Xianyang, looking straight ahead. Lin Shui, who had been a temple attendant in Qidu, narrowed his eyes. Dong Shuijing's mouth twitched. The scholar Han Qingjiang's forehead immediately broke out in sweat. In fact, the Hualing dynasty was one of the few great dynasties in the North Continent, and the Han family was the retired emperor of the Hualing dynasty. Their status was similar to that of the Yu family of the Central Plains. As the legitimate son of the Han family, Han Qingjiang was actually from a first-class family in the vast world. It was just that he was in a foreign land and was not familiar with the people in the place, so it was inevitable that he felt unsettled. He did not mind eating pickles and drinking inferior wine at all. Every day he did some chores like carrying water and chopping firewood. However, he was scared away by his only good friend in town, Lu Xianyang. According to Lu Xianyang, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing had been the devils incarnate in their hometown since they were young. They liked to put sacks on people halfway through their journey and drag them to the farmland to beat them up. Han Qingjiang was not afraid of quarrels, but he was afraid of fighting. If he returned to the house with a bruised nose and a swollen face, even if Han Qingjiang did not feel embarrassed, his mother-in-law was the most prideful. His neighbors were also the best. What could he do? Say that he fell down on the road? When Li Lu turned her head slightly and looked back, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing immediately looked away calmly. Sun Qing of the Rainbow Sparrow residence brought along the direct disciple Lu Guibao, and the nascent soul female cultivator from the True Realm sect, Li Fuyao and her direct disciple Zhou Caijin, walked behind Lu Jinglong's group. The white-haired old man knew what was going on. Behind him, Manor Head Sun and Lu Sui of the Water Classic Mountain were both among the top 10 fairies of the North Continent. They were also obsessed with Lu Jinglong. Then, the Spring Banner House's sword deity Xiao and Lu Sui's master were half-Taoist companions. Therefore, at this moment, the two groups of people were so close to each other, but danger lurked everywhere. Fan Er, Sun Jiashu and Jin Su were discussing matters with the hemp sect's god of wealth, Wei Yusong. Shanjun Wei Pai, the female sword deity Xie Songhua, Xian Peaks Yuan Ling Hall, Yu Jufu and Lin Junbai. The 5 of them came from the 4 continents and were chatting happily. The 2 shops that came from the Riding Dragon Alley were Shi Ro, the Little Muda Man, the blind Taoist Jia Cheng, Zhao Dengao and Tianzhou Er. Zhou Fei, you look like an Ascendant Realm material. You will need to go into seclusion in the future. The first chief consecrator is the face of a mountain, and you will need to sneak down the mountain from time to time to fight. Luopa Mountain is sorry to delay Brother Zhou's cultivation. Miyu was scared witless. In the ancestral hall, he was definitely the one who wanted Jiang Shangzhen to be the first chief consecrator. Just give him the title of chief consecrator. Not to mention the first chief consecrator, he didn't even need the second chief consecrator. Chao Qinglang was slightly surprised, but he still gave his opinion. I think it is more reasonable for Sect Master Jiang to be the first chief consecrator. Let me Jianxian be the second chief consecrator, but we can temporarily hide the first and second chief consecrators from the public. Xianxia almost burst into tears. Finally, someone spoke up for justice. Sure enough, he still had to rely on Luopa Mountain's reputation to be Chao Qinglang. Chen Pingan held back his laughter and turned to look at Changming. There is a big disagreement. What do you say, master? Fellow Daoish Changming stood up and said, Mountain Master has the final say. Changming is only responsible for filling in the blanks of the first and second chief consecrators. Changming walked to the desk that had not been removed and took out the Ji-Se Peak Ancestral Hall's genealogy. He opened it and turned to the 2 blank pages of the chief consecrators and second chief consecrators. Cui Dongshan's 2 snow-white sleeves drooped on the armrest of the chair. After fanning the flames, he decided to watch the fire from the other side. One was shameless and determined to be the first chief consecrator, while the other was so scared that his sword heart became unstable and he refused to be the first chief consecrator. Sure enough, this kind of situation could only happen in his own ancestral hall. As for whether Jiang Shangzhen would blame him for being unkind, this was the ancestral hall's discussion. What did it have to do with him, Cui Dongshan? Chen Pingan suddenly stood up with a smile and cupped his fists towards Jiang Shangzhen. Congratulations to First Chief Zhou. I will have to trouble you in the future. In the ancestral hall, except for Jiang Shangzhen, almost everyone stood up at the same time and cupped their fists towards Jiang Shangzhen to congratulate him. Miyu, who was called a great sword immortal, was especially sincere. Jiang Shangzhen shook his sleeves and straightened his clothes. He cupped his fists in return and laughed loudly. I am indebted to your kindness. I am ashamed to accept your kindness. I am ashamed to accept your kindness. Seeing the mountain chieftain smile, Jiang Shangzhen immediately changed his tone. Since everyone has agreed and there are no objections, I will move my seat. Jiang Shangzhen stood up and picked up the chair. He moved it to the seat behind Changming and Wei Wenlong. At the same time, Cui Dongshan, Pei Qian, Chao Qinglang and everyone else moved their seats with a smile. As the chief consecrator of an ancestral hall, his seat was naturally very close to the front. Jiang Shangzhen sat down on the chair and turned around with a smile. Brother Cui, we are neighbors now. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and clapped his hands lightly. Cui Dongshan grabbed Jiang Shangzhen's hand and asked softly, Red packets? You don't feel bad if everyone has one, do you? Jiang Shangzhen said, 2 for each person. I have already prepared them. Pei Qian rubbed his forehead. Chen Pingan stood up and said, East Mountain, open a painting of the mountains and rivers to the west of the town. Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers. A map of the undulating mountain range appeared in the ancestral hall. Clouds and mist rose, spiritual energy flowed, and the veins were clear. Cui Dongshan stood up and walked to the edge of the painting. He stretched out a finger and drew a small circle. He drew a mountain and river and said slowly, Mountain Lord, including the Cloud Mountain where Wei Pai is, there are a total of 62 mountains. The Dragon Spring Sword sect occupies the Divine Grace Mountain, the Lamp Mountain, and the Hungming Peak. In addition, the surrounding Treasure Mountain, Rosy Cloud Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain are actually vassals of Luopa Mountain. They are only rented to the Dragon Spring Sword sect for 300 years. After that, the Dragon Spring Sword sect bought 4 more mountains, which are generally around the Ancestral Mountain. After Ruanteng moved the Ancestral Hall to the old mountain range north of the capital, if nothing unexpected happened with Ruanteng's temper, he will rent these 4 mountains, and there is a certain possibility that he will choose to sell them directly to our Luopa Mountain, as a return gift for the 3 mountains that Luopa Mountain rented back then. Cui Dongshan began to point out, Mr. bought the Grey Mist Mountain to the north of Luopa Mountain and split the Oxhorn Mountain in half with Wei Shanjun. The Cinnabar Mountain that the Sioux family of the Clear Breeze City had moved out was temporarily rented to the AOU back of the Pearl Hairpin Island in the Book Lake, the Azure Dawn Peak, the Sword Reverence Terrace located in the westernmost part, and the True Pearl Mountain located in the easternmost part. In addition to the Yellow Lake Mountain that Chen Lingjun had pulled strings to buy, during Mr.'s travels under Zhu Lian's operation, our Luopa Mountain had successively purchased the Fragrant Volcano, Distant Screen Peak and Zhaoshan Mound at a low price. Every time Cui Dongshan pointed out, the mountain roots and water luck would appear one by one. Cui Dongshan said in a deep voice, in addition to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, the Dragon Spine Mountain has the Dragon Beheading Cliff, the Wind Snow Temple and the True Martial Mountain will definitely not give up, so we will not think too much about it. As for the group of immortal masters who cultivate on the Clothes Belt Peak, the Ancestral Hall is actually located in the Dream Liang country, which is a neighbor of the Red Cloud Mountain. The former is a second-rate immortal force in the Aquarius continent, and is relatively at the bottom. It's just that their relationship with our Luapa mountain is good, so we don't have to think too much about it. But the other 10 or so immortal forces don't have any relationship, so we won't bully them. At this point, Cui Dongshan looked at Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, Buy, sell, both sides are willing, isn't there a relationship? Wei Wenlong said, in the Spring Mansion's account book, there is actually a slight surplus. Be it for public or private reasons, you can't give up Yellow Lake Mountain. Hongxia still wanted to say something, but Qin Pingan waved his hand. Just relax, leave the water residence. Hongxia did not dare to say anything and hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Mountain Master. Jiang Shangzhen was deeply moved, and he still said that he did not have the final say? If it was at the ancestral hall of the Divine Seal Peak, how many people would spit at him and smash his chair? Qin Pingan laughed softly. Hongxia, there is no need to be so reserved, you are a part of the ancestral hall's discussion. You have a chair here, reason is the most important. If anyone dares to leave the ancestral hall to make things difficult for you, just look for me, I will personally help you judge. Cui Dongshan nodded, yes. Qin Pingan laughed angrily, I am talking about you, don't scare Hongxia for no reason in the future. Cui Dongshan glanced at Hongxia from the corner of his eyes, and Hongxia subconsciously looked at the Mountain Master. Qin Pingan, who had just retracted his gaze from the picture scroll, could only look at Cui Dongshan again. Cui Dongshan had no choice but to raise his two sleeves. Sui Yuyu, who had been silent all this time, said, I want the Reverend Sword platform as a place of cultivation. Qin Pingan shook his head. No. Sui Yuyu frowned and asked, why? Qin Pingan casually found a reason. Other sects have golden cores, our Luapa mountain needs nascent souls. Qin Pingan had a choice in mind for the Reverend Sword platform, with Cui Wei as the leader and the 9 potential sword immortals staying there. Sui Yuyu was not a sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so he was not suitable. Sui Yuyu laughed. Qin Pingan knew why Sui Yuyu was like this. It was not difficult for her to break through the golden core bottleneck. If she really wanted to enter the nascent soul realm, she could have done it at the Ascension platform. But for some reason, Sui Yuyu deliberately stagnated her realm. Qin Pingan added, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Qin Pingan flicked his sleeves and put away the painting. He took a few steps back and stood by the chair. He placed one hand on the back of the chair and said, there are 3 reasons why Luapa Mountain continues to hide. First, I have been a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi for more than 10 years. I have many hidden enemies and not all of them are demons. Second, I have 2 personal grudges in my early years. The matter of the natal porcelain, the Dali dynasty that was supervised by the Dragon Kiln, and the parents of Ma Xuanhuan of Apricot Blossom Lane. They have some deep grudges, and there might even be people from the North Continent involved. Second, back then the Su family of Clearwind City joined forces with Xinjiang Mountain. Lu Xianyang and I were almost beaten to death. Third, as the last disciple of the literary sage, my identity will soon be revealed. When the time comes, there will be pros and cons and the situation will be fierce. When the time comes, there will be a lot of trouble. Just relying on flying swords and fists will not be effective. Here I will inform all of you in advance. Everyone be prepared. Of course, with me around, it will not be easy for the other party to succeed. But when I need your help, I will not be courteous. Qin Pingan put one hand behind his back and patted the back of the chair with the other. So before that, I have to cut the Gordian knot and deal with the nearby family matters. The Song clan, Xinjiang Mountain, and Clearwind City are mainly these 3. Yes, there is also the Spring Dew Garden, which is relatively easier to deal with. So, I will personally make a trip to the North Continent in the near future. Qin Pingan looked at Pei Xiang, and the ruler of the Fox Nation immediately stood up. Qin Pingan smiled. Changming suddenly asked, what about Mount Grey Mist? In Mount Grey Mist, there were actually 3 people who were cultivating in seclusion. There was a remnant of the Zhuang dynasty who was known as Xiao Pasian, a servant girl, and Qiu Shi, a female cultivator who was known as Shiqiu. Qin Pingan was silent for a moment. He nodded and said, let's send the guests away first. I will go to Mount Grey Mist. If they are willing, they can join Luopa Mountain. Changming did not say anything else. Qin Pingan sat on the chair with his hands in his sleeves. He looked at the door in a daze. There were actually many things that could be discussed. For example, the Lotus Root Blessed Land, the 3 trade routes, the handling of the relationship with the Dali dynasty, the handling of the immortal money in the treasury, the support of the Shanshui Palace Bulletin, the ruins of the mountain god temple on the main peak of Spirit Gathering Peak, and whether it could be built into the core of a mountain-protecting sword formation. When Qin Pingan came back to his senses, he found that everyone except for him had left the Hall of Ancestral Masters. Qin Pingan stood up and turned to walk backward. He stopped and looked up at the 3 hanging portraits. He suddenly remembered that when he was still a peasant, before he used his sword to chop Sui Mountain, he had said unintentionally, "Let's fight if you want to." It was only after chatting with Alliance that he knew that 10,000 years ago, there was a young sword cultivator who said, "Let's fight if you want to." Qin Pingan laughed. He turned and walked toward the door of the Hall of Ancestral Masters. As for the winner of the second Dream Questioning Heart game, Qin Pingan had already understood that if he wanted to win against his senior apprentice brother Cui Dong, he had to have the mentality that he could win against Xianhu in chess. With this mentality he might not be able to win. But if he did not have this mentality, everything would be over. He left with a sword on his back. He smiled and said, "I am the Qingdu Shanshui Lang." When the green-robed swordsman stepped over the threshold, everyone waiting outside looked over at the same time under the sunlight. No matter if it was the teacher, the master, or the hill master. They all felt that the man who walked out of the door was like a god. 765. While Qin Pingan was dozing off in the ancestral hall, everyone outside the door was quietly waiting for the hill master to appear. For cultivators, resting and sleeping was the most important thing. Life was just a matter of waking up and sleeping. In life, one would wake up when they arrived and sleep when they left. Cui Dongshan covered his sleeves and glanced at the white-haired Jiang Shangzhen. He smiled and said, "The sun and moon grind like ants." Jiang Shangzhen was originally envious of Mi Jianxian's lightness, while Mi was sincerely admiring Principal Zhou's righteousness. Hearing Cui Dongshan's sigh, Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "What a drunken journey." Looking at swords under the light, asking if there's any injustice. Mi was confused. He was at a disadvantage because he was not well educated. He just wanted to pretend to be a rich man and go to the jianghu at the foot of the mountain. He wanted to get to know some lively and cute heroines. Cui Dongshan began to complain that Chao Qinglang had scored 3 times in a row in the Blessed Land, yet when he arrived at the Imperial Examination field in Great Li, he was only a new second in the Imperial Examination, only a 6th-rank Hanlin editor in Great Li. As a result, he didn't even have the face to brag to his grandmaster about this trip to the Merit and Virtue Forest. Old Dong from the Confucian Temple and Zhou Mi, the headmaster of the Old Yueying Academy, didn't think highly of you after reading a few of your essays. Grandmaster is just a scholar, what else can he do? He had no choice but to ask Old Dong and Zhou Mi to circle and comment on it for you. Take it. Chao Qinglang took the stolen answer sheets from the Ministry of Rights of the Great Li dynasty and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were indeed Old Master Dong and Master Zhou's comments on them. There were quite a few circles and comments. There were criticisms but not many. Most of them were very particular and appropriate words of praise. Actually, it was not only Chao Qinglang's answer scrolls. Cui Dongshan took away all the answers from the top 3 and the top 2 scholars and moved them to the Merit Forest. After Old Dong finished reading the answer scrolls, he said, "Clouds and rosy clouds gather in Dali. The mountains and rivers are beautiful." Chao Qinglang asked, "Xiao Shixiang, when will I resign from my post as an editor in Hanlin Academy?" Actually, it was not Chao Qinglang's original intention to participate in the Dali Imperial examinations. It was Zhu Lian who urged her to do so. Mr. Zhong also thought that it was feasible. Chao Qinglang followed the prescribed order in the prefectural examinations, township examinations, metropolitan examinations and palace examinations and got the 2nd place. Just like the branch of the literary saint, the burden of the imperial examinations all fell on Chao Qinglang's shoulders, and Chao Qinglang did not disappoint. Even though the Great Li dynasty had returned half of the empire, half of the continent's scholars were still fighting for the position of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Especially in the Great Li imperial court's pioneering imperial examination and the capital's court examination, there were countless talents, and without exception, they were all top-class scholars. Therefore, Chao Qinglang's new 2nd place carried a lot of weight. Cui Dongshan laughed, "What's the point of resigning? Later, little senior brother will help you write a history book. I will also help you pass the Ministry of Personnel's examination. Just treat it as a Hanlin scholar and sit on the bench for a few years." Sui Yuyu stood together with Master Zhongqiu. One of them had resolutely given up on martial arts and turned to sword cultivation. He was determined to become a sword cultivator and soar with his sword. The other was able to cultivate the Confucian abhijna midway and match the teachings of the sages in the books. Finally he formed his Aurus core. Both of them were extraordinary. Although Sui Yu did not smile in front of the other three people in the painting, he was very respectful towards Master Zhong. He congratulated him. Master Zhong, you formed your Aurus core with the image of a gentleman from the Confucian Academy. It's rare and commendable. Zhongqiu laughed. Ask about the work, don't ask about the harvest. You and I should encourage each other. Actually, Zhongqiu knew about Sui Yu's teacher in their hometown. Zhong Imperial Tutor had always read all kinds of books. He read all kinds of things. That scholar had always been regarded as a Confucian sage in the lotus flower-blessed land. At the same time he was also a mysterious sword celestial. Anyway, the general approach in the scholar's notes and unofficial history was nothing more than opening his mouth and spitting out a sword pill. With a flash of white light, a head would roll. As for Zhongqiu's literary sage Wu Zongshi, the so-called literary sage, could actually be regarded as the model of Sui Yu's teacher. Lu Baixiang asked Wei Xian, why haven't you accepted a disciple yet? Wei Xian answered, I'll wait for your disciple to accept a disciple. He's young and has a high seniority. He'll have an advantage. If he still doesn't have a future, then I'll just beat him to death. Pei Qian suddenly said, Old Wei, you said that the battle on the battlefield is not about the linear snake formation or the dragon gate formation. It's just about the 6 words straight and horizontal. In the end, it's up to each person's ability. In the past, I didn't believe you and always thought that you were making things up. After I went to the Jinjia continent, it seems to be true. Wei Xian was silent for a moment. He rubbed his chin and said, I can't say such words normally. Could it be that they're my words after drinking? Pei Qian said, I'll have to trouble you to stop while you're ahead. Lu Baixiang laughed loudly, vast, vast. Zhou Mili and Sister Nuanshu were whispering to each other, secretly comparing the number of melon seeds in their sleeves. When Qin Pingan walked out of the ancestral hall, he noticed that everyone was silent and looking at him strangely. Qin Pingan looked left and right, but he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. He asked curiously, what's wrong? Cui Dongshan whispered, eldest senior sister? In other words, at this critical moment, it was time for eldest senior sister to take action. Pei Qian was confused. What? Cui Dongshan sighed, feeling very regretful. It was a pity that old immortal Jia from the dragon riding alley wasn't present. Otherwise, if he made a good start, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Qin Pingan quickly stepped forward and asked, what should we do later? We can't just charge in noisily, can we? Zhu Lian smiled, young master should make the decision. This group of guests was the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Donggu and Lu Xianyang, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. The relationship between the Dragon Spring Sword sect and the Wind Snow Temple was well known in the continent. Donggu, who was born as a demon, naturally had a good impression of Luopa Mountain. Moreover, Luopa Mountain bought the most expensive sword talismans. One worshipped Zhou Fei, and the other was Changming as if they were addicted. Qin Pingan and Donggu greeted each other courteously. As for Lu Xianyang, there was no need to say anything courteous. Therefore, after sitting down, Qin Pingan chatted more with Wei Jin. Wei Jin said that he would not stay in Luopa Mountain for long and would soon go overseas. There were still many fish that escaped into the sea from the demon race. It was a good opportunity to practice swordsmanship. Wei Jin also said that in today's vast world, many immortal opportunities were born. He only said that a suspended lake appeared out of thin air in the Aquarius continent. On the island in the center of the lake, there was an ancient building like an ancestral temple. There were 3 words on the plaque, autumn wind, and 2 words were clearly visible. However, the last word was only half left, which was the word sea. The complete story was most likely the autumn wind temple. However, the Qi cultivators who searched for the immortal opportunities went in and came out without knowing anything. No one gained anything. They only knew that there was a flock of illusory spiritual drum crows living inside, with fallen leaves in their mouths. Besides that, there was also an immortal ferry that was at least a quasi-immortal weapon on the South Sea. It was large enough to travel across continents, and it was like a magnificent city. On the ferry, there was only a strange monk that seemed to be born from the Great Tao. However, the ferry's whereabouts were uncertain. Whether one could board the ferry depended on their luck. However, those who boarded the ferry all disappeared. No one could leave. After that, A female immortal cultivator from the Liuxia continent and a sword immortal from the central continent boarded the ferry to investigate. They did not expect that they could not stop the ferry. They were almost invited to stay for 100 years by the young monk. Both parties could only forcefully break open the small world and return to the vast world. The Autumn Wind Temple in the Aquarius continent, the nameless ferry drifting in the South Sea, the Sea View Tower in the Golden Armor continent. After the vast world and the desolate world connected, immortal opportunities appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. Chen Pingan was naturally not interested in the Autumn Wind Temple. However, if someone from the Luapa mountain went down the mountain to train, he could try his luck. After all, it was not as dangerous as the ferry. It started at the hemp sect at the Skeleton Beach and ended at the Spring Dew Garden at the Great Blasphemy Estuary. It only extended slightly and was connected to the Sparrow Manor and the city above the clouds. The other route was from the south to the north. It also passed through Hemp Sect, but it mainly cooperated with Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. It involved more than 80 immortal mountains of all sizes. Most of the Luopa mountain would not directly connect with them. There were even many small mountains that mistakenly thought that the cross-continent ferries were joining forces with the Northern Peak Cloud Covering Mountain and the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, and then relying on this to sell to the south of the Aquarius continent. During this period, there were two big disagreements at Spring Dew Garden. One was when Luopa Mountain decided to lower the price and reduce the profits. Spring Dew Garden would still not lose money, but the profits would be very small. This caused the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall to quarrel endlessly. The nascent Soul Stage Mountain Lord of Spring Dew Garden still hoped that Luopa Mountain could change the price to a more reasonable price. They could not just ferry back and forth and only earn a small profit. On the other hand, Tang Shi, the old Jindan Song Lanxiao, and his teacher, the old woman from the Illuminating Night Herb Hall, also had internal conflicts. Tang Shi had the same opinion as the Mountain Master. Only the pair of master and disciple threatened the Spring Dew Garden with removing their seats at the Hall of Patriarchs. In the end, the Spring Dew Garden weighed the pros and cons and still did not want to lose the Luopa Mountain, their future source of wealth, and chose to retreat. After that, Luopa Mountain had been intentionally or unintentionally increasing the commercial status of Cloud Above City. In addition, Sparrow Manor had inexplicably gained a treasure trove. It seemed that they were only one Upper Five Realms cultivator away from becoming a sect. This made Spring Dew Garden, who was rich but never a sect, feel jealous. Sparrow Manor distributed robes to Spring Dew Garden according to the quota. Spring Dew Garden should have been the first to sell out, but for some reason there was a large backlog. In fact, this originated from a discussion in the Ancestral Hall. The god of fortune of Spring Dew Garden, who did not see eye to eye with Tang Shi, said a lot of strange things about Cloud Above City and Sparrow Manor. The old woman was also very annoyed. She said that the bunch of pretty girls in Sparrow Manor were chasing away beggars. At that time, Song Lanxiao, who was ranked at the back of the Ancestral Hall, felt very helpless. His master was good at everything, but she could not stand the words of those with ulterior motives. A few words of praise that shouldn't have been taken seriously were enough to make master disregard everything. Furthermore, Spring Dew Garden really hoped that through his master, he could say a few words to the young sword immortal from Luopa Mountain. That way he could help Spring Dew Garden earn more immortal money. On this matter, Tang Shi had the same thoughts as Song Lanxiao. He felt that the old woman should not be like this. Friendship was friendship, business was business. However, Song Lanxiao's words in private were useless. Tang Shi tried to persuade her, but he was scolded badly. As for Luopa Mountain, they also took into account the relationship between the old woman and their mountain lord and made two concessions. However, Spring Dew Garden still felt that it was not enough. There were also many rumors. For example, Luopa Mountain had helped Cloud Above City build a private immortal ferry, but Spring Dew Garden did not even like this. They were unhappy and sent a flying sword message to Luopa Mountain, requesting to move the ferry to one of Spring Dew Garden's vassal mountains. The writer was the old woman, and the recipient was naturally Chen Pingan. After receiving the letter, Zhu Lian and Wei Pai looked at each other speechlessly. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Pingan already knew about all these, which was why he personally went to Spring Dew Garden. It was just on the way. Sui Yuyu sat beside Li Fuyao. At Book Slip Lake, Sui Yuyu and the second sect leader Wei Ying were like fire and water. This was something that everyone knew. She did not have much interaction with Lu Laoqing and Lu Jimao. Only Li Fuyao could chat with her. Li Fuyao was filled with emotions. The young accountant of Verdant Canyon Island seemed to have become a completely different person in a few blinks of an eye. He was calm and composed, handling a cleaver with ease. Moreover, it was like a spring breeze when interacting with him. When Qin Pingan left, Sun Qing suddenly said, "Mountain Lord Qin, you won't cause a ruckus in Spring Dew Garden, right? Amiability breeds wealth." Qin Pingan held back his laughter. "I know." After Qin Pingan left, Sun Qing asked, "Fuyao Guibao, don't you think this matter is troublesome?" Li Fuyao said, "It's a mix of emotions and reason. It also involves the mountains and money transactions. It's actually very troublesome." Sun Qing said, "Then why is he acting like nothing happened?" Lu Guibao said, "Master, have you forgotten what happened at the immortal abode? People like Mountain Lord Qin are born to be good at solving problems." Sun Qing thought for a while. "I only remember the way he hugged the bamboo and said, 'I'm sorry, I'm sorry.'" Zhou Caizhen asked curiously, "Is there a story? Sister Lu, can you tell me?" Lu Guibao picked out some that could be said and told the girl about the dangerous battle for the immortal's destiny. Zhou Caizhen listened with an awkward expression. She could not reconcile the image of the gentle Mr. Chen with the image of the black-robed elder. Lu Guibao could not help but tease, "Your Mr. Chen is very good at making money." Zhou Caizhen shook her head. "You must have misunderstood Mr. Chen." Qin Pingan brought Cui Dongshan, Wei Xian, and Lu Baixiang to a mansion with a strange atmosphere. There was a stream flowing by. Two groups of people stood by the railing. Li Er, Li Lu, Han Qingjiang. Lin Shuyi, Yu Lu, Xiexia, and Dong Shuijing. Yu Lu was looking at the fish in the stream. He wanted to make a fishing rod with his own hands. After seeing Cui Dongshan, she no longer had the slightest bit of a relaxed demeanor. As expected, after Qin Pingan saluted Li Er and greeted him as Uncle Li, Li Er smiled and nodded. Cui Dongshan immediately ran to Xiexia's side. He stood on his tiptoes, stretched his neck, and shouted in her ear, "Great golden core Xia, great goddess Xia." Xiexia's body stiffened. Her heartstrings were taut. She did not move. Yu Lu waved at Qin Pingan. "I'll go find some bamboo." Yu Lu leaped over the bamboo railing in the stream. He ran to the bamboo forest on the other side of the mountain to get busy. Qin Pingan said to Lin Shui, "I went to the Great Blasphemy Temple not long after you left." Lin Shui smiled and nodded. He did not appear to be friendly. He was still the same as before. Lin Shui's temper would probably remain the same even after a few hundred or 1,000 years. Qin Pingan said to Dong Shuijing, "I'll find you in the prefecture's capital to drink and ask you about business." Dong Shuijing smiled. "We'll talk." Qin Pingan saluted Li Lu and Han Qingjiang. He smiled but did not say anything. Otherwise, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing would probably find him for a drink today. Li Lu smiled and nodded. Han Qingjiang saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Mountain Lord Qin." Qin Pingan could only return the salute. "Greetings, Mr. Han." Lin Shui's mouth twitched. Dong Shuijing turned to look at the bamboo forest on the other side. "Why don't you just bow so low that your forehead touches the ground? Wouldn't that show more sincerity?" Then Qin Pingan and Li Er strolled away. Li Er asked, "What's going on at Tongyi Continent?" Qin Pingan nodded. "It's the limit at Taiping Mountain." Li Er said happily, "Then I'll stay on the mountain for a few more days. You won't have to worry about feeding your fists." Qin Pingan's expression was awkward, but he still nodded. Li Er slapped Qin Pingan's shoulder and said telepathically, "Since it's Li Lu's idea as his father, I have nothing to say. Anyway, Qingjiang's character is not bad. But there's something I shouldn't say. You came home too late and your aunt still feels it's a pity. She always says that if you came back earlier, she wouldn't have agreed to this marriage no matter what." Qin Pingan braced himself and said, "Uncle Li is already a father-in-law. You really shouldn't say this." Li Er smiled and punched Qin Pingan's shoulder. "It shouldn't be feeding your fists. It should be asking your fists at the same level." Qin Pingan's shoulder tilted. "Of course it's still feeding my fists. 3 floors of the limit, vigorous, pure, divine." Qin Pingan was only vigorous, but Li Er was already divine. Li Er said, "As long as you beat me, whether it's feeding my fists or asking my fists, it's up to you." Qin Pingan smiled wryly and didn't say anything. Uncle Li's feeding fists were not light. Cui Dongshan stayed behind to catch up with Xiexia. Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian walked over to Li Er and asked for some advice. After that, Qin Pingan brought Wei Wenlong to visit the hemp sect's god of wealth, Wei Yusong, Fan Air, Sun Jiashu and Jin Su. Fan Air stood at the door waiting for Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan walked forward quickly and raised his hand with a smile, giving Fan Air a high five. Fan Air walked side by side with Chen Pingan. He lowered his voice and said, "I'm now a martial grandmaster of the 5 realms. Let's go back and spar." Chen Pingan hesitated for a long time and only said, breaking through at lightning speed. Here they talked about business. It wasn't that they didn't have any ties, but that friendship was actually part of business. A true friend, in fact, was nothing more than the relationship between the two parties. It was more important than the word money. On Xie Songhua and Yuan Ling Hall's side, Wei Shanjun, as a guest of Luapa Mountain, actually did half the duty of a host. Chen Pingan brought Zhu Lian and Zhong Qiu to return the greeting. Yubifu cupped his fists. Lin Junbai cupped his fists first and then bowed again. 2 forms of address, 2 forms of speech. Greetings, Master Hidden Official. Greetings, Mr. Chin. Chen Pingan nodded first and could only return the greeting. He smiled and asked, "How are Chao Gun, Xianxia and the others?" Lin Junbai stood up. "I've seen them all once. They miss Master Hidden Official more than I do." Lin Junbai of the Xiaoyuan dynasty was no longer just a youth whose name had risen to fame in the central divine continent. He was an outstanding figure of the younger generation. Every time the name Lin Junbai was mentioned, it would always amaze others. Sword cultivation realm, Great Wall of Sword Qi, Great Wall of Sword Qi, his own talent, a Confucian disciple's literary heritage, the Xiaoyuan dynasty's prime minister, an outstanding appearance, an immortal's temperament on the mountain, superb chess skills, a clear talker and a pragmatic official. These were all good points. He was simply a flawless person. Chen Pingan reminded him, "Junbai, you still have to pass 3 stages. The heart demon of the nascent soul bottleneck and enter the upper 5 realms. As the imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, wait for your name to be called." Lin Junbai's expression was solemn as he waited quietly. The last stage would probably be even more difficult. Chen Pingan said, "Do I need to say more? Of course, hurry up and find a wife. Don't be a bachelor." Chen Pingan glanced at the girl beside him from the corner of his eye. Yubifu laughed angrily. "Ask fist?" Lin Junbai nodded. "I bet that Miss Yu will win." As long as Master Hidden Official agreed to the ask fist, Lin Junbai felt that even if he lost money to watch the show, it would still be worth it. Chen Pingan turned a deaf ear and said to Lin Junbai seriously, "Now that my chess skills have improved greatly, I'll get Dongshan to play a few games with you." Lin Junbai looked helpless. What was Master Hidden Official thinking? Chen Pingan said, "Miss Yu, thank you for taking care of Pei Qian these past few years." Yubifu shook his head. "On the battlefield of Jinjia continent, Pei Qian saved me more than once." Chen Pingan also shook his head. "That's not how you calculate things. Without you, Pei Qian's experience outside would only be more difficult." Yubifu ridiculed, "You're clearly calculating things." Xie Songhua said, "My family is strict. What can I do? Miss Yu, you have to be considerate." Chen Pingan was very afraid of this female sword immortal from Snow White Continent, so he hurriedly took his leave. After that, he finally did not return the favor. He brought Pei Xiang and Hong to see the Riding Dragon Alley. Jia Qing, the old immortal from the Dragon Gate realm, seemed to have opened his heavenly eyes as he looked at the Mountain Lord. The old Taoist sighed and stroked his beard. Looking at the Mountain Lord's aura, his power is heavy but his chi is light. Let's not talk about his high cultivation base. Just talking about his way of dealing with people, the Mountain Lord seems to be one with the heavens and earth. Can be said that he has reached perfection. Chen Pingan was speechless. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. They were all direct descendants or descendants of his family. Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai, Tsin Yuanji. Zhao Shuxia, Zhao Luan. There was also Yunzi who could not speak here. After transforming into human form, he was a black-clothed youth with long and narrow eyes. Chen Pingan reminded Yunzi, "Yunzi, in the future, Yellow Lake Mountain will be your cultivation ground." During the meeting at the Ancestral Hall, Yunzi took the initiative to transfer the water manor to you. Also, you can take this opportunity to play a few rounds with Lin Junbai. Maybe it can help you improve your Dao heart. In the last mansion there was only a lone figure, the Pearl Hairpin Island Lord, Lu Zhongruan. Chen Pingan brought Chao Qinglang and Xiaomi, and visited together. After that, Wei Jin and Yuan Ling Hall were the first to leave Luopa Mountain. Li Er's family also went down the mountain. After all, Luopa Mountain was close to them. Their ancestral home was on the other side of the small town. When Han Qingjiang went down the mountain, his footsteps were lighter. He felt that Mountain Lord Chen was a reasonable scholar. He was finally not tricked by Lu Xianyang. As for the other guests, they would stay on the mountain for a few days. Actually, for a sect celebration in the vast world, it was a miracle to be able to complete the ceremony in just one day. Generally speaking, it would take 10 days to half a month if it was short, and 1 or 2 months if it was long. If they were not careful, their seats would be placed at the back and they would lose face. It would be troublesome. For example, when the host returned the ceremony, it was not the sect lord who showed up personally. Even the ancestral master of justice and the chief consecrator did not say a word. In the end, it was just an ordinary earth immortal who was in charge of returning the ceremony. This made many elders of the old mountain feel that it was too rude and humiliating. Perhaps it was a celebration, but there were not many upper 5 realms cultivators who came to congratulate them. Or perhaps there was no immortal leading the ceremony. It was simply a joke. Another example was that after the activation of the mirror flower, water and moon, there was a flying sword message from one's own mountain, saying that the sect was unreasonable. They did not even see the figure of their own ancestral master from the beginning to the end. In fact, if Luopa Mountain was not Chenpingan's Luopa Mountain, it would be taboo to arrange the residences of the upper 5 realms cultivators so casually. Just the order of returning the ceremony was already taboo. One had to consider that Yuanling Hall was the disciple of Venerable Fire Dragon, Lin Junbai was the future imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, and Yu Zhuanfu was a descendant of the Yu family. After that, several groups of people from the North Continent agreed to return together. Xuanhuan brought 2 disciples, Yu Zhuanfu and Lin Junbai, and said that they were going to find the Temple of Autumn Wind together. It just so happened that they were going the same way as Fan Air and Sun Jiashu. He put 2 fingers together as if he was twirling a pocket moon. He smiled and said, "Miss Kuiyu, I'm returning it to you. It was a misunderstanding before." Over at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, no discord, no concord. Chen Pingan accepted Kuiyu's gift, a half-moon soul. Moreover, it was not a half-moon soul from the desolate world, so there was nothing to feel sorry about. Kuiyu immediately turned her head and stared at the hidden official. "Chen Pingan, what are you doing?" Chen Pingan said helplessly, "I indeed mistook you for Lu Kai." Kuiyu waved her hand, take it away, take it away. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss." Chen Pingan raised his hand, still determined to return the item to her. The round-faced girl had an idea and said, "Just take it as a congratulatory gift for Luopa Mountain becoming a sect." Chen Pingan smiled bitterly, "That's too much." Kuiyu's face was full of anger. Chen Pingan suddenly put away Kuiyu at lightning speed. Just as he sat up straight, someone squatted behind him and reached out to strangle him. Kuiyu was stunned. Lu Xianyang was not bad. His realm was not high, but he was bold. Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "You dare to come to my door?" Chen Pingan coughed and said, "I'm here to see sister-in-law." Lu Xianyang was stunned. He suddenly loosened his grip so that Chen Pingan could talk more. Kuiyu's face flushed red. She stood up abruptly. She could not beat him in a fight, nor could she scold him. She angrily went to the house. Lu Xianyang moved a chair to the side and sat down. He whispered, "At least you know your place." Chen Pingan asked, "What happened?" Lu Xianyang curled his lips. "I took a second look. It's actually a good thing. I'm just a casual Yupo. Inner demons should be afraid of me. They can't wait to hide." Lu Xianyang tossed a jug of wine to Chen Pingan. The 2 of them ate melon seeds and drank together. Lu Xianyang said, "Little slug, you're doing pretty well now." Chen Pingan nodded. White Emperor City Lord Jing Juzhong was the last disciple of the world's #1 demonic path powerhouse. Not just anyone could become his disciple. Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, "Was it your arrangement?" Chen Pingan leaned back. "How could it be? It was most likely Xiaohu's doing. City Lord Bai and I have no relationship at all." Lu Xianyang was silent for a moment, then asked, "What do you mean? Should we each have one or should we all go together?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Then I'll choose Jingyang Mountain. There are many sword immortals there." Whether it was the old sword bar hanging under the bridge or Chen Pingan next to him, in the eyes of outsiders, they were all inconspicuous things that they were accustomed to. Chen Pingan said, "It should be that Xiaohu used some unknown method to cut off the connection between us. When I returned to my hometown and truly confirmed this matter, it started to feel like a dream again. My heart felt empty. Although I encountered many difficulties in the past, I still had that unseen connection. Even when I was alone on that half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I still used a flying sword message to this side through a scheme. That feeling, how should I put it? It was like the first time I traveled to the inverted mountains. Even if I lost and died in the Battle of Jiaolong Gully, no matter who it was, even if it was Lu Qin, the third headmaster of the Beko Kekyung building, as long as I was willing to be cut into pieces, I would still pull you down. Now that I think about it, this kind of thinking is actually my biggest backing. It wasn't because of what she helped me on the path of cultivation, but because her existence made me feel at ease. Now, it's gone. On the path of life, whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary person, there would be a certain thought that would be their backer. For example, a kind-hearted person would be certain that a good person would be rewarded and use this as an excuse to oppose all the suffering in the world. She completely cut off the connection between Qin Pingan and her. This was one of the key points of Cui Dong's fourth dream after the 3 dreams in the Cave of Fortune. Qin Pingan finally managed to verify that the dream was real at Taiping Mountain by relying on Jiang Shangzhen's words about Taiping Mountain's cultivation. In the end, when he arrived at his hometown's Aquarius continent, he began to feel confused again. This was because along the way the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the Cave of Fortune, Xishan Ferry, Taiping Mountain, Cloud Cave, Blessed Land, Mirage City, Heavenly Fall Peak. The further north he went, especially when he took the cross-continent ferry to the southern peak of the Aquarius continent, there was not a single trace of connection. Qin Pingan walked all the way to the Aquarius continent's great blasphemy temple before he truly dispelled this worry. Cultivating the sword, seeking the sword in the sky, sword immortals ascending. Practicing martial arts, I am at the peak of the mountain, there is no one in front of me. These were all principles that Qin Pingan believed to be extremely reliable and thorough in his heart. After playing chess with Cui Dong, Qin Pingan flipped through books in the Chidu temple for an entire night before he suddenly realized that he was too afraid of the imperial tutor, Cui Dong. Even if Cui Dong became the Tao Protector's senior brother, as long as Cui Dong was in the chessboard opposite him, Qin Pingan always felt that he could only hope to lose less. He did not even have the extravagant hope of not losing, and could even win against Hao Ran 3 brocade embroideries embroidered tiger. In this way, how could Qin Pingan say that there was no one in front of him? Therefore, Cui Dong's so-called darkness under the light was really not wrong for Qin Pingan. The key to solving the problem had already been explained, but Qin Pingan still could not understand it for a long time. Qin Pingan said self-deprecatingly, "When I went from the inverted mountain to Luhua Island's Cave of Fortune, and then set foot in Tongya continent, until now when I sit here, I no longer have that feeling. The closer I get to my hometown, the more I feel like this. In fact, it makes me feel very uncomfortable. Just like now, it seems that I can't help but jump into the water. When I look up, the old sword has been hanging under the bridge all the time." Lu Xianyang leaned back, used his hands as a pillow, crossed his legs and said with a smile, "You like to think about other things since you were a child and you don't like to talk." Now that he had returned to the vast realm alive, especially when he was so close to home, did he feel as if Qin Pingan had never left his hometown, and that everything was just a dream? "Are you worried that the whole Liju cave is a white paper blessed land?" Qin Pingan put his hands in his sleeves and said with a smile, "A dream come true. Who doesn't go back to sleep after waking up, hoping to continue the previous dream? Back then, the 3 of us, who would have thought that we would be like today?" Lu Xianyang had a deep understanding, of course. "When I was in the ancestral house in my hometown, every time I woke up in the middle of the night, I would rush back to bed, close my eyes and go to sleep. Occasionally it would work, but most of the time it would be a different dream." Qin Pingan said, "Be careful not to be misled by someone pretending to be Yu Lao. The reason why I am so wary of Xinjiang Mountain and Qingfeng City is that someone is hiding behind the scenes. His methods are skillful, and it is impossible to guard against. Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin, Wind Thunder Gardens Li Tuanjing, and even Lu Baqiao. Someone is secretly controlling the flow of the swordsmanship of a continent. Madame Gui also reminded me during the ceremony this time." Lu Xianyang said with a smile, "Before returning home, I had already asked someone to help me cut off the red string of marriage with Wang Zhu. Otherwise, do you think I would be so patient as to wait for you to return home? There would have been someone who had slashed from the outside of Qingfeng City to the inside of the city, and from the bottom of Xinjiang Mountain to the peak. I was afraid that someone would run away." Qin Pingan frowned slightly, "Then we might have to add Wind Thunder Gardens Huang He. Wind Thunder Gardens Li Tuanjing Xinjiang Mountains Female Patriarch. Wind Snow Temples Wei Jin, He Xiaoyang of Divine Grandeur Sect. Dragon Spring Sword Sects Lu Xianyang, Clay Bottle Alleys Wangzhou. Wind Thunder Gardens Lu Baqiao Xinjiang Mountains Fairy Su Jia. If Wei Jin had not met Alliance and made a trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, if Lu Xianyang had not traveled far to seek knowledge, and if he had only stayed in a continent, he might have been played by the person behind the scenes just like Li Tuanjing. With Li Tuanjing's swordsmanship aptitude, she would undoubtedly be an immortal sword cultivator in the vast 8 continents. However, in the Aquarius continent, Li Tuanjing had never been able to ascend to the upper 5 realms. Among the 10 young candidates, Xinjiang Mountain had a young potential to become a sword immortal. She was Wu Tijing. In the vast expanse she used the name Yu Qianyue. Pei Min of the Central Plains Divine Continent had given himself the alias of Pei Wenyue in the Tongyi Continent. Wind Thunder Gardens Li Tuanjing had been dead for more than 20 years, and Xinjiang Mountain had another young sword immortal, Wu Tijing? Li Tuanjing Wu Tijing. Was Xinjiang Mountain reminding Wind Thunder Gardens Huang He? I'm half a Li Tuanjing? This hidden mastermind's way of doing things was as disgusting as ever. With an enemy like Ma Xuanhuan from the Apricot Blossom Alley, Qin Pingan did not feel too burdened. Whether it was victory or defeat, life or death, he would do as he should. He was like that, and so was Ma Xuanhuan. It was refreshing. Qin Pingan had originally planned to let Chief Disciple Zhou make a trip down the mountain at a later time. For example, he could wait until he left for the North Continent so that Jiang Xiangxian could familiarize herself with the mountain. But when he thought of Wu Tijing and his friend Lu Baqiao, Qin Pingan immediately changed his mind. He took out the sword case and sent a message via flying sword to the newly built sword room at the peak of Luopa Mountain's Jisei Peak. He told Jiang Xiangxian and Cui Dongshan to pay attention to this person's movements and not let the woman at the back of the ancestral hall sneak away. However, Luopa Mountain only needed to keep an eye on her for now. They were not in a hurry to make a move. Qin Pingan had already flipped through the pedigrees of the Ancestral Hall and the Ancestral Hall of Xinjiang Mountain and Clear Wind City several times, especially the one on Xinjiang Mountain. There was the Ox Hair, one of the 7 ancestral sword-strengthening calabashes, the change of Fairy Su Jia's pedigree, and the young sword immortal Wu Tijing's mountain-climbing cultivation. There were actually many clues. Qin Pingan had already circled the woman named Xuanhuan in the Ancestral Hall's pedigree. In addition to the information Gu can obtain from Chai Bofu in the early years, the marriage between the Su clan of Clear Wind City and the Yuan clan of the Pillar Nation, and the plot of the Fox Nation's literary fortune, it was very likely that Xuanhuan, who was at the back of the Ancestral Hall of Mount Xinjiang and had always been submissive, was the secret disciple of the Su clan of Clear Wind City. A female cultivator at the bottom of the Ancestral Hall of Xinjiang Mountain did not need to fight anyone. She only needed to use a few red threads to mess up the situation of a continent, causing the Aquarius continent to have no sword immortals for hundreds of years. Should I cultivate my heart on the mountain? If Qin Pingan and Lu Baqiao had only asked for the sword in the Ancestral Hall of Mount Xinjiang Mountain, and the couple in Clear Wind City, Xuanhuan, who was stirring up trouble, would probably laugh uncontrollably. Even if Qin Pingan and Lu Baqiao came back to their senses and asked for the sword again, Xuanhuan would have disappeared long ago. If that was the case, it would be truly disgusting. If he put himself in her shoes, Qin Pingan felt that Xuanhuan, before she made up her mind to leave the Aquarius continent, she would most likely take the initiative to give herself away. She would use this to remind his Luopa Mountain and Lu Xianyang's blacksmith shop, and then conveniently get the credit month to make Lu Xianyang suspicious. Moreover, Qin Pingan suspected that this sneaky Xuanhuan and the immortal Han Yushu of the Thousand Jade sect of Tongyi continent were grasshoppers on a string. It was just a guess, there was no evidence. The two of them got up and left the stone arch bridge, and continued to walk upstream along the Dragon Whisker River. Qin Pingan held his hands in his sleeves and suddenly jumped across the river, and then back to the other side. He was not tired at all. Lu Xianyang held the back of his head with his hands, languid the entire time. The two of them arrived on the bumpy cliff. Lu Xianyang found a familiar seat, and sat down while Qin Pingan sat to one side. There was even a hole between the two of them, which was the throne of the little slug in the past. The territory of the Dragon Province was renowned for its prosperity in water during the Dali dynasty. The Chefu River, the Chongdan River, the Embroidery River, and the Jade Nectar River were the 4 rivers. The Chefu River's water god, Yanghua, the Chongdan River's Li Jin, and the Jade Nectar River's Yi Qingzhu. A righteous river god with a first-class divine throne, and 3 river gods of a second-class divine throne. The waters of the 4 rivers were vast, not just limited to the Dragon Province. However, the ancestral temples of the 4 water gods were all built in the territory of the Dragon Province. Lu Xianyang said, "For this Dragon's Whisker River, Ma Lanhua has never built an ancestral temple or created a golden statue after she was promoted from a river granny to a river god. In the past, she was filled with resentment, but after the Great Battle, thousands of rivers to the south of the central part of the Aquarius continent were either destroyed or forced to change their course. She began to secretly rejoice, thinking that being promoted and becoming a river god that lived a peaceful life was actually not bad at all. Mount True Pearl was where the Pearl of the True Dragon in the past was located, so the Dragon's Whisker River truly was a dragon's whisker. It was just that there were 2 dragon's whiskers, one hidden and one visible, hidden on the main street of the small town. Above the dragon's whiskers were a crab shop, an iron lock well and an old locust tree. They all led to the gate in the east in the past. Before Ma Lanhua of the Apricot Blossom Alley ascended to godhood, people like her were similar to the local lords under the various city gods. They were turbid officials in the bureaucracy of the mountains and rivers. It was extremely difficult for them to raise their rank and the height of their statues in the imperial court. After all, the size of creeks, rivers and mountains, water bodies and mountains were usually fixed. The territory was only so big, it was impossible to have more mountains and rivers for no reason. And in history, every river change that lasted for hundreds of years or even hundreds of years would lead to the decline of a large number of mountain and river gods. At the same time, it would also lead to the rise of a large number of new gods. The relocation of the statues and ancestral temples of the mountain and river gods was much more difficult than the relocation of the ancestral halls of the immortal residences on the mountains. Once the river changed its course, the riverbed dried up and the water level of the lake dropped. The golden statues of the mountain and river gods would also suffer from the drought and be exposed to the sun. The incense could only barely prolong their lives, but it was difficult to change the overall situation. However, whether it was Qin Pingan's bleak years as a kiln worker's apprentice in his hometown, or later as an accountant at Bookslip Lake, the old man could only see that he was in a daze. However, it was as if every time the pages of the book turned, Qin Pingan would quietly climb to a higher place. If it were an ordinary young man, many of the old grudges at the bottom of the mountain would have been resolved in high spirits. However, this young mountain lord had been staying like this year after year and he did not do anything. According to the immortals on the mountain, a mountain in the territory of the northern mountains was actually only a few steps away from the Song clan's place of prosperity. However, it was quietly promoted to a sect under the nose of His Majesty the Emperor. Moreover, it had bypassed the Dali dynasty. It was in line with the etiquette of the Confucian temple, but it was not reasonable. It was like a simple and honest man who had swallowed his anger for most of his life suddenly bought a pot of good wine one day. He silently drank to his heart's content, and with the smell of wine all over his body, he took out his saber at night. In the village of the despicable and tyrannical gentry and hedonistic sons, others could still be on guard. However, if an honest man suddenly killed someone who could predict, there was no tea or wine on the table. Anyway, Qin Pingan was also a guest. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, "If I was really the ghostwriter, except for the first few thousand words, I would not change a single word. The rest would be greatly changed. In Jianghu, I would say that it was beautiful. I would imitate the painting of the city of murals on the skeleton beach, and then imitate the blessed land of the cloud cave, the mountain of flower god, with 12 colorful paintings of beauties. In the strange land of the mountain, I would write many twists and turns, with thick ink and heavy colors, emphasizing the word, immortal. When fighting with others, I would write that it was decisive and never sloppy, emphasizing on the word ruthless. In the officialdom, I would praise that it was shrewd and meticulous, highlighting the word, steady. In my spare time, I would meet the reclusive masters and talk with the famous people of the 3 religions. They talked about sincerity, Taoism, and Zen. It was nothing more than the word ease. It made people feel that they were walking on the high ground, with the mountains as the ground, the white clouds under their feet, and the birds on their shoulders. It seemed ethereal, but in fact it was nothing. The words were simple and straightforward, taking advantage of everything. The words were complex, otherworldly and secluded, but it was like an embroidered pillow. The purpose of writing in the end was nothing more than a human's fear of poverty, and the word business written throughout the whole book. When I got money, it was for profit, for pragmatism, for reaching a higher realm, for one day I would be the reason. When I lost money, it was for reputation, for raising hopes, for accumulating good karma, for winning the hearts of beauties. When I found the Xianxia sect in the North Continent, I would split the money 91. I would not even ask for a single copper coin. I only asked that, outside of all the immortal fairies, every bookstore at the foot of the mountain should have a few books of the travel notes of mountains and rivers. The first volume? The author of the first volume was a scheming and unfathomable person. There were dozens of details in the book that were worthy of consideration and could be chewed by busybodies. The gentleman and hypocrite were ambiguous. The second volume wrote that he did things openly and had an open mind. In the chaos, he sneaked into the military tents of the wasteland world and made friends with many sovereign stage great demons. With his own strength, he played with people's hearts like a fish in water. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the righteousness and achieved immortal merit. When he heard this, Qin Pingan smiled and said, "The key to whether or not there is a second volume of the travel notes is whether or not this person can escape safely and return home to establish a sect." Fortunately, these were all replays of the chess game. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng was not the author. A scholar who only knew how to talk about his character with his hands folded would not be able to make waves at all. Even if he wrote a wonderful book, he might not be able to compete with a nursery rhyme and turn the world upside down. However, any scholar who could stand firmly in the officialdom, especially this person who could achieve a meteoric rise, should not be provoked easily. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, have you ever thought that I am actually very afraid of you?" Qin Pingan did not comment and asked, "I am very clear about Mr. Lu's character. You are not the kind of person who worries about whether or not he can win the reputation of the emperor. Then, are you worried about not being able to settle the matters of the emperor?" Lu Qingfeng patted the armrest of the chair and shook his head. "I also believe in young Master Chen's character, so I am not worried that young Master Chen is the second Hao Ran Jia Sheng and will become the treasured vase continent's Wen Hai. I am only worried that the treasured vase continent's chair is still loose and is not truly firm. After young Master Chen returns home with the momentum and luck, if you sit down and sway it will collapse." Qin Pingan smiled. "So the emperor's intention is?" Lu Qingfeng said, "So the emperor hopes that Mountain Lord Chen can be the mountain elder of the Cloud Apex Mountain Forest and Deer Academy. From then on, the Dali Imperial Court will support the location of the next sect, whether it is the old Zhuing dynasty in the middle of the treasured vase continent, Tongyi continent or North Lu continent, to help the Sage of Literature's branch to spread its branches and leaves. In the mountains and rivers of the three continents, only the Sage of Literature's branch will be respected, but will not exclude the 100 schools of thought from competing. Within 100 years, including the Cliff Academy, Linlu Academy, Lakeview Academy, Yufu Academy and at least 10 academies in the three continents, there will be inscriptions on their mountain gates. With the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy as an example, inscribing encouraging learning, and Linlu Academy inscribing cultivation. Who knows, maybe one day, there will be a 32nd academy that will inscribe a monument. In the vast 9 continents, the Confucian school set up 72 academies, which was the norm. As for the inscriptions on the mountain gates of the academies, there were no restrictions. Whether there was a monument at the mountain gates, and the content of the inscriptions, all depended on the preference of the mountain elders. But generally there was a rule that only increased and did not decrease. There was only one exception, which was after the battle of the 3rd and 4th ranks, because the Sage of Literature's statue was moved out of the Central Plains Confucian Temple and lost its status as a sacrificial object. Many of the inscriptions were removed. Qin Pingan leaned against the back of the chair and asked with a smile, "What do you need me to do?" Lu Qingfeng shook his head. "Young Master Qin, you only need to be a mountain lord and a mountain elder. If you can be stable, it will be the blessing of Dali and the treasured vase continent." Qin Pingan smiled. "This is a serious matter. Let me think about it. The sage taught me to think thrice before acting. Anyway, one thing I can guarantee is that I will not make things difficult for Mr. Lu, and Luopa Mountain will not make it difficult for Minister Lu to be an official. I wish Luopa Mountain to become a great sect. I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best." Lu Qingfeng stood up and made a fist salute with a smile. "I believe that day will come. However, according to Master Guan's words, I am too old to walk, eat meat, and comb my hair. I guess I won't be able to see such a grand occasion. What a pity. No matter what, young Master Qin, you have such a proud disciple, Chao Lianxiu, and I have such a good student. I need to thank you in person and congratulate young Master Qin. I wish you all the best. Qin Pingan made a fist salute back. Chao Qinglang is the new second in the Imperial College, and he is Mr. Lu's student. It is a good thing. I also need to congratulate the Dali Imperial Court. You're a great scholar. In the examination in the capital of Dali, there were thousands of candidates. According to the new rules, Dali divided the candidates into 5 xianxia scholars. In the end, there were 3 xianxia scholars in the first place. There were 15 xianxia scholars in the second place and 3 xianxia scholars in the second place. There were over 300 xianxia scholars in the third and fourth place, and dozens of xianxia scholars in the fifth place. The chief examiner was Lu Qingfeng. The 2 junior examiners were the vice headmasters of Cliff Academy and Lakeview Academy. According to the rules of the Imperial examination, Lu Qingfeng was the Imperial tutor of this year's Imperial examination. All the xianxia were Lu Qingfeng's students. Because in the last court examination, Shui Shi the embroidered tiger had been the Imperial tutor for more than 100 years, the Emperor of the Great Li had always followed the selected candidates and went through the motions. Zhao Yao was relatively unknown. He was one of the many examiners and he was one of the dozens of examiners. Zhao Yao was a student of Chinese. Compared to the other examiners, he had the least number of xianxia scholars. There were only 2 second xianxia scholars. Zhang Ding, the top scholar, and Chao Qinglang, the second place. Yang Shuang, who came in third, was the youngest of the 18 candidates. His bearing was outstanding. If not for the fact that there was a 15-year-old child prodigy who became a grand scholar, the 18-year-old Yang Shuang would have been the youngest new grand scholar in the metropolitan examination. Yang Shuang, who came in third, had once attracted a grand occasion in the capital of Dali. In addition, among the 15 second-place scholars, Wang Qinrua's literary talent was the best. He was known as ethereal and immortal. In addition, the 2 brothers were both surnamed Chen. They became second-place scholars together. Their literary works were simple, like sages. It could be seen that the scholars in Dali had a high opinion of them. There were 3 second-place scholars. Wang Qinrua and Er Cheng were the 3 Maolin scholars. These 6 people were now assisting scholars and leaders of the literary world. They were involved in the compilation, selection, and editing of the 4 major books of the Hanlin Academy. After the 3 of them walked out of the house, Lu Qingfeng stopped at the door and said with a smile, "Young Master Qin, I'd like to chat a little more." The old doctor nodded and took the lead to say goodbye to Qin Pingan. He quickly walked out of the alley. Lu Qingfeng and Qin Pingan walked together in the alley. As expected, they were just chatting. They talked about topics unrelated to the situation of the country and half the continent. Lu Qingfeng said softly, "Among the disciples of the jianghu schools who wield spears and rods, there must be a few who know how to wield literary skills. Otherwise, the founder's superb martial arts and brilliant jianghu legends will be buried." Then the same principle applies to the scholarly and literary world. Or even to a larger extent, the Confucian orthodoxy and literary lineage. Once the incense dies and there is no successor, if one's writing skills are not good enough, or if one's ability to publicize the founder's glorious achievements is not good enough, one will suffer a great loss. As for the truth and falsehood, or perhaps some truth and some falsehood, it's more or less the same as the landscape travelogue I mentioned earlier. The common people are actually just here to watch the fun. Life is full of worries, how can they have the leisure to investigate the truth? Just like in the alley next door, someone is crying. When passers-by pass by, they might even feel that the heart-wrenching cries are somewhat annoying and unlucky. When the sedan chair overturns, the passers-by see that the bride is as beautiful as a flower. On the contrary, they are happy because they have picked up a free bargain. If the bride's looks are average and her manner is coarse, or if the groom falls off the horse and shows his ugly face, delaying the wedding night, the passers-by will also be somewhat happy. As for whether the bride is beautiful or ugly, it has nothing to do with the passers-by. But who cares? The old man spoke while sitting, but when he walked, Lu Qingfeng's breathing became unstable and his footsteps became sluggish. Qin Pingan had already reached out to hold the old minister's arm. He nodded and said with a smile, "I don't know when everyone in the world can afford to read books, recognize truth, and distinguish between truth and falsehood." Lu Qingfeng exclaimed and said in surprise, "It's not about distinguishing between right and wrong?" Qin Pingan said, "It will always be difficult to know the truth of the world. As for whether one is right or wrong, it has little to do with whether one reads books or not. Lu Qingfeng nodded and then reminded him, the more peaceful the world is, the more charming the scholars will be. Especially when they are involved in officialdom, they will be full of flowers and brocade. The fierceness of the scholars will be dipped in ink and hide very well. The better they write, the longer they will live. You have to be very careful. If you are not the last disciple of the sage of literature, these are all external matters. You don't have to care about them. You can achieve immortality and cut off the mortal world. You can stomp your feet and shake your shoulders. Things will happen at the foot of the mountain, but nothing will happen on the mountain. You will still be you. When they entered, it was the minister of the Ministry of Rights of Dali who had experienced the turmoil of the officialdom. He was talking about official business with the master of Luapa Mountain. When they went out, it was just a scholar in his twilight years, Lu Qingfeng, who was talking about the world and people's hearts with his peers. It was unclear whether Qin Pingan, the master of a sect, was still a scholar who had not suffered much and did not understand that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He could clearly distinguish that when in Rome, do as the Romans do but not be vulgar. This was the young man who had read thousands of books and traveled thousands of miles. He was a poor young man in the shabby alley in the past. Qin Pingan said, Mr. Lu, please don't worry. In addition to Lu Qingshan and Lu Boqi who are friends, there is also the lion garden of the Lu family in Xuanhuan Kingdom, and the future scholars. I will try my best to protect the people and things that should be protected. Lu Qingfeng said helplessly, I don't mean that. Qin Pingan smiled and said, unfortunately, I do mean that. Lu Qingfeng was not the kind of person who was pedantic. He smiled knowingly and thanked him for his kindness. Lu Qingfeng was silent for a moment. He stood at the intersection of the alley with Qin Pingan and asked, together with the three people who live in seclusion in Mount Huiming, you always like to find trouble for yourself. What do you want? Qin Pingan thought for a moment and joked, the road is muddy because of the sudden heavy rain. Who doesn't want to be a drowned rat? Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, after the rain, it is the hot summer season. Then it is also a little cute in winter. There was a carriage not far away. Both parties bowed and said goodbye. Lu Qingfeng walked out a few steps and suddenly stopped. He turned and asked, Are Dr. Zhong? Qin Pingan looked confused. Who? Lu Qingfeng said, I don't remember things because I am old. The Dr. Zhong has just left. The old man turned and asked with a smile, How high is the position of the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Qin Pingan replied, His position is not low but his power is not great. Qin Pingan leaned against the wall of the alley with his hands in his sleeves. He watched the old man get on the carriage and slowly leave in the night. If there were no accidents, he would not have the chance to meet Mr. Lu again. Jiang Shangzhen was very familiar with the North Continent. It was his second hometown. He had friends all over the continent. In the North Continent, as long as he mentioned Jiang Shangzhen's name, he could drink without spending money. Cui Dongshan said softly, Sir, as long as we use the knife must be fast. It must be so fast that the opponent's neck will be cut without him knowing. Accurate, steady and ruthless. Just like how you dealt with Han Yushu at Taiping Mountain. Qin Pingan nodded and said, Lu Xianyang and I will be in the open. The two of you will be in the dark. The land of the three continents is not close to the central divine continent, so it's enough. After all, there's only one Pei Min in swordsmanship and we just happened to meet him. There were indeed not many people that could make the three of them work together to deal with. Cui Dongshan looked at Chief Zhou with a smile and said, If someone wants to learn from your Jade Medallion sect's ancestor and become a dragon crossing the river? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, Of course we have to be the host. Even if there's no dragon crossing the river, we have to rely on Sister Tianhuan and me, Han Yushu, to create an opportunity for the dragon to come to the Aquarius continent as a guest. Qin Pingan glanced at another stack of books. It was a secret record of the Su family in Clear Wind City. After thinking about it, he did not flip through the pages. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and call Lu Xianyang to go to Clear Wind City. Compared to Xinjiang Mountain, the grudges there were simpler and clearer. Therefore, Qin Pingan only took out a book that recorded the history of Xinjiang Mountain and found the Mountain Protector Consecrator on the first few pages. Cui Dongshan leaned on the table and sighed, This mountain-moving ancestor is already famous in the continent. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the real name of the mountain-moving ape, Yuan Jinya. Most of the mountain-moving apes in the world had the surname Yuan. Jiang Shangzhen's expression was solemn. An existence that can make the mountain lord and Ning Yao work together to fight against, cannot be defeated by force, can only be defeated by wits. Zhang Jiazhen, who personally sifted through the spies and recorded the secret records, was shocked. Hidden official and Ning Yao once worked together to fight against Yuan Jingye? Could it be that she missed some shocking inside story? But on Luopa Mountain's side, from the head steward Zhu Lian to the head minister Chang Ming, to Wei Shanjun, none of them mentioned this secret. Zhang Jiazhen stared at the page, her mind turning rapidly. This mountain-protecting consecrator of Xingyang Mountain had protected Tao Zi on her trip to Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past, and had done 2 great feats. He almost moved Cloud Pinning Mountain back to Xingyang Mountain. He fought the old King Song Zhangqiang at the Manufacturing Supervision Office. Both sides did not overdo it, and the result was a draw. Later, Cloud Pinning Mountain was promoted to Dali's new northern peak, and finally to the entire Aquarius continent's great northern peak. As for Song Changjing, he used to be a level 9 martial artist and reached the peak. In the end, he used the martial arts fate of half the continent to kill 2 immortals in the desecration battlefield in the central part of Pedu as a legendary level 11 martial god. Therefore, the mountain-moving ape's reputation rose with the tide. Zhang Jiazhen knew all these things very well. But according to her previous assessment, Yuan Jingye's cultivation level, even in the Jade Pure realm, was at most equal to Su Han, the city lord of Qingfeng City. Chen Pingan flipped the pages with 2 fingers and flipped through them. He didn't look at Yuan Jingye's hobbies or who he was friends with. He only looked at the dozens of columns on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain that the mountain-moving ape had been serving as the guardian of Xingyang Mountain for 1,000 years. He read them twice. Zhang Jiazhen became more and more uneasy. She said softly, "Mr. Chen, it's my fault. I shouldn't have written so carelessly." Chen Pingan smiled. Carelessness? Ning Yao and I were at that time. It was very difficult to fight a mountain-moving ape. We had to fight with our lives. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. Moving away Mount Biyun, Song Changjing of the Wenquan Fist, accepting Chen Yingguan and Ning Yao of Ascension City's Wenquan's joint Wenquan, one after another, each more frightening than the last. The years I spent in the North Continent were all in vain. I tried my best to get into trouble everywhere, but I can't even compare to the wealth that Grandmaster Yuan accumulated in just a few days. If he traveled the central divine continent, who would dare to disrespect him? Who wouldn't be afraid? Comparisons are odious. Qin Pingan closed the book. Don't be angry. Cui Dongshan smiled. Because ancestral patriarch Banshan is not human. Jiang Shangzhen nodded. Then I'm worse than a beast. Zhang Jiazhen couldn't get a word in edgewise. Zhang Changming was all smiles. Chen Pingan brought Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan to the ancestral temple at the peak of the mountain. First, he asked Cui Dongshan to set up a golden lightning pool around the white jade railings on the peak of the mountain. Only then did Chen Pingan take out a scroll that was covered in layers of restrictions from the objects in front of him. He held the white jade scroll tightly in one hand and gently shook it open. The scroll unfolded. Chen Pingan let go of his hand and gently raised his sleeves. The scroll, soared, and floated in the air before slowly rotating. Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen looked at each other and smiled. Both of them were enlightened. Back then, Chen Pingan asked Pei Min outside the Heavenly Palace Temple. In fact, Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen were both puzzled by a crucial part of the story. How did their respective masters, the mountain chieftain, manage to withstand Pei Min's 1 or 2 full-powered strikes? How did he manage to protect the white jade hairpin before Cui Dongshan got his hands on the hairpin? Even if Pei Min failed to kill Chen Pingan with 1 strike, he could still shatter the white jade hairpin and kill Chen Pingan. Now, the scroll that was most likely to become the protective array of Luopa Mountain was the answer. Inverted Hanging Mountain, Reverend Sword Pavilion, Sword Immortal Painting. These half-sword immortal spirits had once accompanied the young hidden official to guard half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pingan took out 3 incense sticks and gave 1 each to Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen. Chen Pingan bowed and said in his heart, "Passing Inverted Hanging Mountain, the sword is noble." Then Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan left Luopa Mountain to scout ahead. Whether it was Jiang Shangzhen or Cui Dongshan, any one of them was enough to make people feel at ease. With the 2 of them together, Chen Pingan did not even know how to write the word worry. Chen Pingan walked to the bamboo house and took out a pot of wine. He was a little hesitant. Zhu Lian came to the stone table by the cliff and sat down. He asked softly, "Young master, is there something on your mind?" Chen Pingan wanted to find old chef to talk about this matter. He told Julien about the mental scenes that Pei Qian saw when he was young. He also told Julien about the 5 dreams and 7 hearts of the 3rd sect master of the Beko Kekyung building, Lu Qin. They were the dream of the Confucian master Xuanhuan. In the dream the skeleton revives dreams. In the dream the oak tree is alive. In the dream the spirit turtle is dead. In the dream the butterfly is unknown. Other than the 5 dreams there were 7 hearts. They followed Lu Chen's great Tao and were born in succession. Wooden rooster, spring tree, mole, koenpeng, oriole, swan and eye and butterfly. Of course, there was also Ding Ying's lotus crown in the blessed land. Julien cupped his fists and smiled. First of all, I thank young master for treating me with sincerity. Then both of them were silent. Chen Pingan turned his head and found Julien looking at the stone table with a calm expression. He was leaning against the stone table and looking out of the cliff. There was a smile on his face and there was even a hint of relief. It was as if he had finally woken up from a dream. It was like a tired person who had not been able to sleep for a long time and finally had a sweet dream. He was in a mysterious state. This was definitely not a state that a pure martial artist would be in. It was more like the state of a cultivator who had attained Tao. Got it? Wei Pai sensed something and immediately appeared on Luopa mountain. However, he did not dare to approach the stone table. He only stood under the bamboo house's corridor. Chen Lingjun and Zhou Mili, who had just returned from patrolling the mountain, swaggered over on the small path. Wei Pai raised a finger to his lips, indicating that they should not speak. Julien turned his head and looked at Chen Pingan. He said, "If Lu Qin had a dream and I helped Lu Qin reach the 15th level, what would you do?" Chen Pingan did not hesitate and replied, "What would I do? It's very simple. Julien must still be Julien. Don't fall asleep and wake up. Other than that, I'll just travel with my sword and ask about the Beko Kekyung building." Julien stood up. Chen Pingan also stood up. He reached out and grabbed old chef's arm. "It's a deal." Julien smiled and nodded. "I finally know where the dream is. That I have a target. Interpreting dreams is actually not difficult. Because I already have half the answer." Chen Pingan said, "My senior apprentice brother Xianhu and student Dong Shan. Back when Lu Qin returned to his hometown, he set up a fortune-telling stall in Liju Grotto Heaven for many years. It was very likely that he had, conveniently, observed the Tao. He was waiting for the difference between Chui Dong and Chui Dongshan's souls, as well as Chui Dongshan's creation of porcelain figurines. Julien realized that Chen Pingan was still holding his arm. He smiled and said, "Young master, I'm also not a beautiful woman. Don't be like this. If word gets out, people will misunderstand." Wei Pai heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Julien turn his head with a smile and look at him. Wei Pai could only swallow his words. Chen Pingan loosened his grip and said with a smile, "Do you really think I'm stupid? Back then Shiro's attitude towards you had changed so much on the plank road at the border. She must have seen something. Otherwise, with her temper, she definitely wouldn't have been enlightened by your reasoning." His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. For the first time he did not put his hands behind his back. Bai Xian covered his face with one hand and said vaguely, "Master Hidden Official, I still want to practice boxing, but can you not let Pei Qian teach me boxing? She's not kind. She doesn't pressure the realm." Chen Lingjun lowered his head and tried hard to hold back his laughter. Zhou Mili scratched her face and stood up to make room for the taller Bai Xian. She asked in a low voice, "What realm did you let Pei Qian suppress?" Bai Xian said angrily, "I thought highly of her. Let's say she's in the golden body realm. We agreed to suppress the 4th realm, but she pretended to be polite and said to suppress the 5th realm." Bai Xian hurriedly turned his head to look at the small path near the bamboo building. He didn't see Pei Qian's figure, so he continued, "In the end, her punches were unreasonably fierce. I couldn't even see how she punched. My whole body floated in the air like a flying sword. I took a few punches before I landed. Just as I landed, Pei Qian's foot was right in front of my eyes. When I woke up, Pei Qian was squatting by the side and said that she had pulled back her foot at the last moment. Otherwise, if the tip of her foot had pierced my heart, I would have been eating and vomiting blood, or sleeping and walking." Bai Xian's face was sad. He rubbed his red and swollen cheeks and complained, "Master Hidden Official, how did you take in such a disciple? Pei Qian is a liar. How can there be such a way of punching in the world? She doesn't care about the camaraderie at all. It's as if I'm her enemy." Chen Pingan was a little heartbroken. Then he said softly, "Are you stupid? Next time, ask her if she can suppress her level 6. As long as she agrees, I will not be biased in whatever happens next. Bai Xian's eyes turned. He asked tentatively, can I suppress the 7th realm? Qin Pingan frowned slightly. He seemed to dislike it. Ask her yourself. I don't care. Bai Xian stood up shakily and staggered to the side of the path. When he reached a place where there was no one, he immediately ran to find Pei Qian. He said her master, Qin Pingan, said she wanted you to suppress the 7th realm. I don't have overnight grudges. After about 15 minutes, Bai Xian staggered back to the stone table. His cheeks were so red and swollen that he did not look human. This time he was not faking it at all. He said weakly, I don't want to practice anymore. Master Chao, I'm going back to the sword prayer platform. Can you have Wei Shanjun give me a ride? I'm observing the sky at night. It's not good to fly on the sword today. Qin Pingan smiled. It's not good to practice halfway. Let's find someone to teach you in the future. Bai Xian sat in the seat that Xiaomi gave up. He put his face on the stone table. When he felt the pain, he immediately shivered. He was silent for a moment. If I want to practice, then I want to practice. Pei Qian is Pei Qian. One day I will let her know what a true martial arts genius is. Bai Xian thought of something and asked in a sickly voice, Hidden official, what realm is Pei Qian? She said hundreds or thousands of Pei Qians couldn't beat her master. Qin Pingan said helplessly, You really believe that? Bai Xian stood up. Let's go. Qin Lingjuan's eyes widened. There was a hero on Luopa Mountain that did not lose to him. Bai Xian limped away. On the path he met that Pei Qian. Sister Pei, Sister Pei. Bai Xian's shoulders shook as he quickly walked forward. Then he turned sideways and walked to the edge of the path. He started to move little by little. It's getting late. Your master told me to go and rest. See you later. When he passed by that Pei Qian, Bai Xian ran with all his might. When he came back to his senses, he was already at the stairs. Bai Xian did not dare to turn around and go back to his residence. He climbed up the stairs and finally sat at the top of the mountain and rubbed his face. When Sun Yuanji reached the top, Bai Xian had already turned around. His reputation was destroyed in a day. He did not have the chance to go down the mountain and kill people. Sun Yuanji sat down to rest. He hesitated and asked softly, Bai Xian, what happened? Logically, on Luopa Mountain no one would bully Bai Xian. Bai Xian said, I sleepwalked in the middle of the night and fell. Sun Yuanji got up and continued to walk down the mountain. Zhu Lian and Wei Pai rode the moonlight and returned to the courtyard to play a game. They both missed the Defeng brothers. At the cliff outside the bamboo building, Nuanshu went to the lotus root paradise and returned. So the last row of people sat at the cliff. Qin Pingan, the little lotus on top of his head, Pei Qian, Nuanshu, Xiaomi and Jing Qing. At the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, Qin Pingan took Pei Qian and Xiaomi on the Skeleton Beach Ferry to the North Continent. They left quickly and returned quickly. The general route was the Hemp Sect, Ghost Valley, Spring Dew Garden and Crouching Ground Peak. Taihui Sword Sect, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Finally they returned to the Skeleton Beach and returned home. Above the sea, the ferries of the Linen Sect heading north suddenly received a distress signal from a flying sword. A ferry from the North Continent heading south had encountered the legendary Night Ferry. It was unable to avoid it and was about to crash into the arcane realm. Qin Pingan originally planned for Pei Qian to continue escorting Xiaomi and wait for him at the Hemp Sect. However, Qin Pingan changed his mind and decided to travel with him. They left the ferry quietly and let Pei Qian and Xiaomi ride the wind on the sea. Qin Pingan rode on his sword alone to a higher place where he could have a better view of the world. At the same time he could also keep an eye on Pei Qian and Xiaomi. They traveled south to find traces of the strange ferry. One night, Qin Pingan rode on his sword and landed on the sea. He sheathed his sword and brought Pei Qian and Xiaomi to a place. After a while, Qin Pingan frowned slightly. Pei Qian squinted his eyes and frowned too. A ferry as large as a mountain actually passed by them just like that. Pei Qian was puzzled. Master, why is it so strange? It doesn't look like a trick or a mirage. There are no ripples of spiritual energy. Zhou Xiaomi crossed her arms in front of her chest and frowned her thin yellow eyebrows. She nodded vigorously. It is a little strange. Qin Pingan thought for a while and took out a talisman boat. Sure enough, the night ferry that was hard to stop suddenly jumped out of the sea. The talisman boat seemed to have run aground and appeared at the gate of a huge city. Pei Qian focused his chi and looked up. On top of the city, a golden light flashed and disappeared. It was like a plaque hanging on it. 768. Under the hazy drizzle, an immortal ferry from the south to the north slowly docked at Egret Ferry in Xinjiang Mountains territory. A handsome man in a long green robe and cloth shoes walked down. He held up an oil paper umbrella with an osmanthus branch as its handle. Beside him was a youth in a long black robe. Similarly, he held a small umbrella made of ordinary green bamboo, but the fan was refined from an immortal's jade green lotus. It was first seat Zhou Chui Dongshan, who was wearing a mask and casting a concealment technique. Both of them carried swords on their backs. They were relics from secret residences in the Central Plains and the North Continent. They had never appeared in the Aquarius continent before. The two relics of ancient sword immortals were named Jiawasheng and Tiandao. Behind him was a group of cultivators who were also traveling Xinjiang Mountain. They were chatting and laughing. A youth was talking to a young lady with a graceful figure beside him. He was telling her that his master was a close friend of the sword immortal patriarch of Xinjiang Mountain's Cloud Parting Peak who had hundreds of years of friendship. As for the Cloud Parting Peak's patriarch, he had once fought alongside the North Continent sword immortal Li on the battlefield of Old Dragon City. They had slain great demons together. Chui Dongshan was amused when he heard that. He chuckled and asked telepathically, "First seat Zhou, why don't we change umbrellas?" Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the shade under the jade green lotus umbrella. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's not likable." In the group behind him there was a child with delicate features. He was about 7 or 8 years old. He held up a large umbrella and gathered a large pool of rainwater on the umbrella's surface with a water spell. Then he suddenly twisted the umbrella's handle. The raindrops shot out in all directions like arrows and countless flying swords. He was just a cultivator who had just started cultivating. The raindrops splattered everywhere without much power. However, when the raindrops hit the two umbrellas in front of him, they made thumping sounds. The elders of the sect only smiled. These accomplished cultivators naturally did not need to hold up umbrellas. Spiritual chi overflowed and the wind and rain subsided. The mountain immortals of the middle 5 realms wandered the 4 corners of the world. They were impervious to water and fire and avoided filth. Those vassal states were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Most of the strange people recorded in the unofficial histories and strange books were cultivators of this generation. If the two travelers in front could be like them and turn the rain into nothing, then there would naturally be someone who would come forward to stop the child from continuing to play with the umbrella. They might even take the initiative to apologize and say a few polite words about the child's mischievous behavior. In the end, Chui Dongshan casually waved his sleeve and slapped the child into the water. He turned his head and said with a cheeky smile, "Little brat, if you like to play in the water, then go play in the water." It happened so suddenly that even though the child had already climbed the mountain at a young age, he had no strength to fight back. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he drew an arc, swept over a large clump of snow-white reeds, and fell into the water at the ferry. Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and laughed, "You almost scared me to death. You don't have to apologize. You can just pay for it." Chui Dongshan chuckled. Jiang Shangzhen immediately corrected himself, "Lose money to avoid calamity, lose money to avoid calamity." A burly man reached out and grabbed the handle of the dermic saber at his waist. Because the descendants of the true dragon and the flood dragons were all mixed together, it was an extravagant hope to turn into a flood dragon, let alone a true dragon. All the chi cultivators of the dragon-raising branch were reduced to water without a source. They were in an awkward situation. Their incense gradually withered, just like the gods of the mountains and rivers who had lost their incense. Chui Dongshan crushed the insignificant spiritual light and placed the emerald lotus umbrella under his armpit. His hands covered the scattered spiritual light and rubbed it gently. He then observed the spiritual light spreading in the meridians in his palms. It was like a winding mountain range. The scene that the Jindan and Yuaning realm could not see clearly was naturally seen by the immortals. However, when Jiang Shangzhen glanced at it, he saw it clearly but did not know what it was. The path of divination was one of the few spells that Jiang Shangzhen did not know. This was because Jiang Shangzhen was never willing to learn these methods to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Chui Dongshan clapped his palms and completely crushed all the traces of the meridians in his palms. He smiled and said, "Near Killalong there is an old flood dragon in a big river. He opened up a water residence and was once conferred the title of White Dragon King by the imperial court. After that small and remote country was destroyed, the old flood dragon almost never showed up. However, his seniority was much lower than the one in Huangting country who had lived for 10,000 years. The old flood dragon relied on more than 1,000 literati and poets from different dynasties to help him bring in some incense with their poems and literary skills. Qilalong's immortal residence had the opportunity of great Tao. It could be considered as the incense envoy that the old flood dragon secretly supported. The small all-calm disturbance was one of the tokens. However, the hydrology of this river was very good. It controlled more than 10 tributaries and more than 30 rivers and streams. In the early years, it opened up the Great Blasphemy Estuary. If it was not for taking care of your Jiang family, this river would have been chosen as the Great Blasphemy Estuary. Then, this Dragon King would have taken the opportunity to get a Great Blasphemy marquee. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "The Jiang family of Yunlin is out of my league." Cui Dongshan stood up and carried the emerald lotus umbrella on his shoulder. His expression was solemn. Jiang Shangzhen stood up as well. It was sunny after the rain and the atmosphere was renewed. He also kept the cinnamon branch umbrella and closed his eyes to take a deep breath. He helped the true dragon to smell a trace of danger. The two of them walked slowly. Jiang Shangzhen asked, "I'm very curious. Why do you and Qin Pingan seem to be more tolerant of that Wangzhu?" Cui Dongshan nodded. "Because my master felt that someone had placed hope in Wangzhu." Cui Dongshan smiled. After seeing the world, the sword immortals of Xinjiang Mountain have become more experienced and sly. Jiang Shangzhen agreed. The sect's reputation is not to be underestimated. Before the Great War that swept the world, the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain, even if they were not direct sword cultivators, were famous for being domineering when they went out to train. They could run amok on the continent. The Divine Grandeur sect was the top dog on the continent. The Wind Snow Temple and True Martial Mountain were the ancestral halls of the military school of the two continents. Li Tuanjing's Wind Thunder Garden had yet to be destroyed. The Dali cavalry rose to prominence in the north. The Jiang family of Cloud Forest, the Fu family of Old Dragon City, and the Zhuang dynasty were the sword cultivators. Apart from that, Xinjiang Mountain could be completely arrogant. Otherwise, they would not have the nickname of Xiaotong Yi of the Aquarius continent. That Qingfeng city that has a fox kingdom? It's just an unnamed vassal force of Xinjiang Mountain. Apart from Yugue sect, none of the native sects of the three continents, including Baiping, Tongye, and Beijulu, had a subordinate sect. Although Ruanting's Dragon Spring Sword sect had always been regarded as a subordinate sect of the Wind Snow Temple by the cultivators on the mountain, that was not the case. Moreover, Ruanting had the title of the chief consecrator of Dali. Among the direct sword cultivators, there was also the genius Xieling. Therefore, Xinjiang Mountain was still willing to look up to Dragon Spring Sword sect. Jiang Shangzhen smiled. This Yuan Bai's background is rather pitiful. He just went out for a long trip and he's already drifting in the mountains and rivers. He's not as carefree as Xiao Poxian of Mount Huiming these years. Wei Ying saw that his aptitude was quite good. Before going to Divine Seal Peak, Wei Ying wanted to ask Xinjiang Mountain for this person. She planned to nurture him well. Unfortunately, he was too kind and damaged his natal flying sword. Even if he went to Book Slip Lake, he would probably be tricked to death by Lu Laoqing and Lu Jimao. Cui Dongshan said, "Fortunately, it didn't happen. Otherwise, your Yugue sect's pants would be full of yellow mud." One of the twin paragons of the old Zhuang dynasty sword Dao Yuan Bai. He made a deal with Xinjiang Mountain and became a direct disciple of Xinjiang Mountain from a guest elder. Later on, he fought the Wind Thunder Garden's Garden Lord Huang He in Q-Sword. Yuan Bai was heavily injured, but he successfully delayed Huang He's breakthrough to the upper 5 realms. Yuan Bai was now recuperating on Snow Peak. His sword Dao achievements in this life would not be high. Besides, on Xinjiang Mountain, there was a young sword cultivator who almost became a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect's ancestral hall. After joining Xinjiang Mountain, his cultivation broke through like a hot knife through butter. This time he was in seclusion to form his core. Once he came out of seclusion, a peak opening ceremony would be held and he would be promoted to a peak master. Cui Dongshan's eyes turned cold. Yuan Bai has a servant girl called Lu Kai. She comes from the heavenly well-blessed land of the Snow Peak continent. Lu Kai. Jiang Shangzhen immediately became interested. That lady Lu Kai? Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. To you, she's the kind of person you won't remember. Jiang Shangzhen crossed his legs and asked, that Wu Tijing, as Mountain Lord said, is he really the reincarnation of Li Tuanjing? That woman Tianhuan found him and brought him up the mountain to cultivate, just to annoy Huang He and Lu Baqiao in the future? Cui Dongshan nodded. Pretty much. A young sword cultivator Wu Tijing appeared out of nowhere. His intrinsic flying sword, Mandarin Duck. Apart from that, it was rumored that he also had a secret flying sword. As for why it was rumored, it was fine as long as one was aware of such matters on the mountain. It was the same principle as some of the secret records recorded in the history books at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Shangzhen looked away. Xiefeng is still the cuter one. Snow Peak was because there were two peaks facing each other. The mountain opposite Snow Peak was covered in snow all year round. However, that mountain peak was nameless. It was only rumored that the founder of Snow Peak was a nascent soul sword cultivator. She once cultivated with her Taoist partner on the opposite mountain. After her Taoist partner failed to reach the golden core stage and passed away early, the reclusive sword immortal sealed herself on the mountain peak. She remained on Snow Peak for the next few hundred years. She said she was in seclusion, but she was actually tired of the sex affairs. It was equivalent to giving up the position of Xinjiang Mountain's mountain lord. However, the truth about the secret records of Xinjiang Mountain's ancestral hall was not so sad and moving. Cui Dongshan narrated the story of the mountains and rivers that could not escape the word love. The Taoist partner of the Snow Peak female ancestral master had a change of heart when she was in seclusion. After she came out of seclusion, she found out and killed him. She even lit a soul lamp and placed it on the mountain peak opposite Snow Peak, freezing it for decades. However, from then on she also had an inner demon. In the end, when she was trying to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, she suffered from chi deviation and was killed by the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain's ancestral hall. Her sword Dao fate was confined to the boundary of Xinjiang Mountain. Cui Dongshan knew too much about the past of the Aquarius continent. When he and the old bastard were still Cui Dong, they would occasionally take out a pot of wine and a plate of peanuts in the dead of the night. They were used to reading under the light at night. They would casually take out a secret record from the mountain and read about the origins of the immortals, the secrets of the palace, and the grudges of the jianghu. If I knew this, I wouldn't have listened to these insider stories. Jiang Shangzhen sighed and held the back of his head with his hands. He shook his head and said, "Cultivating on the mountain is nothing more than adding water to the wine, turning a pot of wine into a large jar of watery wine. The longer you live, the more water you add, the longer you drink, the duller the taste. You him, her, you them. I'm the only one who's different. Not a single person will lean on me." Cui Dongshan suddenly laughed. "We came at the right time, the ancestral hall of Frontline Peak is having a meeting." Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the sword aura rainbow that rose from the many mountain peaks. It lives up to its name, there are many sword immortals. Cui Dongshan covered his sleeves with his hands and said, "I once saw an empty shop in a grotto heaven ruins. It didn't have a shopkeeper or assistant, but it was still doing the world's most forceful business." Jiang Shangzhen praised, "I'm really envious of Brother Cui's vast knowledge." Jiang Shangzhen suddenly turned his head. "Brother Cui, in your life, have you never met a woman that moved your heart even slightly?" Cui Dongshan shook his head. "I really haven't." Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin. "You literary saints only talk about marriage and feng shui, it's a little strange." Cui Dongshan laughed. "That's why the old scholar burned incense to be able to take my teacher as his last disciple." Jiang Shangzhen thought of something and could not help but laugh. The brother in charge of the mountain and river intelligence at the Xinjiang Mountain is really a genius. Cui Dongshan nodded. "A genius." Xinjiang Mountain's ancestral halls meeting, Sect Master Bamboo Emperor. Jade Realm's ancestral master, Xia Yuansui. Tao family's patriarch, Tao Yanba. Sect's disciplinary patriarch, Yanji. Mountain protector consecrator, Yuan Jinya. In addition to the other peak masters and sword immortals, their seats were very close to the front. Towards the back was Tianhuan, who was in charge of the mountain and river bulletin and catoptric deflection. After making a few contributions that were neither big nor small, her unshakable seat in the ancestral hall was finally moved forward. As for Yuan Bai, now that his seat was at the bottom of the ancestral hall, he was happy to be idle. Every time there was a meeting, he would close his eyes and rest, not saying a word. Bamboo Emperor smiled. "We'll just follow the rules for the next peak opening ceremony." This was probably the magnanimity of a sect. The peak opening ceremony of a golden core was an ordinary matter that did not need to be discussed in the ancestral hall. Bamboo Emperor's expression was solemn. "However, the matter of establishing a subsect is already urgent. What should we do? We can't just keep delaying it, right?" Everything was ready for the matter of the Xinjiang Mountain subsect. Originally, the location of the sect had been decided, and the required military merits had been collected from various mountains. With great difficulty, the Xinjiang Mountain had finally filled the gap. Unexpectedly, the imperial court of the Li dynasty had given them the cold shoulder. They had changed their mind at the last moment and were unwilling to recommend the sect to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. According to the Su family's in-laws in Qingfeng City, the Yuan family of the Pillar Nation, the emperor was willing, but there was someone outside the capital who did not agree. Obviously, the only one who dared to disagree with the emperor and not give face to Xinjiang Mountain was Dali's mansion in the capital. The Jiang clan of Cloud Forest that migrated to the Aquarius continent was undoubtedly the descendant of a sage. 10,000 years ago, the Sage of Rites personally created the rituals. The ancestors of the Jiang clan had several great priests. In the Great Rites of Spring Official, they were listed as one of the 6 officials along with the Grand Historian and the Grand Chancellor. They were in charge of the most ancient congratulatory words. Moreover, the surname Jiang was one of the most ancient surnames in the Haoran world. An old sword immortal from the Cloud Forest Peak said in a deep voice, "Since the auxiliary capital wants us to go to the desolate world to accumulate merits, then we'll go. I'll lead the way." The Patriarch of Justice Yanji sneered. "You're just at the golden core bottleneck. Do you really think you're in the upper 5 realms just because you touched some of Li Sword Immortal's immortal chi in the old Dragon City battlefield?" The old sword immortal was used to the atmosphere in the Patriarch Hall. He continued, "If you don't want to take the risk, then I'll lead my Cloud Forest Peak cultivators to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and kill demons at the ferry." Yanji slapped the armrest of his chair and said angrily, "Do you think the Cloud Forest Peak belongs to you alone? If you're so capable, then why don't you take the peak with you to the desolate world? If you're so capable, then smash the moon-bearing mountain and I'll send you off personally. What do you think?" The old golden core cultivator from the Cloud Forest Peak stood up in anger and was about to leave the Patriarch Hall. At the same time, the old sword immortals who went to the old Dragon City battlefield had the same attitude. If the Cloud Forest Peak cultivators left the Patriarch Hall, they would leave together. This was a common occurrence in the Patriarch Hall of Frontline Peak, so they weren't surprised. The Bamboo Emperor frowned slightly. This time he didn't allow the Golden Core cultivator to leave. He said softly, "You can't leave the Patriarch Hall without permission." The old Golden Core cultivator sat down again. He took a deep breath and decided to pretend to be deaf and dumb. The mountain guardian consecrator, xianxia, crossed his arms and couldn't help but yawn. It was still so boring. The Bamboo Emperor shifted his gaze and leaned forward slightly. He said with a smile, "Does Patriarch Yuan have a good plan?" Facing this mountain guardian consecrator, even though the Bamboo Emperor was a nascent soul cultivator and a mountain sect master, he was still very respectful. The white-clothed old ape twitched his mouth and leaned back in his chair. Languid, he said, "One needs to be strong to forge iron. When the sect master reaches the upper 5 realms, all problems will be solved. When the time comes, I'll just go to the Great Blasphemy Estuary to congratulate the sect master." The Bamboo Emperor laughed heartily and cupped his fists. "Then I'll have to trouble Patriarch Yuan." Inside the Patriarch Hall, even Xia Yuansui instantly became alert. They all looked at the mountain sect master who had a hard time breaking through the upper 5 realms. In particular, the Tao family's patriarch and the head of law Yanji, who were the gods of fortune, immediately exchanged a glance. Only Yuan Bai, who was the door god, turned his head and looked outside. The Bamboo Emperor was unwilling to talk about his seclusion and breakthrough, so he changed the topic. He nodded at Xuanhuan, who had been promoted to his trusted aide. The woman immediately took out a booklet and stood up. "The sect is flourishing. On the booklet there are a total of 16 sword immortal embryos. 9 of them are still young and have yet to be apprenticed. Peak masters and patriarchs, you can choose one today." The so-called sword immortal embryos were obviously young sword cultivators who had a chance of becoming golden pill experts. They mainly came from the old Zhuang dynasty. Once they were discovered, they were immediately sent to Xinjiang Mountain. Apart from that, there were also the shattered mountains and rivers in the southern region of the Aquarius continent. In the past few years, almost every sword immortal of Xinjiang Mountain had to leave the mountain to search for sword cultivator embryos for the sect. Taking a step back, they could not miss out on any good materials that could cultivate on the mountain. As for the Tongyi continent, there was a pleasant surprise. They found 2 young sword cultivator embryos. As long as they could become sword cultivators, it would be a great blessing. This was because as long as sword cultivators remained in the sect to cultivate, they would be able to add a portion of the fortune of the path of the sword to Xinjiang Mountain. As a result, the current bamboo emperor definitely did not have any sentiments like, as long as Wei and Jin come to my Xinjiang Mountain, I'm willing to give way to them. Firstly, his bottleneck had loosened. He had grasped a sliver of opportunity, so he had a chance of breaking through. Moreover, as a newly established sect of the Aquarius continent, the current Xinjiang Mountain possessed all the right conditions and people. In less than a century, they might be able to stand up to the divine grandeur sect and compete for the position of sovereign on a continent. How could he not be in high spirits? As a result, the bamboo emperor seemed to have become over 100 years younger in the past few years. The bamboo emperor suddenly asked, "There seems to be some unusual activity in the dragon province of Dali, especially the Xuanhuan mountain crossing?" The Su family of Clearwind City had purchased a dragon kiln from the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Alley. Moreover, in Huaihuang province, the Fortune Street, Peach Leaf Alley, and Xinjiang Mountain all had some secret ties. However, after all these years, they had never received any useful intelligence. Wei Pai's cloud-splitting mountain, the provincial government's office that specialized in collating memorials, and Ruanchang's Dragon Spring Sword sect were all taboos in the bureaucracy. Xinjiang Mountain dared not extend their reach too far. However, there was a pleasant surprise during this period of time, which was the water goddess of Chongdan River, Yiqingzhu. Over the past decade or so, she had given Xinjiang Mountain a few secret reports one after another, which was why Xinjiang Mountain learnt that the Luopa Mountain had a few pure martial artists with quite a high cultivation. It also helped them roughly understand the relationship between the Luopa Mountain and the Cloud-Splitting Mountain, such as how they split the profits at the crossing of Xuanhuan Mountain, the blacksmith's shop by the Dragon Whisker River, and Lu Xianyang's extremely well-hidden identity as a golden core sword cultivator. Today's meeting took a total of 4 hours. He couldn't care less about his demeanor and took the initiative to ask, "Miss, is your surname Li? Did you debate the Taoist orthodoxy with the secondary sage Yuan Zhen in the Records of Rites Learning Palace?" Li Baoping turned sideways and nodded to the old man. "That's me." According to the rumors, Li Baoping lost to Yuan Zhen in that debate. Li Huai was present at that time, but he didn't understand. However, Yuan Zhen, who had compiled 3 righteous discourses at such a young age, spoke elegantly and calmly during the debate. He was a little annoying. On the other hand, Li Baoping often frowned and pondered deeply. There were many times when she wanted to say something but stopped. It was as if she was denying herself. Yuan Zhen was one of the 10 youths in the world. Rumor had it that his hometown was Qingming Tian, but he became a secondary sage's direct disciple. The old man said regretfully, "This Yuan Zhen is from the orthodox Confucian lineage." Moreover, as a secondary sage's direct disciple, he dared to say that the Tao ancestor and the most holy master were at the beginning and end. It's not proper for him to spout nonsense. Li Baoping smiled. "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to pretend to be polite with me." What she meant was that the person who said such things didn't understand the debate of the 3 Taoists at all. Since he didn't understand it all, he wasn't here to learn from each other. In that case, he must have some other request. The old man's expression was awkward. He was indeed not interested in the quarrel between these scholars who had nothing better to do. He also could not understand it. This trip to the vast world, he had been very careful and trembling with fear. He had almost broken his legs from running. It had been very tiring. The old man glanced at the 100,000 mountains in the south. It wasn't too far away from his home. If he returned empty-handed, 2 of his legs would probably be broken by that old blind man. Although the old man was anxious, he still looked calm and introduced himself. "My Taoist name is Duke Longshan. I'm a cultivator from the mountains and lakes of the South Sa continent. I've read some sages' books and I sincerely admire the knowledge of the literary sages' lineage." Li Baoping immediately asked with a smile, "Sir, may I ask what it means to change one's nature, and what it means to distinguish between groups?" The old man in yellow who called himself the Duke of Longshan was at a loss again. He felt that this little girl was very difficult to deal with, so he had no choice but to be honest with her. "To be honest, I don't know much about the theories of the sages in the Confucian temple, but I truly admire the lineage of the sage of literature, from the old sage of literature's unification of the 3 continents to the efforts of the lineage of the one lineage to turn the situation around. The old blind man's temperament was very good. He chuckled and said, "Not bad. As expected of my disciple, you even dare to look down on an ascendant realm. Very well, then there's no need for it to live." The ascendant realm on the ground saw that the situation was not good. He stood up at lightning speed and begged bitterly, "Li Huai, I will definitely repay the kindness of saving my life today with my life in the future." It knew very well what kind of person the old blind man was. He was definitely not someone who would joke around. Li Huai asked, "Can I not be a direct disciple first, but an unofficial disciple?" The old blind man nodded and said, "Of course you can." Li Huai sighed and looked at the old blind man behind his hands. Then he looked at the old senior Duke Longshan, who was smiling flatteringly. What the hell was going on? Li Huai quietly said to Li Baoping, "When I learn the skills, I'll help you beat up this unofficial master. Anyway, it's not an unofficial disciple, so it's not considered cheating the master and destroying the ancestors." Li Baoping smiled and said, "Senior, you heard it." Li Huai laughed and walked quickly to the old blind man's side. He skillfully rubbed his shoulders. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.